morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a great show planned for you guys today. Hope you got a great day going. We have got a great day going here in Louisville, Kentucky. The weather is outstanding. Just don't know if it could be any better. Low humidity, nice sunny day. Don't know how to act. I mean, I don't know. We just we haven't had too many of these days. So yeah, we're having a great weather day. Looks like we got a great stretch of weather coming our way. So that's always good. Hope you guys are having a great day. Got started off to a great day, hopefully for you. And even if it didn't, hopefully it's turned into a pretty good day. I got a story I'll share with you, a couple different things today, but yeah, we got a good story. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make me a note. It just popped in my mind. It just happened this morning, but I'm gonna share it with you guys and get y'all's opinion on that too. But see what y'all think about it. But it's one of those factor fictions, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Your all's opinions matter for sure. Absolutely. But can you believe it? Here we are. We rolling into hump day again, and July 2nd already. Can y'all believe it? I mean, here we roll. And the beat rolls on, right? If you had one chance, one opportunity, would you take it? Or are you just going to let it slip away? So I don't think any of us listening here on Turfs Up Radio have got the mindset of letting it slip away. I mean, not intentionally, right? I'm not going to let an opportunity slip. Although I have been known to do that. I've had made that mistake where you're like, oh man, should have done that. But that's why I like playing this as my intro song. If you had one shot, one opportunity, I get a daily reminder, listening to this that, hey, don't miss an opportunity. And sometimes we don't see something right away as an opportunity when the reality of it is absolutely it is a decent opportunity coming our way. So Kyle made it back. Kyle's back in the office today. Woohoo! From his Montana trip with his family. They had a good trip and lot of hiking and whatnot. Yeah. So, anyways, Kyle, what time's that appointment today you got? So, Kyle's got a 1 o'clock appointment this afternoon, going to see a landscape lighting prospect, and he's looking forward to that. Going to be a good guy to talk to on that. So he's looking forward to that. We're looking forward to that. Also, we get to go pick our truck up. Are they called our truck that we had in for an oil change and some new tires is on the launching pad and ready. So yeah, we'll go get that, and I don't know. We might still be able to get that bad boy out on the road. What do you think, Daniel? Think we?
Hopefully so, right?
Yeah.
I think. Hopefully.
We'll holler at Jeopardy, see if she's good to roll in, and we'll get that. So, hey, Kyle. By the way, I'm talking to Kyle, but you guys can engage in this conversation. You want to text Jeopardy and see if she's good to come in? Tell her we got her truck, and we'll see if she's good for that. There's Darren. I knew he was waiting for my show to come on before he'd do this to me. So we'll answer. We're just going to tell him he cannot hijack my show. All right, let's see. Darren Gruner, what's going on this morning?
Good morning. I saw that you called me earlier today.
Yeah, well, I told Daniel you'd wait till I got on my show and call me so you could get, holler at my show. Thanks for calling me back, though.
Geez, I'm so sorry.
It's always good to get the king on my show.
Funny, I'm just looking out. I had a meeting today with Billy Deal from the landscape show in Orlando at 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm kind of like I barely even slept last night. Not because of that,
yeah,
I don't know.
Just didn't have a good night last night. I hear you. That happens every once in a while. No, I was calling the Kyle. We were going to FaceTime you for a minute and get your opinion on a landscape job, is what it was. Not a landscape lighting job, actually. He's got an appointment today to go see somebody, and we were going to get your opinion on it. But he reached out to Greg at the cast, so
okay.
So we knew we had to get to an expert. So, we thought we'd roll your way. And then I thought, well, heck, he's busy. So Kyle says, well, here, I'll just text Greg. So I don't know if Greg's followed up with him yet or not. But, oh, yeah, he has. Yeah. So he was talking to him. But yeah, it's just about going across the front porch, a big mansion, if you will, lighting up, the front, going across, say, a 60 to 70-foot concrete porch, if you will,
Wow.
and light, getting some uplights on that. So since I got you on the phone, man, let's talk about it, for a second. You got a minute?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the process on that? Or would you do it with downlighting? What's your opinion?
Well, depends on the access, right? It depends on how you want to do it. Remember, sometimes you don't want if it's on a porch and you're going to be walking by it, somehow you don't want light shining up on your face. So you might want to just light that area up with moonlighting. Depending on the application. I don't know. I would need to know more specifics.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We don't really know yet. We hadn't been there. Like I said, Kyle's going this afternoon, but he's
Okay.
like, we're going to need to light the front of this house up, and so that was just,
Like if you're talking like say your house, right? Say you
no,
have
no,
a
this
have a
is, it makes my house look like the peasant's home.
well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh,
No.
no, seriously.
We're not going to go down that road.
No, seriously, this guy's in this guy's probably in a $5-6 million home, maybe 3 or 4 million. I don't know. He's in a really nice estate section. Okay.
Yeah.
And, big home. So
No, I got you. Well, listen, just listen here. This is important. We're about to, we just designed a property. It's probably the job's going to probably be about $3 million, the landscape job between the koi pond in the back and the gazebos and all the driveway in the front. It's a huge driveway, but we have to light it all up.
turn turfs up on. Sorry, Darren. I was telling Daniel or Kyle to turn turfs up on over there at his desk so he can hear your answer to this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but remember, it's not about the fixture. I don't charge per fixture.
No,
we're not talk.
Yeah, we're not even going to talk fixtures. We're just worried about lighting it up. We got the whole sales process down. Trust me. We just we need the help on how to light it. How to light it.
You haven't seen it yet, right?
The house, yes. Well, Kyle,
Kyle Googled, not in person.
Not in person. Kyle Googled the house and brought it up.
Oh wow! Well, let's give me that opportunity. Let me Google it now too. So can you text me the address so I can pick it? You don't want to say it online, but text me the address and I'll look at it.
Okay. All right.
Can you send me a link to that? Ask Daniel to send me a link.
Yeah. Kyle, I have the address over there. To the 561. I heard
studio number. Yeah.
You got Darren's 561, right?
Yeah.
Kyle, you got Darren's phone number, don't you? The 561. He's got it. Kyle might not have your updated deal.
Tell him to go to turfsubradio.com. The studio number is right on the front page.
Okay. He's texting you the address now.
Okay, because I'd like to look at it.
Yeah.
See. Yeah, that's real. It's cool. Yeah, obviously the whole idea. This is great when you have a project like that. It's not about like you said. You got your sales process down. It's about how to light it up and you want to you don't necessarily have to do every other every 10 feet of fixtures. You can do. There's some amazing moonlighting you can do from if you got tall trees or tall buildings or like you can put you can mount the fixtures in great spots and give nice ambiance, nice lighting, and make sure you use the right bulbs. And you want it, and the colors all have to match, and the beam angles. It's insane. So yeah, I can't wait to see what it's going to look like. Can't wait to see what the house looks like.
It'd be interesting. Yeah, it'd be a nice little project for sure. So we just you've helped us quite a bit, Kyle. So Kyle sent that your way, the address to the 561 thing, the phone number.
All right, as soon as I get that, I'll maybe it's on.
But other than that, what's going on? What's going on exciting?
Nothing. I'm excited about my show today coming up at 11 a.m. I hope that you're not going to be mad at me. Well, I tell you what, this is what I did was I wanted to build a show about what landscapers talking about, right? Because you seem to be, like you and I are always on the same page. You feel like, I'm stealing. I feel like I'm stealing your ideas, but the thing is that we actually have that same mindset, right?
Right.
So I said, I'm not going to do that to you today. So I changed the perspective. And today our show is going to be about what homeowners really want, what they're really searching for, and then how we can adjust, our what we're trying to portray ourselves as, like what are we doing? What kind of services are we selling to match up to what they're really looking for? Sometimes we think, oh, well, this is my service. This is what I should be promoting only. Not saying that you should be changing your business model, but what are the top trends of what people are actually looking for to make it an easy transition to sell,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. It'd be interesting to hear the things that doing some research. I didn't realize that some of the stuff that's on there is what people are really looking for.
Nice. Hey, did you get that text yet? She should have it by now. Okay.
I didn't come to my computer. I usually have that. I got it on my phone now.
Oh, so you can get your text on your computer
with a Mac, yes.
Yeah, my Apple that's connected.
Oh,
yeah.
Daniel's said with a Mac. See, that's because I tried a Mac, man.
You didn't truly try it though.
Well, I bought
one. Yes, that's what I'm not. You bought a Mac. Then he gave it away.
Yeah. But anyways,
I don't know. Maybe that's in here now. Here, I got it now. So let me put it in. Let me put it in. I'm going to put it on the computer. For some reason, it's not connecting right away. It takes a little bit of time for my text to go to my computer from my cell phone for some strange reason. Okay. I changed the outgoing message because I changed it to the studio number. So I changed the outgoing message and it didn't want to change for some reason. I don't know what's going on with the technology.
Technology's fine when it works,
That's in Louisville, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let me look at this. Ooh. Oh my God. Listen, this is insane. Listen, get this job. You know why you should get this job? Not because of the money and because this is a great learning, like going to the next level. It's a great learning experience.
Yeah, that's what we knew. This is be something different for us, So
wow, you have so many cool opportunities. God, you got so many cool opportunities here. Yeah. Oh my God. I'd like to see what it looks like. You know what you should do? You really should take a look at it, what it looks like at night. I guarantee you when they have the house lit up in the windows, you're going to, you don't want to be redundant on the outside. Remember, you want to work with the light inside the house, not against it, right?
Okay.
Or not in replace of, because these people, when you have homes like this, they usually have lights in the windows, or if they don't, it's a great opportunity for you to combine your inside lights with outside, and you can recommend some lights inside, because I can see these arched windows lit up from the inside would be gorgeous. Just the glow. You've seen pictures like that before,
right?
Yeah, but you can do some amazing stuff. I'd love to see what this looks like at night. I'd love to see. And they called you up just for lighting?
Yeah. So
they have some dead people on the front lawn, I think.
Yeah, they very well could. They just hadn't disposed of them yet. we're gonna. I think they're probably gonna be Italian when we get there. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, but or maybe a senator. Maybe you're dealing. Maybe this is like a congresswoman or man or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do some amazing stuff with this.
It'd be nice. It'd be a nice project to get if we can get it. So
you can. See those coins on the side of the house? That's something that you can't get from inside the house. The lights. So you definitely light those up. There's you have something that fixture that looks like a 5-pound piece or something on the peak of the house. That's something that you can light up. If you want all the textures. You want to use the low voltage lighting to light up, and then that wall that's in the front. That's a beautiful wall. It looks like 5-pound posts That's those type of things you want to enhance, and that will work really well with the lighting from inside the house too.
He said
Gorgeous.
he's got a $1,200 budget. Do you think we can do it?
Oh my God.
He doesn't own the home then.
No.
He's probably the hired help. he
No,
probably lives in the back.
no, he just said he wants his house to look good. So we'll see, right?
I I I would look at a budget of probably if it depends. You can use cast lighting, right? And
Yeah.
he may not want color, but you could still. I would, if I were you, I would try to use the Bluetooth fixtures because you can change the Kelvin
Yeah.
easily, even from warm white to bright light. Especially you want to remember you're going to want to match any lighting that's inside the house, and in order to do that, that Bluetooth fixture will do it for you. It'll match the Kelvin. Like it just the Kelvin. Make sure, like say you have it's white bright. You see white bright light, right? If you put a warm light fixture bulb outside, it's going to conflict with that bright light that's on the house. You want to match it. So that's what's really important. So that's why you need to see what it looks like at night. Don't just go through lights up there and say, "Oh, I'll just throw these bulbs in." And so what makes it easier for me is if I always use the Bluetooth fixtures, I know that I'll be able to get really close to what other lights that are already installed.
Right. I got you. Yeah. I think 99% of what Kyle sells is those Bluetooth fixtures. I mean, we get some, he's done a few without them, but other than that, most people do like the color change aspect and just the variation of white that they can get, you know? So
he needs a landscape rehaul. This guy, unless it's changed already.
Yeah,
you should sell him a new landscape job.
We'll know what it looks like when we actually get there. I'm not sure what the date on the picture was. Didn't say anything about that. But
I don't know what it says. Oh, it says October 24. Yeah, obviously that's why the dead people are on the front lawn from Halloween.
Yeah, from Halloween. Oh my God!
Spiders crawling on the house too. It's pretty cool.
So
it's a nice house.
So yeah, hopefully we get to light it up, and we might have to reach out for a little more assistance if that's okay. Maybe not, but
I'm happy to. I tell people, listen, I'm semi-retired here.
So see what I'm talking about, the porch. I mean, whether it's that one or one like it, let's say, because we haven't done one with that amount of concrete porch area to deal with. What's your opinion on that, Darren? Like,
it's concrete, so it's hard to get light there.
So what do you do? Do you come down, or do you cut it with a saw like you would going across a driveway, or what?
You really can't. The only thing you do is you can, like I said, you're going to utilize those lantern lights, or what do you call it, porch lights that are on there. On the side of the house, that's going to help brighten up. But you have these two beautiful pots with junipers in them, and you can get area lights inside those pots. I did that for a project in Fort Lauderdale. I'll send you a picture.
And then how do you bring the wiring to it?
Yeah, you can see there's a wire right there from it. That's a problem because you have concrete. I mean, that's the only thing you got. Are you cutting concrete? I mean, is there any what do you call the separations, like the cut?
The
cut.
Yeah, like the expansion joints.
Expansion joint, right? That's what I'm looking for. If there's an expansion joint that it looks like there might be right next to it, and you might be able to find a way to go along the house and go down that expansion joint, and maybe move the pot over a little bit. But yeah, concrete does pose a problem, for stuff like that. But there's ways to get around that. Like I said, moonlighting is great. You can attach some of those area lights to the house to get light down on that area.
Now, Kyle probably understands that, but I've not done any moonlighting. What's moonlighting mean? Were you coming from another holder of a place that's holding the fixture itself, and you're just getting the light that's coming off the side, or what?
Yep. Cass makes a really beautiful copper light. Let me see that's what it's called here. Let me tell you what it's called. but it's a light that you can mount to you know, the foundation of your house or to the structure of your house, and it's just like it's like a street light, not a street light, you know, but that kind of a feel, like where it's coming from up top down, and it's kind of,
Okay.
you know, that type of look. Let me see. I want to see if I can get you the name of the fixture, and maybe I can get you. I have it here. Let me see the landscape lighting store right here. Cast lighting. Here we go. And I want to tell you what kind of light it actually is. It's called. No, that's not it. Hang on a second. Give me one. Here it is. Okay,
Oh,
it's a cast called cast tree light. It's a bronze base. It's got a copper shroud to it.
Kyle asked if
It's
you're
called a
talking
cast.
about a scone light.
Yeah, yep, like those. Yeah, they're. It's the model is the CT LED 141 or the CCTL 1C. So it's a copper. It's a cast tree light or you know, it's got that shroud, and it really just kind of cascades light onto a large surface from up top. It's really nice.
all right. Well, good
Check them
deal.
out.
Yeah. So,
Check them out. If you need help, I'm happy to kind of guide you. But you can't do anything without knowing what kind of light you know, kind of how it's lit up already. You know.
right, right, right. Yeah. So I know Kyle's looking forward to it. He's going to see the guy this afternoon about 1 o'clock, I think. So, well,
But get a budget from him. That's what I would do. I would say,
yeah,
look, you know, we can easily do something here for about $20,000, $30,000 with some amazing fixtures, with Bluetooth technology, with, you know, you tell them with, you can operate everything from your phone, everything be automatic, you know, that
right.
type of thing, and then you guarantee them forever till the bulbs are going to last forever. You know, I try to get as much as you can, and then you don't have to worry about the fixtures and how many fixtures, and now it's up to you to just make it beautiful.
To make
That's
it,
what I
yeah,
do.
I got you. All right. Well, hey, we'll let you know. We'll let you know, buddy.
Yeah, you got it. I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of your show. Again, I'm coming up at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what customers are looking for. You know.
Yeah, sure. I got another opinion question since we got you on here. Heck, might as well
Yeah.
talk for a minute, right? And it's funny. I had a guy text me this question, right? I don't know, about 10 till 10 today. I said, "Well, hang on my show, man. I was going to talk about it on what we would do, but because we just ran into this exact same scenario just this morning. We put a truck into the shop about 2 weeks ago, right? You know, we had one of the check engine idiot lights came on it. Okay. And it's only about 20,000 miles on the truck. So we went back to the dealer, you know, in case it's something really wrong that would be a warranted item. But, 2 weeks later, they still haven't looked at it. So we're going to go pick our truck up and take it somewhere else, you know. Uh,
I hate that.
I know. What's your opinion? What would you do? How long would you let it sit at a dealer without them giving you any courtesy of looking at it? What would you do, Darren?
I don't. That's just awful. I don't understand. It's like just it falls into so many categories of just disrespect, your irresponsibility. I mean, you don't want to be around someone like that does that. I mean, when you get there, you tell them, look, I'm in business. I need this truck, you know, and for them not to even respond to you, you know.
Yeah.
But then again, the relationship goes both ways. I mean, maybe, you know, you have to set standards with everybody you do and say, look, you know, I need this truck. Can I have it by, you know, in 3 days? Let's set some realistic goals. And if they can't, you know, then remember everything's,
But you know what
you
they
know,
fall back on? They all fall back on, and we had this issue with them before. And the problem is, any of the dealers around here, they're all the same. They really are. They fall back to we're short on help and we can't, we get it in when we can get it in. But I don't know, man. It's a little frustrating, quite honestly. You know.
I, I don't, yeah. I mean, you've had a relationship with them
Well,
for a while.
kind of. We used to buy all of our trucks from them, so
Oh,
it really did. We used to buy all of our trucks from them when they were close, or most of our trucks from them, and then our salesman that we had in our service. Here's the problem: the service writer that we had retired. Okay, So, which he used to really take excellent care of us. And as you know, that's the key. The keys in the service writer, on getting shit done for you in a timely fashion. And, so so we don't really have a good relationship, if that makes sense, with them,
You, you know,
but
you know what I used to do when I had trucks. There was a company that I used to go to. I paid him. It was a lot. It was a little bit more. I paid him more, and he was able to. I mean, they would work overnight. I mean, especially during snow season. The
right.
mechanics at the snow season, they were incredible. You paid a lot of money, but the thing is, what is it worth it to you? Maybe you say to them, look, get us in front. How about if we give you 10% more to get us up front or something like that? Say, let's, make us a priority somehow. Maybe you build that type of relationship with somebody. It's all about money these days, right? They want to make money and they're just doing what it takes to keep going.
Yeah.
So, it's a shame. They're going to lose you instead of turn that relationship around and say, look, how about if I pay you a little bit more to get it done?
To get it done. Yeah. Yeah. What's it going to take to get ahead in the line, But I don't
say that. That's the Northeast mentality. That's what I grew up with, living in the Northeast next to the Gambinos,
Yep.
Yo, what does it take?
What's
what I got to give you?
Yeah. So, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I was curious since I had you on the phone how you would handle it. I mean, there's no sense in going up there and being all rude and frustrated and mad and that whole scenario. I mean, that's not going to do anything but get you put further behind. So,
what is it?
We're just going to go pick it up.
You had done? What do you haven't done?
Well, we don't know. It's got a check. It's one of the check engine idiot lights came on. I can't remember which one it was now. But it's, one of the lights that pop up. Truck seems to be running fine, but we're high on maintenance. If something's not right, get it looked at and get it fixed before something really goes wrong, kind of thing.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? This is kind of good here. How many crews are you running?
I don't know. 6, 7, 8. I don't
know. I mean, that's a lot. 6, 7 crews. That's a lot. Why don't you have a mechanic?
Oh, because we don't have enough work to justify that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because most of we keep our fleet pretty new. So
yeah,
we don't have, it's not like hoses are busting and we need to do brakes or calipers or, you know what I'm saying? We don't have enough work to have a mechanic.
What about, well, the reason why I'm asking is because they're like what about service, like greasing up everything, on a regular basis, changing the oils on all the machines and,
No, we do our own equipment maintenance, but not our.
Yeah, but who does that? Who does that?
We do here.
Like who's we?
Our guys.
Yeah, but who specifically who? Like which guys? Like your foreman or?
Yeah, we got a couple of guys here that are capable of doing it. Not everybody. But we got a couple guys that take care of that end of it.
Do those guys also do the work, like landscape work?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So why don't you find do you guys have
because we don't need it. I don't see. No, we're doing very little mowing now, Darren. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So I've got 7 subcontractors that mow 90% of our property.
Oh, that's right. I remember. And I met one of those guys that one day. When we were out there.
So I've got 7 guys that do most of our mowing. We're mowing. I don't know. Wayne's Lawn Service in house is mowing maybe 120, 118, something like that. The rest of it's all getting done, getting mowed by subs. So
love it.
So we don't have. It ain't like we got lawnmowers that need to be dealt with every day any longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. And it makes perfect sense. Okay, cool. I thought, I didn't realize, I forgot you doing that. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I don't have the work to justify somebody sitting back here waiting for a belt to break.
It's funny. If do you have a minute? Can I? Can I bring?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm a big advocate on subs, like but building a relationship with your subs, not just having subs. Bidding out work. That these people they if you keep them tight, that they get all your work. That's that kind of sub. Not I'm going to bid out a bunch of subs and then whoever is the cheapest. That's not how I bet, right? So, that's how I built my business, and it was attractive to the guys that bought my business. And and then it came up a few weeks ago. They said, Darren, we're thinking about bringing everything back in house. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? and we're not even doing, we don't do service. We don't do maintenance at all. But they were thinking about bringing everything. I said, are you kidding me? Do you realize
They
what
don't
you're
realize
getting back
that
into?
headache they're getting ready to cause herself.
You want to start? I mean, we finally vetted everything out, got everything the way it was, attractive enough to have you buy into my business, and now you want to change it like that? And we went over it, and at the end of the day, they're like, I'm like, you want to buy all this equipment and maintain it, and these trucks that break down, and blah blah blah. And after a while, they finally said, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
But you remember how many times you go back and forth with that, right?
Well, what they're doing, they're looking at gross margin and not net margin.
Right.
That's
True.
That's what, because they're pretty intelligent guys from what I remember,
Yep.
So they're looking
Yep.
at gross margins and not net margins and thinking, man, how much are we leaving in that gap?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, they it's, that's who we are as entrepreneurs. We're constantly trying to think and rethink and adjust and make, modifications to our business. Well, how come this isn't working? Let's make, and then you kind of go full circle, but you can't. You got to keep moving forward.
yeah. So it's always an exciting adventure. Yeah. I'm glad you talked them out of that for their own good and maybe yours, right?
I just think that the more people that you have, the more relationships that you build, and that, just that, listen, if you start doing it yourself, you start closing off yourself, and you become competition to everybody, and then no one wants to work with you. What if you get stuck? What if you need somebody and you have enough work that you can't handle, but you want to be able to run it? It's good to have relationships that would be there for you and as support. I just think in the long run, I think it's better off that you're not shutting people out,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Corey said it sounds like they're trying to step over $1 to get a dime.
Yeah. No, they're not. They're really, you're right. They're smart people and they have to think things through, but they are, remember, they're going in their mind, they're going through in the last 3 months what I went through in the last 40
years. Yeah.
And
And that's the nice part about buying something from like you is they don't have to go through those school of hard knocks,
keep going back. It's funny. I have to talk them off the ledge. I mean, that's a good thing. That's what I am to them now as their consultant, which is great. They're great. Like I said, they're smart kids that are really wanting to learn, but they come up with things that I went through 20 years ago, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It's so funny,
So,
boy, I should get you to help them to get you to talk them off the ledge sometimes. Here, talk to Wayne about that.
Yeah,
Wayne says.
Be happy to do it. Be happy to do it.
Just listen to one of his shows.
Yeah. So what's going on exciting up in New Jersey these days, man? Anything?
Now we're sitting here waiting, doing the waiting game here for my daughter to have.
Yeah, you got a grandbaby coming here. What, in July, isn't it?
Yeah, July 16th is the due date. Yeah.
Yeah. Goodness.
Yeah, well, you know what it's like.
How much has Renee already went out and bought, or you? And
no,
come on now, tell the truth.
Well, no, we haven't bought anything yet because the kids have everything, and we're excited. With me, the kid's going to be with me as much as possible. That's my goal. That was my end game to get up here. That's why I said, my daughter's got an amazing job at the school district as a math coach, and she's going to want to further her career. And I said, I'm going to be here for her. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to be grandpa. I'm going to be grandpa or poppy baby.
They figured out what they're calling you yet?
They want to call me Poppy.
Poppy.
Yeah, they want to call me Poppy. I don't know.
That's all right. That was all right. Yeah.
Whatever
Jane came up for Lolly and Pop for me and her. She was Lolly. Yeah, so we were Lolly and Pop.
Lolly and Pop. That's great.
Don't figure that,
That's great. Lollipop. I love it.
Yeah.
Because they're suckers.
I can't wait.
Because you're suckers for your grandkids, you know?
Exactly right. What a great concept. I never heard of that. Fantastic.
Oh, Lord.
And you're a good pop too. You're definitely a good pop. I know
well,
that.
thanks. I appreciate that. So,
And real quick about Turf Up Radio, just like I talked about Billy Dill with the Landscape Show.
yeah.
You guys got to think we're going to really try to help them out. We're going to create a podcast for them, like we did with Quip Expo. So we can we can do the interviews through their podcast. They're really excited about joining, or partnering with us. So we're excited about that. And that could be a good trip down to Orlando in August. And I talked to Brian Horn from Lawn and Landscape Magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he texted me this morning. We're going to get together and do more work with them again. So excited about that. Just anything we can do to help the industry is big. And then you have one of my heroes coming on
Richard
July 9th. That company is insane. I'm telling you. And they're not getting enough recognition. People are trying to, they have that show, that live event, the Gardenland live event. It turns out people are trying to do knockoffs on that. They were the first to bring all battery power companies together. They are insanely smart. They're so brilliant. And I'm so proud of them. Toa too. They're just partners. They do not financially advise. They don't support us financially. If anybody's listening, we don't really do that. They're just great partners. They're like-minded professionals, and they're figuring things out that, oh my God, wait till you hear. I can't wait for the live interview on your show. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna have Richard on July 9th, a week from today.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to that. I know I talked to him a little bit out at the expo. I think it was last year, might have been the year before. I can't remember now, but super nice. You are right. Very super nice group of people. And Carissa's
Immediately when
great to
I
work
met
with
them,
as well.
when I met them a couple of years ago, I want all listeners to meet these people too. You're not out of reach for you to talk to them. They're great people, great relationship people. I talk to Carissa often, but she's in California, but we talk very, very often just because we get along so well. And I know she would get along with your listeners. Anybody wants to reach out to them specifically and talk to them, but they can. And don't feel like these are just people that we talk to. We're just bridging the gap for our industry.
We're just bridging the gap for the industry. Yeah. They are very down to earth. I will say that anybody that I've talked to, they have been very down to earth and willing to talk to anybody, about their products. It's really not, it's a pleasant feeling, really, it really is.
Yeah, I would suggest anybody to reach out to these people. They love to have these conversations and they want to help. But I'll tell you what, that PDM blows my mind. When I first met, I'm like, what the hell? Because I'm always plugging in too many battery powered the chargers, and then everything's blowing. And they created this system. Like, how do they do that? There are knockoffs now that you can buy, but there's none that's better than Toa, and that just impresses me. But the technology behind it and the brilliance behind it. So I can't wait to hear that interview.
Yeah, it'd be a great guy to talk to. And it's the behind the name. I don't want to give my whole interview away, but I mean just a little research, that I've done with it. Just on their name. Toa, and I don't know if you knew this or not, Darren. You may, but the meaning behind the name is long lasting.
Isn't it? It's a Oriental word.
Yes,
word?
It's an Oriental word, and the translation into English is universal and long lasting. So
it's like that infinity sign.
Yes.
That's why they incorporated it into that, because it just keeps going on and on and on.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Richard again. I can't remember if it was Richard I talked to or the other gentleman there.
Rob.
Yeah, Rob. Yeah.
Richard's the father, Chris's father, and then the other. I think the guy. I don't remember who you talked to either. I saw a picture, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was with you talking to. I think we were together.
Yeah.
at the Equip Expo. By the way, we're going to be at the Equip Expo. You, my man, you can have your own booth. You're going to have your own booth.
It's going to be nice to have a booth out there again and have plenty of people stopping in and doing interviews with us. And
King will have his throne too.
yeah, the king will
What?
be a. We'll get it.
We'll get you a
We'll
throne.
get him a
for the-
throne chair to sit in.
No, that's silly.
That'd be
The
fun.
king and the prophet.
There
The,
you
the
go.
king and the prophet. We should do a promo. The
Just
king and
need
the
a
prophet.
jester now.
Yeah, right. Who would that be? I
Uh,
wonder.
I think we have quite a few candidates for that.
I'm not going to name them though.
Oh no, probably be best not to, for real.
Yeah, that's funny.
The
But,
names are
we're gonna-
changed to protect the
I
innocent.
want to talk to you guys about the booth, about how what I'm envisioning, how we can dress it up, because now we have an opportunity to make it our own. We're not in the green industry pros booth this year, but we're going because we have our own booth, but we're going to be on the H&A side, the west wing. So it's going to be really cool. And what's great about it, we have there's an entrance to the building that's right there too, and we're next to the drone zone. And I think it's going to, we've always been on by the equipment side. Now we're going to be on the hardscape side, which is great. It's going to be able to cover all that as well. So I think we'll do a lot bigger, better job than being able to cover the whole floor. Because usually we just stick around that. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, Katie and they'll do most of the floor interviews. But do you guys, does Daniel usually go over to the H&A side?
Good question. I really can't remember, honestly. I don't really remember ever going over to that side.
I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that, right?
Yeah, get
It'd
some
be-
new people to recognize the name.
Yeah, for sure. And that's my blood, hardscaping. That's what this runs in my blood. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see that. Joe Raboyne's going to be close by with Bellegarde. He's going to come by and he'll hang out with you, and you can talk to him a little bit about that. But there's so many new people that we can try to talk to. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Well, good deal, Darren. Well, hey, I'll let you hop off here and take a break for a second before you hop on with your show here in about 19 minutes or 17 minutes. So
Thank you.
I appreciate you hopping on with me, and I appreciate your help on that lighting, and we'll keep you informed on how that project goes.
Yeah, let me know if I can help. I'd be happy to do that.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate your help. Thanks a lot. All right, see you, bye. Appreciate Darren hopping on there with us and giving us a little advice on that lighting job that we're going to look at. And Kyle's going to blow it out of the water, I know. And we're looking forward to that. And true that. Going to be a nice one. But Daniel's got something he's going to take in there.
Yeah, this is from our research department, our producer. He said, shadow producer. He said, as of, I think we recalculated actually tonight, or I guess technically tomorrow. Oh, this morning at 12:01. So we're officially on the other side of being closer to the year 2050 than the year 2000. I want to do something this year for the Equip Expo, kind of a visitor guide, if you will, for people.
Yeah,
so
that'd be fun.
kind of put it out there in the profit circle and on our social media and stuff.
Yeah, because a lot of times you catch yourself going somewhere and doing the same thing over and over and over, and you don't try anything new. And there is a lot of good opportunities for.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to our resident restaurant expert, our ghost producer. He likes to go to
Yeah,
different places.
he does. They do quite a few
Sure he
different
had
places.
some good recommendations for that.
So
especially if you're going to be here for more than just a day, try out some
Yeah.
new stuff.
True that. So with that being said, we one thing I wanted to talk a little bit about today is drive-by estimates, Daniel. And it's kind of a change of pace of where we've been all day. We're going from, landscape lighting to expo to drive-by estimates. And, and I know it seems like it's fast and easy and a lot of different things come into play with them, but I would just like to throw it out there that, even though they seem fast and you think you're pretty good at doing it, potentially there's a lot of ways to lose money with a drive-by estimate. A drive-by estimate means you guys know exactly what I mean. I don't even think I have to explain it, but I'd be willing to say most of us have pulled up to a house or pulled up to a small commercial facility and drove through the parking lot and said, okay, it's going to be 10 yards of mulch, 7 hours on the hedges. You start throwing numbers down or writing them down or whatever you're doing with them to retain them. And, 2.7 hours on mowing. And, we start just making stuff up based on our gut, which I'll be the first one to say sometimes your gut's very, very accurate. But still, we owe it to ourselves to get out of the vehicle. And if for nothing more than to impress the client that you actually took a minute to do something for them.
Yeah. Well, talking about 2.7 hours of mowing, just as an example, I mean, most people are probably going to be the other way, like, oh, this is going to be 3 hours.
3 hours, right.
In reality, it might be 2.7, and you might think, oh, well, it's just, 0.3, but that over time
is a big deal.
It's going to be a big deal.
See, I just told on myself kind of like, okay, I don't do drive-by estimates or 2.7 when to come out. It'd been like 3 hours or 2.5 hours or, we round.
Yeah, the rounding is where, especially, I mean, not really especially, but when you do look at bigger things, those point whatevers multiply
and make a big deal. Corey makes a really valid point too. And I think realistically, most people that would be tracking this would have a similar situation, but he said he's noticed a big drop off in close rates by not doing in-person estimates for maintenance.
Huh. Yeah,
he said,
I could see that. Some people
it shortens the time wasted, but conversations are lost.
Yeah, you lose the personal feel.
You lose that personal feel of the client, of them appreciating the fact that you came out, and you really. What I found is, when you do that drive-by estimate, you don't have time to find out really why they're changing. They may told you it was cost, or they may said it was quality, but how many times don't you look at a property though and you think this place looks pretty good? I mean, sometimes it looks bad, but sometimes on the, it's the other side of that. It's a 180-degree difference of, hey, this place doesn't look that bad. I wonder what the real problem is. And that's where if you're there talking to somebody, you do get an opportunity, whether it's residential or commercial, to find out some things about, why are they really changing? And that conversation can be invaluable. Now, we are limited on time. I am, you are, we all are. We all get 24 hours a day. But, whether we're doing a mowing estimate, a fert and weed estimate, a mulch and trim estimate, fill in the blank on what it is, holiday lighting, landscape, a landscape lighting job, I could look at the front of a house now and say, okay, that's going to be 9 fixtures or 8 fixtures or whatever, and come up with a cost to do that. To Darren's point, not necessarily a fixture cost, but a price that we're going to charge for that. And, right. We just got to be careful with
that. And I think the bigger ticket jobs especially deserve and require some personal touch and feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're trying to sell somebody something that's $5,000 or more, I mean, to most people, that's a good chunk of change, and they want to feel like they're being taken care of in a little bit more elevated of a way. And it's funny because the same people that will be like, oh man, I got to do drive-by estimates to save time are going to be a lot of times the same people that are not optimizing other efficiencies like utilizing softwares for CRM and for payment methods and for they're picking up checks on every job. So they're losing money in other ways by, losing time, but then they think, oh, I have to be super what they think is efficient on the estimate.
Yeah, absolutely. So I tell you, we're going to revisit this whole drive-by estimate thing because I've got a whole half a sheet of notes that I want to talk on about it. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and hop off here for today. I appreciate Darren. I appreciate you hopping on with me today and talking to us about our landscape lighting. project that we got coming up and the expo coming up. And you guys keep in mind and be thinking about the drive-by estimate side of things, because it's certainly an area that can get us all in trouble for sure. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I was going to say Friday, but we're off Friday. I don't know. Maybe
do a Thursday show.
we might do a Thursday show for Friday. We might be back on tomorrow.
Thursday.
Thursday. So hey, you guys have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned right here for Darren the King Gruner coming up next with some great discussion, I'm sure, that's going to help each and every one of us. And by all means, have a great day, great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Be careful. And remember, profit's not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a good show going today. It's Monday. Can you all believe it? Here we go. Rocking in another week, starting it off with July 7th. Hard to believe. Well, it's good morning to my buddy Mr. Smoking Joe and everybody else listening to us. Joe's off to a new and improved start this morning, and proud of him for that. And each and every one of you guys that may be trying something different and new, that's awesome. Glad to hear it. But yeah, we got a lot of things we're going to talk about today. I hope your Monday is off to a good start. Hope everybody got back to work and, out doing what you do, getting some good mowing in or landscaping in or ferting weed in or lighting, whatever it is that you do, hydraulics, welding, if you're my buddy Timmy and Robin down there in Nelson County, Kentucky. So a wide range, but just I hope everybody came back to work with 10 fingers and 2 eyes. A lot of weird things happen over the weekend, the 4th of July, with all the fireworks and whatnot. So hope everybody is okay and that all went well. And it was the first time I've been home on July 4th in a long, long time, and was really kind of interesting. I didn't realize that. I don't know. Now I don't know if this is normal or if it was just this year somebody did it, but somebody in our neighborhood, man, spent some real money on some nice fireworks. And I don't know. I guess I sat on my deck for 45 minutes watching fireworks, and I mean, nice stuff. I mean, and really nice. And there's a common area back behind the house, and really, really a nice display of fireworks went on. I'll say that, to say the least. So kudos to whoever that was, man. I know that wasn't inexpensive. The fireworks that they put on, they had a lot of money invested in that. So you guys that do fireworks understand that. I hadn't bought any for a long time just because we can't do them at the lake, so we don't buy any. But I know they're not cheap. They weren't cheap when I was buying them. So, but yeah, it was really nice, and had a good weekend. Had a great weekend actually, and Friday we grilled out a little bit and had some Nathan hot dogs. I don't know how many of you guys might have watched that Nathan's hot dog eating contest that they do up there at Coney Island, but it was crazy watching both the men and women's division of that, and how competitive that really is, man. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, those guys are professional eaters, no doubt about it, and do a lot of different things, traveling the circuit, if you will. And but it was amazing to see, like Joey, I can't think of his last name, but whatever his last name is, he's just so much better and faster than everybody else. And I guess what I got to thinking about after I was watching this guy eat these hot dogs is, what do we do in our own business to be that much different and better than our competitors? There's competition for each and every one of us, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. But what are you doing to set yourself apart? And I mean, that Joey Chestnut, yeah, that's his last name, Chestnut. I mean, he is something when he comes to how good he is at his business, if you will. I mean, he was a third better than everybody else. And I mean, that's just a big number, big number. So, not just the fact that he's eating more hot dogs or eating more whatever it is that they're eating there. There's a lot of different things that these guys go around, you know, being competitive on chewing and eating and swallowing and that whole thing. But I don't know. I just did. I got to thinking about that, and like his closest competitor was
45.
yeah 45, and he had 70. I mean,
I
it's
didn't get to see
crazy.
Michael Jordan in his prime, but I can imagine it would be like that.
Just
Dominance.
these guys knew they were playing for second. And, I mean, that's okay. I mean, one of them even said that in something Tab and I saw before it actually came on, but they were talking to one of these guys, and they're like, well, how do he says, well, I don't know. Someday somebody's going to beat him. But he said, realistically, we're all here going for second. And there's nothing maybe wrong, I guess, with that mindset. I mean,
I mean, to a certain degree, you just know when somebody is better than
yeah,
you.
yeah, you go,
Especially in a sporting event. With business, it's a little bit different because, hey, I can find a different niche or I can sell to the same customer with different benefits and like, but when it comes to like a true event of there's going to be one like that, I mean, it's pretty, it's pretty tough.
yeah, pretty crazy. But, it's a good mindset to have to remain positive,
Yeah.
even though it goes back to what I talk about a little bit, Daniel, is, you know, small or large, just because you're small doesn't mean you can't be good. And these guys are obviously professional eaters as well,
Yeah.
and making a lot of money doing it.
Yeah.
They just can't get him in the hot dogs, whatever that looks like. So, but yeah, good morning, Darren. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning to you guys that have texted me and said you're listening. Aaron's out selling lawn renovations today. That's awesome. Good. Glad to hear it, man. It's that time of the year for sure. We we're all out there chugging away at it, and one at a time. You know. Uh, yeah, Mike makes a really good point here, Daniel. He says they just set realistic goals.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Well, I mean, if you look at Joey Chestnut in the early 2000s, he set the record, I think, at 50. I think is what, somewhere around there, when he was in his 20s. And I think a lot of those guys, other than him, were in their 20s. So, I mean, you could look at that and go, okay, hey, well, maybe I'm on a trajectory to be as good as he was. He has 20 years on me or something like that.
right? Yeah, just not there
Could,
yet, kind of thing. But anyway, those Nathan hot dogs were pretty good.
yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. And I don't know, something we figured out. What was it, like 20,000 calories or something?
something like that. Yeah, it was
Because it was
like,
210 calories to a hot dog, I
I think
think,
250.
or 250.
Yeah, and then
And he had
120
70.
for
And
the bun or so.
yeah, it was crazy. What happens with all those calories? Your body couldn't process that, right?
No, no, you can't process that much. Probably the max, just right off the top of my head, would maybe be a few thousand you could process and actually like utilize in the moment and then store. And then the other part, I mean, you are storing quite a bit of it, but like you just that much food at once is
A lot.
more than your body's
Yeah.
supposed to take on.
So it's kind of like you guys that put on too much work.
There you go.
It's it's useless work when you can't get it done. You can't get it done efficiently.
Yeah.
And that's something that we want to talk a little bit about today as well. But before we get into that, I wanted to give a shout out to all the families and that have been devastated with anything over the weekend. But certainly the flood victims that we had in Texas, I wanted to cover that before we actually get into our show. That was crazy, a crazy weather event. And actually, I'm going to see if Brett or Matt can hop on with me on my show Friday and get some input on that. So I emailed them and, just to, hear about that. But, something's, just like they were talking about on TV yesterday, and we're going to leave it alone for now. But they were talking about, somebody, everybody's always looking for somebody to be at fault, and maybe nobody was at fault, realistically. I mean, that's the other side of it, because evidently, 1 o'clock or so, they did put out a flash flood watch, and then, a couple hours later, it went to a warning and then an emergency. So it was, and they did tell them they were going to have potentially 10 inches or more of rain. So, so it's not that anybody to blame. It's just a terrible event at probably one of the worst possible times it could have happened overnight. Mm. But just a big shout out, and I hope they find everybody that's missing, and we're going to leave it at that for now. So, other than that, last night I was watching a cool show on 60 Minutes. I don't know if any of you guys watch that or not, but I was watching 60 Minutes. And Corey, if you're listening to this, or if you're watching this or listening to it on a replay on a podcast, man, I'm curious because you're right around that Chesapeake Bay area for sure. But there was this place called Smith Island, and that they were talking about, and they were talking about these cakes, Smith Island cake, and the origin of this cake. And basically, quickly as a summary, Smith Island is an island in the Chesapeake Bay, evidently area. I'm not sure exactly where, but because I came in on it just a few minutes after they were going, but this island is eroding away, basically, is what it amounts to, Daniel, through the sea height, and so they're it's not a vacation destination. It's, people live on this island. It's not very big, but they got this cake that this lady was talking about. She said she makes them and sends them all over the world. And she said she doesn't even charge for them up front, which I thought was crazy. She says, well, no, I don't take any credit cards or anything like that. But after the show, Tabitha and I Googled it, and I Googled it again this morning, quite honestly. It's like a 7 or an 8 layer cake, a yellow cake that they use fudge frosting, chocolate frosting on. And let's see, what's it say here? I did look at, let me tell you what it says. The cake is a symbol of community and togetherness, meant to remind the men of the community that they were left behind. That part I'm not sure about, but when they went out to do Waterman's, they called them Waterman's family. So I missed that part of the show on it, but evidently they would make these cakes in honor of the guys that were going out and doing this work basically at this time of the year, to let them know that people hadn't forgot about them, that, hey, we're still thinking about you here. So I probably just really butchered that all up, but that was the reality of it. So good deal, Craig. Glad to have you in with us, my friend. Glad to have you in with us. And I hear you, Dan. Dan said it's his favorite word, cake. So, but yeah, I'm going to order one of these things. They look really cool. I was reading a little bit about the origin of them, and they were saying on this island they were late to get electricity, basically, and so they were baking these cakes. And this is a tall cake. It's like an 8 layer cake, but real thin layers. But they said one of the reasons maybe that they did these 8 small layers to this yellow cake was because they were cooking them in wood burning stoves. And they had probably, I think they used the word probably actually, or would have a hard time getting that thick of a cake done.
Yeah.
But they could get a whole lot of thin ones done. So
makes sense.
I don't know. I'm going to check one out. They're anywhere from $65 to $100, depending on where you order them. They do have this one bakery there on the island. It's called Smith Island Baking Company, and where they do bake and ship these things. So goes back to business, Daniel.
Yeah,
Wonder how many we sold because of that
probably a lot.
airing of that show.
Yeah, can
You know,
imagine they might have a back order going.
probably so. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm looking forward to doing that. I hear you, Dan. I hear you, Corey. Count me in. Actually, I was going to ask you, Corey, about those things, man. Are you familiar with Smith Island? I really had a note here if you chimed in with us this morning to ask you about that. But if you're familiar with that at all, or the cake, so I don't know. We're definitely going to order one and see what it's like and what it's all about. They say they ship fine, and they say they do compress a little bit in shipping.
Yeah.
That was when you go onto their website. Before you can go anywhere on a website, you got to go to terms and conditions,
Mm,
and it tells you about what might happen.
right.
So, of
And
course,
that happened to me yesterday. I was looking at a website and they really wanted you to know this information every time you clicked on a new page of their website, it came up.
really.
You had to exit out of this little box.
So they were making sure that you knew
Whatever they wanted to tell you.
whatever they wanted to tell you. So, but Corey hadn't heard of it either. So there we go. Well, by golly, that's interesting. Let's move on. Let's move on, Daniel, to something that more serious note here, if you will, and that certainly is following you guys today. Goodness gracious, excuse me. I will make it through my show, but this drainage is crazy. Aaron had a great show this morning, followed up by Eric and Jennifer and Daniel, and here we go. Here we go with my show here on Profit Time. But Aaron was talking about he had a great opportunity to get with his family and go do a little canoeing or whatever it was in those little things. I guess it was canoes.
A float.
Float. It was kind of float. But they had a great time, and Eric and Jennifer had their, I guess, honeymoon. Went to Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
And I believe is where he said they were at. And they had a great time down there. And then your show, Daniel, we're going to reiterate that. We just had that one. But, and then Darren's following up today after me. So, but what I wanted to talk about today a little bit was talking about business a little bit in perspective. And you guys may have seen this. If you have, bear with me. If not, we'll talk about it a little bit when it comes to, your business and how you advertise and how you sell your business, and not sell your business literally, but sell your services. And I saw something online, and it's this older fella sitting there selling watermelons. And it's kind of funny how these selling and advertising jokes go back to watermelons. I remember that in college from an advertising class. Not this specific thing, but guy thought he was going to solve his problems by getting a bigger truck, and selling more watermelons in his business. But in this case, excuse me, guy's got a sign outside. It says, or on his watermelon stand, it says, and he's an older fella, and it says, one watermelon for $3, 3 watermelons for $10. And so young guy comes up there and he looked at it and he gave the guy $3 for a watermelon. And the old man told me, he said, yeah, that's fine, $3. And the young guy kind of smirked at him, and then he bought another one and paid him $3. And he bought another one and paid him $3. And as he was walking away carrying his 3 watermelons, he was kind of laughing and shaking his head. And he said, hey, old man, I just got 3 watermelons for $9 instead of 10. Maybe business isn't your strong suit. And the old man watched him walk away and chuckled to himself and said, people are really funny. They just keep buying 3 watermelons thinking that they're outsmarting me. And where's that mindset on both sides? Let's talk about the mindset of your advertising.
Yeah.
On both sides for a minute on that.
Yeah.
The old man was selling 3 instead of 1 kind of when I first read that, it made me think about something my dad used to say about always giving your customers a choice between something and something else. So he did say, hey, 1 for 3 or 3 for 10.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like Moby Dick fish here. They, Katie, you remember that uh, the fried green tomatoes? I do because I saw it yesterday. Or the other that last week. They still got it up there. They've got a half order for whatever the price is, and it says it's 3, or a full order which is 5, and it's double the price.
Hmm.
So it's the same scenario, man. Just get 2 half orders.
Yeah.
You know, but why? Let's look at both sides of that, Daniel, because you can analyze that good, and then we'll figure out where we're going with it. I know where we're going with it, but what do you think? I mean, the buyer thinks they got over, and the seller thinks they got over.
Yeah. And I think it kind of goes back to a little bit about what you say about definition of a good deal. They both feel like they both got a
Yeah,
good deal, which is good. I think the seller has forgotten his ego a little bit, saying, okay, I'm going to make this guy feel like, or make this consumer feel like they're the smart one here. They're outsmarting me. I don't need to be, why do I need to be, the smart one? I just need to be the one that sells it.
and we talk about that a lot. Setting your ego aside.
Yeah. When I say smart, of course, not necessarily literally intelligent, because you do want to be that, but like, let them feel like they won that transaction, if you will. It also, I think, thinking about it, it makes me think about like when, specifically when we were getting this bathroom looked at, and it's like, okay, here's the cost of doing this, here's the cost of doing that. It really just makes more sense to get both of these things done at once, because you're gonna, just playing with the numbers and having, maybe you only need one watermelon or one service, but how about this? If you take this extra service, it's only going to be this much more, whatever per month or whatever. Versus if you got this done now and this done later, it's going to cost you double, or, whatever. Just playing with the numbers within your own business. So you can obviously still make the profit that you want, but you can upsell. I think that's the part of this here, is this guy's upselling through not deceptive numbers, but like he's upselling through making people feel like they're getting a good deal. And so how are you upselling within your business? How are you making people feel like they're getting a good deal for services they might not need, but they want?
Yeah, it's because they want a good deal.
Yeah.
And I think customers and and consumers in general want to feel like they've made a good deal.
Yeah.
Whatever you buy.
Yeah, I think it's
I think that's human nature.
yeah, money isn't money. Like a number isn't a number. It's relative to the value that you're putting on it. If you think, okay, well, it's going to cost me $200 a month for this, but I'm going to get 4 times the value and only pay $500 a month. Well, that's an extra $300 income to you, and that customer feels like they're getting additional value, and so that $500 now becomes, in their mind, less money to spend.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I like it. I mean, it's not deceptive on the seller's point at all.
Yeah, it's just psychology, really.
It's the psychology side of it. And I don't know, to your point, Daniel, I think we ask ourselves, what are we doing to upsell our customers into something more than what they want? Not just to sell them something,
Yeah,
but to increase their
experience, their customer satisfaction.
Yeah. It's kind of like, how many times don't you get called to a house to either do a landscape or do a mow job or do a fert and weed, and there's something else there that can be done,
Right.
And are you taking that opportunity to upsell that account or not? Or are you just bidding the work? That's one really cool thing with our software we're using now, we can do a lot of optional things just right through our same proposal that doesn't overinflate the total until they pick that option, you know. But we can put it in there for them, so it gives you a really good chance to suggest a sell or upsell, whatever you want to call it, depending on whose course you've been to. But the reality of it is, it gives you an opportunity to sell more in the same amount of time, roughly, as what it's going to take you to sell one thing to somebody. So we're going to talk about that in depth here in just a second. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the estimating process and how, we go about, or how you go about upselling or giving customers a little something more than what they wanted. And, some things that I've learned already just in landscape lighting and holiday lighting than potentially what could or should be done. So you guys stay right where you're at. We'll be right back with more Profit Time. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Daniel, appreciate you hopping on again today with me.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. And I wanted to talk about estimates. We kind of started touching on it a little bit last week and ran out of time. We started it at the end, but I want to talk about, I'm going to call them drive-by estimates. And we all know what a drive-by estimate is. And I think we're guilty of doing too many of those as an industry. But maybe something that's very similar to the drive-by estimate. And this is what I want to get you guys' opinion on that are listening to us today is, are you running into consumers more and more that really aren't concerned with interaction for the sales process for things like mowing, fertilization, weed control, even holiday lighting, any service that doesn't require them to pick something out, if you will.
Yeah.
It just seems like.
I'm in that boat as a consumer.
Are you?
Yeah. I like that. I mean, I'll it also, like you said, it depends exactly what it is. But if it's give me your address, give me your one, like whatever small ones that you want. Like if it was lighting, do you want what color? Let's just say, set a date to come do it or come out to see it or whatever. Hit the button and then you get an email confirmation that says, "Hey, your blank has been scheduled. Your date for this or that has been scheduled. We'll see you there. We'll text you before we get there, whatever." That to me is more streamlined. I don't have to worry about, are they going to, answer, or do I have to call them back, or do I have to make several calls, or it's just, it seems to me more as a consumer, a little bit less like it's on my time, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I have
You
5 minutes.
made a really good point similar to that today, Daniel, when we were talking about it. Whereas even people that we talk to, when, they call in, she answers the phone, she's talking to them. There's really, when it comes to a basic service, pretty much even the phone conversation is, other than name, address, how'd you hear about us, those kind of things is, do you have a gate? Do you have a pet? An outside pet? So it's really, and I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm used to doing it the other way that I feel weird that a consumer really likes doing it the way you're talking about, with that drive-by estimate mindset, if you will. And some of it's not even a drive-by. A lot of it now is just strictly, Google Earth.
Yeah.
Look at it, measure it, or some type of software, that you can look at a property, get the square footage.
Yeah.
But there still is a lot of things you miss.
As the consumer, though, you have a much different perspective on drive-by estimates, right? Like, you don't care if their price is X and it's based on a drive-by, or it's based on a get my wheel out and measure the yard, or go to Google Earth, right? Like, you just care that the price is this. If that's within the budget, then that's great. If there's somebody else that's cheaper or whatever, If that's what you're looking for more, then that's what you're going to base it off of. You're not basing off of, well, this company's cheaper because what they did a drive by, whereas this company's more expensive, but they did this. I don't think that that's going through their head.
So, and probably not. And the reality of it is, if you ask yourself, well, whose fault is it if something goes sideways? I think it's the business.
Yeah.
It's our choice to decide to do the estimating process, how we're going to do it. If it's online, or if it's, physically, hey, somebody wants a landscape. Now, no, landscape is one thing that we will not do without an on site visit.
Yeah.
We can't give them justice or us justice,
Yeah.
without that. Oh, so
And I
there,
think people spending more money probably appreciate that on hands-on process a little bit more because it feels like that's their job's getting a little bit more care.
yeah, that, and I do think they care about that because, when I say they care about it, the consumer cares about, in most cases, when it comes to landscaping or even lighting, landscape lighting, I want to talk to somebody. You
Yeah.
know, I want to find out what they want, what they don't want, what they like, what they dislike. Because there's too much involved in something like that. Now, I can agree 100% that when it comes to mowing and fertin weed and maybe even some aeration and overseeding, uh, that's fine. I've kind of grown into where I'm okay with the new process on that,
Yeah.
for most, including us. All right. But I still like looking somebody in the eye and talking to them. I mean, I personally think it just helps solidify the relationship potentially with somebody. Now, that's just my 2 cents worth. I'm curious, you guys that are listening to us, shoot us a text. Let me know what your thoughts all are on it. I'm just curious. 502 550 8307. 502 550 8307. Or, do you like to go look at them, or would you rather just look at it on Google Earth or some other platform and send an estimate out and put the work on?
Yeah. Well, I think there can be a hybrid approach too, where it's like the customer you can make it easier for the customer to sign up online, and then you can go do an estimate in person, um, like actually going and looking at the property if that's what's needed.
Correct.
Like there can be both of those in the same situation. Um, Now I've never shopped for a lawn service, but I know things like trash service, right? Like the person never came out and had to say, okay, well, let's meet up so we can talk about your trash,
Yeah.
right? Because it's similar to mowing. It's like, okay, well, I mean, it's a little bit even easier in a sense because it's just bring your trash cans to the yard. It doesn't matter how big anything is or whatever. But it's similar in the sense that like, or fertin weed even. So I never met with my trash people, but like I said before, when I wanted potentially my bathroom to be remodeled, they came out. I mean, they came out 3 times.
Yeah.
So I think it just depends on the scope of the work, the price that's going to be involved, the intensity of options, all those kind of things. It
And
really
it
get
does. I,
into it.
I really do think it boils down to the service. And that's pretty much what everybody's saying on their text. You know, um, Seth makes a really good point that, and that's true too. Mike will touched on that side of it too. But Seth said, as professionals, we can bring a lot of things up that they won't think about when it comes to landscaping.
Yeah.
And that's where I do think, some of your higher ticketed items that require, multiple plants or multiple materials. There is a lot that needs to go into it. And when you don't take the time to do it, and
It's
when I
going to
say
cost more time.
it's going to cost more time and more effort,
Yeah.
and then, well, I thought you liked those
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
the whole
thing.
point of doing what we're talking about is to save time and make the experience better, right? But if it doesn't do either of those things, then there's no sense in doing it. And I don't think there's yet a good way to do what we're talking about in a landscape renovation style project where, new plants and do this, do that, take this out, don't take that out. I think you're not saving any time or making the customer experience any better by streamlining those in the same way.
Yeah. Mike said he he prefers to do a personal estimate. Okay. But he said also he doesn't hardly meet anybody on mowing estimates. So I really do think that mowing, because Katie does most of the mowing and Fert from right here, right, Katie? I mean, you're doing a very large percentage of that here, and we're not getting pushback from uh, our crews or time taken to do the job or pricing. But Katie's really good about getting everything measured up accurately too. So I think that's the key. If you're going to do the quote unquote drive by estimate, only the new drive bys on a computer, and some of it's still done uh, in a vehicle. But if you're doing it on a computer, just make sure that you're verifying what you can verify.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things that you don't see, because we all know it. It's speed. It's the speed of the process from lead to the close of the sale. That this morning, hell, we had one, y'all. 22 minutes after we got the email, this guy had already found somebody, supposedly. And I mean, I'd emailed him back saying, because it was 2 commercial facilities that they wanted some mowing done on. One of them was sitting in the parking lot of a Walmart. So I couldn't tell what was theirs versus what the guy mowing for Walmart would be mowing. So I asked him if he could give us a call and or send us a picture of what their property lines are. Excuse me. So, and by the time I'd sent that out to him, which was 22 minutes from the time we got the email, he said, "Hey, I appreciate your follow up. I've already contracted with somebody." That's pretty quick. I mean, somebody either was really on the ball or somebody just looked at it and said, "Hey, we're going to mow this or this." Or maybe he was telling a fib too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to spend the time and effort to
do that, yeah.
To do that for us, and it'd be one of those things that would be a problem. It ain't our fault, but it is our problem. But then realistically, it is our fault for not gathering the true scope of the job prior to submitting a price on it.
Yeah.
So
I think that last case scenario is the case scenario in which, you as the business truly do win, because if he's not willing to do that at the beginning, as time goes by, he's probably going to become less and less responsive, or the other way where he has a problem, he wants it solved now, you have a question and it's a week later.
Right. And Mike makes a good point here too. He says some people like to meet just so they can be a micromanager. And I believe that 100%, to be the case in it. But let's see. Corey said for him, after visiting a person and spending time with them, the rejection is a bit worse than the drive-by. And that makes sense. I don't know if you're joking or serious, Corey, but the 100%, you feel like you get a little bit invested in this person, relationship wise, and talking to them. But hell, I do remember the days when I would look at everything and probably was harder to do then because I was production, I was sales, both. But I'd want to look at everything. And because what you can get into a lot of times, or not a lot of times, that's probably unfair. But, when you're talking about the services that we feel comfortable in bidding without seeing a lot of times is, the accessibility to the backyard. Because, what if they've had a fence put up? I mean, that doesn't sound like a big deal, but you can look at something on Google Earth And now they've got a fence up that you didn't see, you didn't ask about, and you're counting on cutting this back part of this property with a larger piece of equipment, but you get there and you're going to have to put a 36 in the backyard. You know, what I mean, that's potentially so. That's something we got to look at. It's what you don't get to see sometimes.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to having a good set of questions, your lead sheet that we actually have within the profit circle. I think we put in there a while
Yeah,
back is I think we put our lead sheet in there as an example for people to use to get the proper information and ask the questions on a regular, protocol, for
right.
what you're asking everybody.
Yeah, just so you don't forget something,
Mm-hmm.
and know that the suggestive selling side of that even is, and that's honestly something we could even get better at here at Wayne's Lawn Service, is the optional service. It's almost like if somebody gets a mowing or FERT or vice versa estimate, we should almost send the other if it's in a, um, especially when it comes to mowing, certainly add FERT because we service a lot of areas in fertilization weed control that we don't mow in though. So that would just be on a per basis thing. But again, it goes back to the suggestive selling side of things. And so whether you miss it on the square footage or the type of grass, the quality of the grass, do they have an irrigation system? Those are things that potentially you can ask on the phone. But when somebody sends a form fill through, and it's like our form fill. I don't know what yours looks like on your website, but you can't have too much on there that's mandatory.
Right.
I don't think Daniel's going to want to answer, 15 questions to get an estimate, about do you have an irrigation? What size fence or gate do you have on your fence? I mean, those are basic things. Do you have a dog? Is it an inside dog, outside dog? Is it, are there any?
I think there are ways you could make that happen and people wouldn't be too off put by it as long as it's easy. As long as it's easy. As long as it's
Yes, no's.
not necessarily yes, no's. I mean, that could be one way to do it. Um, but people, if I think the main thing might not be the response, but the question. If it's a super long question, somebody might be like, "Oh God, I got to read all this."
Right.
So if you can make them very short statements or questions, do you have a dog or do you have an outside animal? Do you have this? Keep it very short. Um, I think that would keep people engaged.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe moving along. And maybe, I don't know, do you feel like that's something we need to do? And more importantly, is that something you guys listen to us? Is that something that you need to do? I'm just curious what your for you guys that have a website, and hopefully most of you do, and you've got a form fill on it. What kind of questions are you asking on that form fill? I think that's it. I mean, because I know we don't get resistance on the phone from people when we ask those questions,
Right.
but I just don't know. The email's about the only resistance we get if we're going to get
Sometimes, yeah.
any, and that's not that much. But I don't know. Where's the line, Daniel? Where do you think the line is? And this may go back to customers' mindset too. I think it does really. Where's the line between the customer that looks at it and, like you said, and says, "Hey, these guys are really streamlined in getting these estimates out. They don't need to come out here to get me an estimate." Or the other side of that, where the customer says, "Well, they don't even want to spend the time to come out here and look at it. They don't care."
Personal preference,
Do
and
you
maybe there's a.
do you think that's more of a older age
I
group
think it
that wants
is.
to see somebody?
I think generally speaking, yes. I think most people these days, it's like, let me just continue doing what I'm doing, and let me have the 5 minutes that it takes to fill this out. Don't have to worry about doing anything else, and then it's done. I think most people nowadays are just more. They just prefer more of a less, uh, I guess maybe interactive approach.
Yeah. But why do you think those same people then get frustrated if something's not done the way they thought it was going to get done?
Because they, in their head, in my head, I'm thinking, well, if this is the way that the business has set it up, then they have set it up in a way that should be that should lead to things getting done correctly. As a consumer, if you set a process within your business, that means you've thought about how to make it work. So if it doesn't work, then why'd you set that process up? So now I'm kind of like,
So let's look at fertilization and weed control for a second. Somebody calls in here or sends a form fill through. Okay. We look them up and we look at their property, whether it looks good or bad, either way. Okay. If it looks bad, then hey, we do this. If it looks good, we do that potentially. But let's just say it looks really good on Google Earth or whatever platform you're using, but it's really not. But if I'm on site looking at that, I can tell that person that if they're there, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Or I can know, or I know that, hey, I need to bring it up in the email back to Daniel
right.
that,
And
hey,
I think that's what people want more of than let me be there with them. Hey, let's go ahead. I'll tell you all my information. Set up a time for you to come out, and I can do whatever. I can be at the zoo or I can be at work or whatever. And then you're going to come out, look at it, and then send me the information that I need for to move forward with this process.
so that I think is the home run. I think that's the real answer. They want the peace and mind of a secure and accurate estimate by doing an on-site evaluation, but don't want to give up the free time in a lot of cases
right.
for something as simple as mowing, fert and weed, hedge trimming,
Yeah,
mulching, that type service. So
I think so. Yeah. And some people won't even care that if you do or don't come out for some things, or maybe everything other than like the landscaping stuff. But
right.
some people are just going to be like, and maybe I'm in the same boat. And it depends too on, how laid back you are versus how much of a micromanager you are. But I'm in the boat of, yeah, I want this to be done right, but I'm also more lenient and I'm also more like, give it some time to work, or okay, the first one wasn't great, let's give it two or three more cuts to see what happens, to see if things, they're whatever. So I think it just is also personality driven on what somebody both wants and how lenient they're going to be. Like if you did do a virtual assessment and then that turns into a few small problems at the beginning.
Yeah. How many of you guys do virtual assessments? Curious. Doug, if you're listening, I'm curious if you do virtual assessments or if everything you do is on site or what it may be. So I don't know. I can talk myself in and out of this. Could be one of our new
Would you rather's?
would you rather's.
Yeah.
For our would you rather series. Would you rather go on site?
Would you rather do 100% on site or 100% virtual?
That's a good question. Let's do that. Because yeah, that could lead to something. I'm curious. What would you guys rather do, just for the fun of it? 100% virtual or 100% on site?
I think probably the amount of time you're going to save by doing 100% virtual is going to surpass the amount of money or time you're going to lose by doing 100% in person or whatever.
So
On
the
site.
sales of virtual are going to cover the. I think you're right. You would probably, especially
on the realistic services.
on the realistic services that you could do virtually.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, absolutely. So I think I don't know. I kick around this thing and I have for years about what's a better way of doing it. And I think for us certainly and yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that on the Would You Rather series. But speaking of
And if you have any other would you rathers for especially out in the field. Send those in. That would be. I want some.
What's that?
What, like, for people listening? Would you rather do this or do that? You know, specifically for out in the field.
Yeah.
Would you rather push mow an acre, or would you rather dig a, X amount of foot hole with a spade? Whatever.
Yeah. I've got Mike said in a perfect world, 100% online, but God, you just don't get a chance to talk to somebody though. See, and I mean, and I don't know, absolutely do virtual assessments. Seth says helps gauge my expectations before doing it in person. As a consumer, I would do in person. So let's see. Fred says 100% on site. I'm there to look at other service options that I can sell. Just what we were talking about earlier. That's what I like about that. It
Yeah.
gives you the opportunity to really see the job site in real time.
Yeah. And I think that goes back to what your niche is. Like, if you're a mostly mowing company who's mowing yards in a lower or low to middle income range, then maybe that's not as realistic as a spot for you to do an upsell. So there's no sense in trying and going out to do the upsell. But if your niche is middle to middle high income range, then there is more potential for that. So going on site for everything would actually be better.
See, Mike says he also thinks it depends on the size of the business. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, the size of the job, you know, I think that does play heavily into it, to say the least. And speaking of what would you rather do? Let's see. Seth says, I have a story I'll tell you about later that was first about mowing, but ended up being a full maintenance account.
There you go.
There you go. And those are some things sometimes you might not find out otherwise. But hey, right after us today, we got King Darren Gruner going to talk about solid tips to be the landscape hero for your clients. So he's going to break it down into 5 for discussion time's sake today. He said so. But, like anything, stay tuned. He's got 5 solid tips to be the landscape hero for your clients. And I don't know, maybe he'll elaborate on this a little bit. But I think we're all on the same page that when it comes to landscaping, for sure, lighting,
Yeah.
just in my opinion. What's your opinion on that, Kyle, on lighting, real quick? On site, it's almost got to be on site for lighting, doesn't it? I mean, landscape lighting. Well, yeah, consultation. It'd be, I mean, you can look at the front of a house and try to do something, but, or whatever.
Well, I mean, going back to like what Darren said too about being there at night to see where specifically their lighting needs are because of indoor lighting and all the other factors that go into that. Like, that's a big one for landscape lighting in particular.
Yeah.
I think does anything where there's going to be a design.
Yeah. And I think that this is one of those cases where it really is okay to have a policy in play for some things.
Yeah.
And get through the busy season. It's like us right now. Our lead generation's not anything like it is in the spring. So now maybe you can take a straight up mow lead, let's say, if you wanted to, and go ahead and set a time to go look at it, meet somebody with the full intentions of watermelons are $3 or the 3 for 10. Something that you're going to look at and to provide an upsell opportunity for everybody involved. Their landscape's going to look nicer, and you've got the potential to sell something other than. So,
I think a big part about that, we're not going to get into it today, of course, but making it easy for your customer to pay when you do have an upsell. That's a big one for
Yeah.
getting that upsell, especially the bigger the upsell gets, right? Like,
right.
You need to have alternate options for payment.
For payment when you do go into another direction with somebody. So, yeah, Seth, Kyle did see some big game, I think. They were curious how your trip was and if you saw anything. But see, what was the biggest thing you seen? That elk? The grizzly bears? So, pretty good size. Craig said as long as the competition's meeting on site, you have to meet on site. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, if it's, and like I said, that's its own discussion for another day. Is, the situation of rolling up and there's two of you there. How do you handle that? So uh, that's
How to turn that into a good thing.
yeah, how to turn that into some professional judgment, and what's the good thing to do with that, and uh, do you give the person the professional courtesy of time,
Yeah.
and which I think you do for sure. That's something we can certainly talk about, but I don't know if we accomplished a whole lot with our conversation today, really, other than I guess we did. I
I think
mean,
it's thought provoking.
yeah, it gets you thinking that it is. Hey, it is okay to go on and line and do some estimates virtually.
Yeah.
But it's also probably a better thing to do sometimes is to do some of those estimates when you need to be on site. Just again, it goes back to a lot of different things, but you know, I want to meet the person that I'm going to be working with if they're going to. Oh God, this is really a crazy way to end this, but if they're going to be spending some decent money, then it goes back to you don't appreciate the little ones. Yeah, you do. You appreciate each and every dollar that comes into your company. But there's a difference between somebody that's a $500 a year lawn application client,
Yeah.
and that's all they spend, versus somebody that's going to spend $5K on a lighting project.
Right.
Yeah, there is a difference.
Yeah.
And not that one's any less or more important than the other, but a lawn application is a whole lot easier application sold virtually.
Right. And I think to get a feel for your consumer, put something like this on your website, like a form fill that then you can do a virtual thing for. Like you give them that option. Would you prefer virtual or would you prefer, and then assuming that you're okay with doing the in person, of course. But then at least you can get a feel for, oh, wow, 30% of my leads that came through said they actually would prefer a virtual or vice versa.
Yeah.
So then you know where the market is headed.
Yeah. And how you need to address your company's procedures on it. Because I think really what it boils down to is close ratios. I mean, if you're closing a high enough percentage of your leads that you're comfortable with that close ratio, then I would say do it the way you're doing it. If you want to make a change, and change is generally good, even if something's working, we need to work on it sometimes. We can't get complacent and say, well, man, that's the way I did them back in 1979 or 1989 or 1999 or even 2009, 2019. I mean, you got to always be willing to step up, make some changes, make some adjustments, change the playbook up a little bit, right? I think that's very important. Like our buddy Purple Walrus, Aaron Walls. I mean, Indianapolis got to the line of scrimmage and changed the play right at the line. Purple Walrus. They had another play in place. So that's the question. That's the thought provoking process of today is put another play in place in your business. With that being said, we're going to hop off here. We're going to make room for King Darren Gruner as he talks about 5 solid tips to be the landscape hero for your clients. Remember, profit is not a dirty word, and we'll see you Wednesday with Richard with Toa. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, indeedy.
Oh, my goodness. We got a great show planned today. We're going to have a very special guest with us today, as well as you guys being here and all your interaction. We got a great day going. Can you believe it's hump day? Here we are moving through another week. Hard to believe it's already July 9th. Time flies when you're having fun, right? So, hey, looking forward to y'all's input today, as always on my show. My voice is a little bit crackly today. I apologize for that, but these allergies, man, have got me rocking and rolling. So, trying to get that figured out, but really nothing to figure out. Just we need all this allergy system to just roll through and be done for a little while. But I'm one of the people that it affects a little bit worse than others. So, but hey, you know what? If that's the worst thing that happens, it's a good day. It's a good day. Hope your week's off to a great start. I know ours is rolling pretty good here at Wayne's Lawn Service here in Louisville, and Profits Unlimited's rocking and rolling as always. But hope everybody showed up to work today and getting the job done for you. Hope you're getting the job done. That's right. Lead by example, right? Get the job done and make things happen, because that's what it's all about. Hey, speaking of making things happen, and I'm going to get my special guest here on probably in about 6 minutes, 7 minutes. But you know, special things happening. Aaron Walls. I want to give a big shout out to Aaron Walls, my buddy, who was won an award, and he got an award for being Business of the Month in Hancock County. So congratulations, Darren or Aaron. That's awesome. That's an awesome accomplishment, and I'm sure you worked hard for that. There ain't a doubt in my mind. So congratulations on that. I know it's always easier said than done to get something like that. Also, I wanted to give my buddy Sean a shout out. Seth, good morning. Uh, let's see. Oh my God, Seth, that's funny. Appreciate you listening, Seth. But I want to give my buddy Sean Soroy a big shout out in Winter Garden, Florida, for winning best of the best local landscaping companies down there. I saw that on his social media page. So looks like we got a lot of talented people listening to us here on Turfs Up Radio. Appreciate you guys and all your interaction. Seth sent me a good text this morning already. He said he had a dream last night he was buying a new mower. So he woke up and fixed a bowl of cereal. So I don't know. We'll see what that's all about. But hey, we are looking really forward to a great day today, and hopefully your week's been really good for you. And I'm really looking forward to getting Mr. Ogawa on my show today. He's going to give us a call here in about 5 minutes, and he's coming to us all the way from the West Coast. So early out there. So, Aaron Walls, you think you got it early in your time zone. Mr. Ogawa is coming to us all the way from California in the West Coast. So, appreciate that. Oh, my, Aaron, look at that. Aaron's hard at it. Got a picture there he just sent me of his lawnmower rocking and rolling today. A little grass on it and little notes. So, yeah, I tell you what, Aaron, it's for you and Sean and anybody else that's the accolades that you get. Just remember that, you work hard for those, and be sure to let your customers know about that, because the reality of it is, yeah, maybe somebody else could win, will win, and, in the future will win, but you have accomplished that goal. It was like for us, back in, I think it was 2008 we won best of Kentuckiana, they call it. That was one thing we got, and then we also that was local honorarium here that we got, and also we received a top 10 small lawn business through Landscape Management Magazine back in the mid 2000s. So It's always fun to get those things. You work hard, you get up, you work hard every day, and your team works hard every day, regardless of the size of it. And, whether you're a one truck operation or a multi crew company, it takes a lot to make it happen. And, you guys are making it happen. And even you guys that aren't, that I didn't give a shout out to, that, hey, didn't get an award or whatnot, know that you're doing what a lot of people wish they could do, and that is to own and operate their own business. And that's a little bit about what we're going to talk about with Mr. Agawa. And super nice guy. I had an opportunity to speak to him a little bit at the expo, and looking forward to our conversation that we're going to have today. So, with that being said, we're going to take a short break before he hops on and gives us a call, and we'll be right back. All right. Mr. Ogawa.
Good morning.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing?
Great. I appreciate you hopping on my show with me here on Turfs Up Radio, my friend.
Oh, absolutely, Wayne. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, yeah. And, it's really is a great opportunity to get somebody like yourself on our show and for our listeners, because I'm sure we're going to have a big conversation about not only what you guys do, but the industry as a whole. And what you guys see happening in all over the world, I guess, right? But certainly on the West Coast the rules are a little bit different than they are over here on the East Coast and in the middle. And I'm looking forward to your input on that. Quite honestly.
Oh yeah, happy to share it. And it's the wild wild west over here, with legislation kind of going back and forth, but ultimately, just trying to really solve problems out here, and trying to help landscapers just build a business to be more scalable and successful.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I've got a brief bio I just want to read for my listeners, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
And so just Corey, appreciate you tuning in as well. So we got several guys already text in saying they're looking forward to our conversation today, Mr. Ogawa. So
okay.
Little background on Mr. Ogawa is he's the CEO and owner of Gardenland Power Equipment, which was established in 1960, and they're a premier outdoor power equipment dealership in Northern California. And he's also the CEO and co-founder of TOA Industries, is what we're going to talk a whole lot about today. And that company was established in 2020. And Mr. Ogawa has over 20 years experience as a C-suite and entrepreneurial expertise in the market. And, that's awesome. And I sincerely do mean that for you guys listening to us today. You're not only getting somebody that's really great at what they're doing, but they've got a lot of experience and a lot of family experience. And we will talk about that as well. But under Mr. Ogawa's tenure, they've grown Gardenland Power Equipment into a $13 million business and being rated as a number one outdoor power equipment retailer in Northern California. So without further ado, Mr. Ogawa, I hope that was okay.
That was better than I could ever do. So I appreciate the introduction.
Oh, but hey, it's always fun to introduce somebody that's a down to earth person. And I know, from our brief conversation we had at the expo, as well as what I've know about you and have heard about you from Darren Gruner and Carissa. You're a very down to earth person. And I saw also doing a little bit of research and homework on my own. I understand that you grew up in the green industry as the son of a landscaper.
I did. My dad came from Japan, and there's not too many businesses where you can start with just a handful of equipment with a fairly minimal investment and kind of start your own business. And that's what my dad did. And I worked with him, and he used to drag me out of bed at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then you just got used to using tools and it just hitting the ground, right? And then eventually he started just complaining about the quality of tools, especially like pruning shears and fine shears. So he started importing them from Japan, and then his buddies started buying them from the back of his truck, which eventually led to him opening his own outdoor power equipment dealership.
So
So that's how I got into the.
and so you've been in California that entire time then. So is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay. And
Yeah.
it's funny. I use the word funny. I don't know if that's the right word or not, but I run into a lot of equipment dealers that
Mhm.
have the experience in the landscape industry as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually, quite honestly, I had contemplated that many years ago of, okay, and we've got a great dealer network here in my market here in Kentucky,
Yeah.
but
Yes,
still,
absolutely.
that ran across my mind that, hey, what could we do different and better? And you guys have certainly figured out what can you do different and better in a big way for the industry. And I understand you guys have been doing the battery tools at your dealership for what, 12 plus years now?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Eh,
Yeah. So we kind of pivoted our business about 12 years ago because we really saw the consumer side of the battery market really going quickly in the consumer side. And so we pivoted our business to really focus on the commercial side because there was a huge gap. And we had, being here in the Silicon Valley area, we had a lot of tech companies like Apple, Google, Facebook. All those guys are already mandating 13 years ago that they didn't want any gas equipment on their properties. Right. And back then, there just wasn't really high quality commercial grade equipment out there. So there was these really huge gaps of product. And that's really what helped us kind of really hone in with manufacturers and vendors to really come up with really good commercial grade quality products.
Now, have you all transitioned out of the service side of it from providing landscaping services, or do you all still have a crew as well as the dealership and TOA tools?
Yeah, so right now we don't have the landscaping side of it.
Okay.
We're purely an outdoor car equipment dealership, and what we're focused on now is expanding our dealership and really kind of focusing on battery technology and robotics. Those are the two key areas of focus for us, which we think are going to be very impactful areas for landscapers in the future.
Yeah, I saw on your all's website, I believe also that you guys have a whole showroom that's dedicated to the technology side, right? Of robotics and battery. And
Absolutely. So, our feeling right now is that we changed our showroom to be much more of a consultative type of showroom. So it's really an open format. We have literally booths of every vendor here with their programs. And it's really just a way for us to invite in our customers and consult with them on what their needs are, right? And what are the challenges that they're going to face as they transition from this gas to battery transition. And we find that in this kind of environment, this kind of way to do it and present it has been a lot more helpful in educating our landscape partners onto what the really pluses and minuses are in transitioning. And I think that's really important for people to really kind of first understand is what are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to do? How quickly do you want to do transition? And then in our 10 plus 12 years experience, here's all the pitfalls you want to avoid, or here are some of the things that we'd recommend to prevent things that you may bump into, like charging infrastructure. That became an issue very early on for us. And because there was such a gap and there was no one really addressing that issue, we started TOA back in 2020 to provide kind of these infrastructure charging solutions.
Well, I understand all you guys, I mean, during this transition, of selling the equipment first and then saw the next problem of, hey, how are guys going to charge all these batteries? Then you started the TOA side TOA tools. In California specifically, I guess you guys saw the need there before we saw it in a lot of other parts of the country, right? And
Yeah, so the trend that we've been seeing here on the California side was, obviously the number one, a lot of people talk about the environmental impacts and all that, but really the thing that really drove the adoption out here in California, the real thing that kind of made people switch was noise, right? And the blower being the number one kind of issue, right? And so that really drove a lot of people to go to battery because they wanted something quieter, right? And that I think was part of the push in that we've seen, at least in a lot of local ordinances, banning gas blowers was the thing that kind of triggered a lot of this stuff, right? And so what we started finding out is blowers take the most amount of battery and the most amount of juice, and and again, how do you charge those things up? And that's really where we started honing in on focusing on how do we provide some charging infrastructure. The other big piece, and if you're a landscaper, you're used to a brand agnostic world, right? Like most landscapers like the Echo PV770 blower, for example. That's the go-to blower, right? They might have the go-to hedge trimmer, their chainsaw. They might like their go-to steel product, right?
Right.
So it was very easy for a landscaper to pick the brands and the tools specific what they like, right? But now in this battery platform world, it's all about buying a battery platform, right? So you see this aggressive marketing of different manufacturers really trying to win the platform. And it's a hard decision now for a landscape company because now you have to go all in on one brand or the other, right? And
Right.
it's hard to find a brand that inclusively does everything really, really well, right? And there's lots of manufacturers trying to expand their breadth and their reach, and there's some that are really good at handheld stuff, and there's some that are very good at DTRs and riders, right? And it's hard to find a company that does it all well, right? Including the charging infrastructure.
Right.
So I think it's just a big choice, right? That you got to make now as a landscaper.
What do you see? What do you see in your area specific, and then we'll look at it at a much broader scale as well. But is it the 1 to 2 truck operations that are is it the smaller operations that are more resistant to the change going to battery as a whole, or are you saying the larger, the top 100 companies, let's say, that are saying, yes, this is going to be an investment, but it's going to be an investment in sustainability, for our company?
Yeah, I think initially we thought the transition would be easier for the 1-2 truck guy. But then what we've seen lately is the trend has been national landscape companies that are now committing a certain mandate of the company, like to be 100% battery, right? So we're seeing a lot of the top 100 landscape companies saying we're going to commit 10% of our fleet to electrification.
Okay.
We are definitely seeing that trend and push now happening because once people start understanding the ROI of battery, and typically we see that return on investment somewhere in the 15 to 2 year range. They're starting to see that at that point they're making money off the product, right? The product is now paying for itself. And it's a very hard concept to get to because you're kind of prepaying all your gas up front with battery equipment, and people don't truly have a measurement of how much gas they're using, how much fuel they're using, how much they're spending on maintenance, right? And the companies that have figured that metric out are clearly seeing the ROI of just converting to 100% battery.
It's just getting past that initial sticker shock, if you will, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
I know we've done some numbers with Crest, for an example, and well, that's what is so cool about your all's product is you take any brand and the charging system, the power management system works with it. But
yeah,
on that return on investment is a reality, and that's what I think a lot. I could see where that is a big challenge from your all's end, and and all the manufacturers of the equipment, the trimmers, the blowers, the mowers, and whatnot, convincing somebody that the return on the investment is there. But because they don't know their cost per hour of operation and the amount of fuel that they're really going through, number one, but the maintenance and repairs because of the fuel, if you will.
And we've definitely seen that impact as a dealership, right? Now dealing with commercial battery for the last 12 years, we've definitely seen an impact to our parts margin going down, our labor margins going down. Because of the efficiencies of battery, there's a lot less maintenance and parts required, right? So we've definitely seen an impact of that to our stores. So, I think the other important thing is when you're a landscape company and you're thinking about converting, you may not want to do 100% conversion right away. You may want to say, hey, let's just start with all our handheld stuff.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Is that what you guys are saying, where the guys will, because that's actually where we're at with our business. And that's is we're looking at okay, let's take all of our 2-cycle stuff and convert it first. It's not that we don't trust in the larger equipment, but it's just that seems like an easier transition.
Yeah. No, that typically is what we see, that people like that easier transition. They want to get rid of the loud, noisy equipment, right? Again, your blower is one of your key components of that. But what you really want to do is try to find a system that can scale with how you change and progress your business, right? And that's really why we came out with our TOA PDM. It's a simple one product appliance that you can use. It's brand agnostic. So if you wanted to use you like steel line trimmers and their handheld stuff, you can do the steel. And if you like the Echo product or the blower, you can use their electric blower, right? Whatever you like, you can use with this brand agnostic tool. The beauty of it is you're not all in, right? Like, it's not like you're investing in a proprietary charging system that only works with their product, right? And so if you decide, hey, I'm going to change my mind or I'm going to change my direction, you got to replace all your charging infrastructure, right? And that's where we're trying to provide a universal charging infrastructure that allows you to get into the business, and it can scale up and down because everything we do is modular. It starts with a piece and you can add another piece and you can keep expanding it as you need it. But you don't have to rebuild and reconstruct the whole thing if you decide to switch brands.
Yeah.
Right?
And for our listeners that are out there, I want you guys to kind of visualize, if you would, what Mr. Ogawa was saying and telling you. You almost have to look at it to appreciate it on their website to see the simplicity of their charging or their power management system. On these modules they're each individually very thin. It's not like a big cumbersome charging unit like you see on some products, right? And I'm not talking bad about a product or any particular brand, but it seems yours looks very sleek, very clean, and just easy to implement and use within a company. And I'm sure you got to get positive feedback, I would think, from the manufacturers of the equipment that you've made it so simple, right?
Oh yeah. In fact, we've helped sell a lot of other brand products and helped in the transition from gas to battery by just solving that charging piece for a lot of our manufacturer brands. Right. And I think the other key important piece of it is, if you just think of a single charger today, right? A single charger could be anywhere from 4 amps to 12 amps, right? And as battery technology keeps improving and more power and capacity gets held in these batteries, your chargers are going to be a lot more sophisticated, right? So you might have a charger that's a 12 amp charger, and if you have a 15 amp circuit in your wall, that means it's one charger per dedicated circuit, right?
Right.
And if you've got a trailer with like 20 batteries in it, you're going to need a minimum of 10 to 20 chargers, or potentially 10 to 20 circuits to charge it.
Yeah.
Right. And what our appliance does is you just plug one 20 amp circuit into our PDM, or we also have a 15 amp version. And you basically plug all your outlets into our device, and we'll manage all those outlets. And the difference that with our system versus everybody else's out there, a lot of people just use a sequential type of switching system. We actually are measuring what's being drawn. So as your charging cycle goes to stage 4 of charging, for say, like a lot of chargers start out with a kind of a slow charge, then they go to a rapid high amperage charge, and then they drop off to like 2 amps at the last 20% of the battery, right? And when you're at that 2, and it's only drawing 2 amps and it's charging that last 20 minutes, typically that could take the longest time to charge a battery. So now you got a wasted circuit with basically 14 amps of headroom, right? That's just sitting there because now the charger's at 2. You could be opening up all these other chargers, right, to allow you to utilize the open headroom in your circuit.
Right.
And that's what our system does. It doesn't just queue it and wait for the next battery to switch, right?
I've got a question, if you don't mind, that came through. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Not to interrupt you there, but I'm sure you're okay to take our questions that come through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Said, are the bigger companies changing to battery because they see that it's the trend or the end thing, or do you think they're really seeing the benefit of switching over? So I guess that, it's a pretty good question, really.
Yeah, no, I would think that people might initially think that, but if you really dig down to the numbers, the ROI is definitely there. And you will definitely see an impact on the return on investment for the amount of gas that you spend and the maintenance and the time that's involved with your guys going to get gas. If you measure all of those metrics, there's clearly a return on investment benefit to go battery.
Yeah.
And not only that, what's happening is that you're getting a lot of clients that are now RFPing landscape companies to have this as part of the requirement. Your opportunity cost that you're going to miss for these potential bids.
Yeah,
right?
we've had some of those come through here with our business, here in Louisville, Kentucky. Where
Yeah, absolutely.
they're asking, basically, are we using battery powered equipment? And you know how
Yep.
they go through and they rank.
Yep.
You're ranked, right?
Yep.
That's one of the things we gain points on is if we have battery powered equipment in our fleet.
Yes, absolutely. And, that was one of our aha moments for us is that, we go to all these HOAs and resorts, right, that have all of this. They don't want any gas on their HOAs. And, especially when COVID happened, right, where a lot of people were working from home, a lot of HOAs wanted to go 100% battery. Right. There's a lot of resorts that want to go 100% battery just purely from the noise aspect of it. Right.
Right.
And what we've seen happen is, we go to these big resorts, we'll go to these big HOAs, and they're like, you know what? We're not going to deal with it. We're going to force the RFP on our landscape company. Right. So now they're pushing that effort towards the landscape or making the landscape company solve that problem for them. So if that's the case, you're going to be missing out as a landscape company on these really unique opportunities where people are mandating and RFPing this requirement into the bid. So for any reason at all, why would you want to miss out on that opportunity?
Right.
And I think it's an opportunity that you have to measure too, and measure that opportunity cost if you don't have this as part of your solution.
Yeah, I think it's almost like the robotic mowing, don't you? I mean,
Yeah.
where you just fit differently. And I think a company's going to have to, a commercial contractor like us and all the others in the country, and even municipalities. Obviously, I could see where municipalities with their own equipment, where they're not outsourcing the service at this time from a contractor. I think they're having the same issues with fuel maintenance repair expenses. And
exactly.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we do here at Garden as a dealership is that when someone brings in a broken down gas unit, right, usually a typical 2-cycle unit breaks down, we loan them a battery tool, and they come back and say, just keep the gas, don't repair it, we'll just keep the battery. And what happens is people start understanding the power it has now. I mean, there's more torque, and there's really a certain handful of tools that there's no reason to actually have gas, right? Like a line trimmer. Like today, a line trimmer, you get easily 2-3 hours runtime off one of those things with one battery. It has more torque and more power than your gas unit. There's no reason to have a handheld blower.
Are you seeing, Mr. Ogawa, or are you all seeing that it's harder to convert an older company like ours, for an example, where we've been in business 46 years, and when we initially saw battery, we saw inefficiencies in it, like anything, that it was new. And so it wasn't just the longevity of the battery, it was just the whole concept of battery and not having the power, the torque, or consistency in the operation. Are you seeing that younger companies, and I'm not just talking about mid-20s, but somebody say 35 and younger being more receptive, or where's that cutoff to where you guys see, hey, it's not a hard of a sell once we get past the cost side of it
I think with the original, I like to call them the OG gardeners, right, who are just out there and they know their equipment and they've used it for so many years. And they're so familiar with it, right? And I think that the perception of runtime, the perception of the quality is not as good as gas and all that. That today is really out the door. I mean, commercial productivity, commercial performance is absolutely there. In fact, you can get higher performance and better efficiencies running battery tools on certain tools now than you would gas. And I think you're seeing the transition happen in by product, right? And I think that's where it's really, really important. Like blowers now are being forced to because it's just the pure noise aspect of it, right? So I think landscapers are starting to realize I can get into battery without having to do the whole brand platform switch. I think that is the big mentality shift that's hard for people to get over. Right. It's like, just get started in battery. Like, find the 3 or 4 tools that make sense to do in battery and make it part of your toolbox. Right.
Yeah.
Don't make it bigger than that. Right. And use our total infrastructure or charger that you can just use it in universal. So if you do decide to eventually go to the full platform, you can do it. And if you decide to switch, you're not going to have to reinvest in all of that. Right. And I think that's the message that I would say is just get started. It should be another tool in the toolbox. It shouldn't be any more than that. It shouldn't be about, hey, oh my God, what it's going to take and all this. Look at it and say, there's hedge trimmers right now that can get 4 hours of runtime on the battery. There's no reason to have a gas one where it's blowing smoke in your face, right? Like, there's certain tools that it makes absolute sense to go battery, right?
Yeah.
And I think once you start adopting a component of that, and once you start seeing the missed opportunity cost that you have when you have clients that are wanting to go 100% battery, all of that will just make a logical sense and a transition to get involved, right, and to start. And I think that's what my big message would be to people is don't overthink it. Just add another tool in your toolbox, right?
Yeah.
And by doing that, you get started. You can start seeing the immediate benefits of it. When you start using battery, you get to all these other possibilities, right? Like, you can start using the blower inside. Right, you can starting inside the corners of your job sites earlier because it's quieter. Right, you'll get opportunities to outbeat your competition because you can provide this solution for them. Right, and I just think that if you just get started and you start scaling your business into it, it's a great way to just get going. Right, and you'll immediately see the positive benefits of transitioning over to the battery product.
Now, with the TOA system, okay, and how they plug into each other, if you will, based on how many outlets somebody needs or how many batteries they're trying to charge. The output capacity, you talked a little bit about that earlier. Is that the same for each one of them? I know you mentioned one's 15 amp, one's 20 amp, but when you plug, say, 3 Echo blower batteries into the plug, the inlets of that one charging station, if you will. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How does the TOA system regulate? How does it not blow the breaker?
So we have proprietary technology in there that says, hey, this is the threshold of your circuit, right? Typically it's 80% of whatever that circuit is, whether it's a 15 amp circuit or a 20 amp circuit. You're not allowed to exceed that. Right. So we have a hard threshold that says don't exceed that. If it does, shut the outlet down. But what our system does, it measures. So that last unit that went over the threshold took 6 amps. Right. And so we'll memorize that. And then we'll constantly do a scan every 20 to 30 seconds to say, okay, when that 6 amps of headroom becomes available, turn me on. Right. So that's always allowing you to get the maximum amperage of your circuit 24/7. Right. Okay. And that's very unique and different because as chargers get more and more sophisticated, you're going to see a lot more fluctuation in these chargers. It's not your, old school charger. It's a 2 amp or 4 amp charger and you plug it in and it just stays there all the time. These chargers will start at 2, go up to 8, drop down to 2 again. They kind of fluctuate up and down. So you maybe come at the end of the day, plug all your stuff in, and you leave the day thinking everything's good, but then your charger's ramped up and shut off your circuit and you come in and nothing's charged. Right.
Now, does it also take and control that, Mr. Ogawa? Does it, in other words, let's say I got 4 batteries plugged into one unit, one charging station. Does it get one to a certain level, then rotate to the next one? Or are they charging them basically together, or
it'll charge it'll give you the full amperage out of your circuit. So whatever chargers you have in line or in queue, it'll open up the circuits and charge all those chargers. As soon as you exceed it, it'll shut all the other ones off. But as soon as there's open headroom available, it'll start hunting and memorizing the ones that shut off to turn them back on.
Okay.
So that's what's unique about ours.
So it really is plug and play. Let's see what happened to us here.
there's available, have to start opening up all the other ones that need to do that, right? So what's unique about that is typically what we see is a 6-to-1 ratio. So if you were to need 6 dedicated circuits to do your charging, if you used our one PDM, you can reduce 6 circuits to 1, right? That's how efficient our PDM product makes it. What's nice about that is because you have to think about, you're going to have on-site charging issues when you come and charge everything when you come back from your job. And then you're going to have mobile charging issues, right? Where you may be out in the job site and you need to charge on the job site, right? And that's where you can utilize our PDM with our BPS, our battery powered system, to now provide you power on the go. So you have the ability to do on-site charging or mobile charging as well.
All right. So
right?
here's a question,
So
if you don't mind, real quick, before you go too far on that. Gentleman asked, he said, so I can charge my power tool batteries like drills and saws, as well as a mower battery. And he gave an example of like using an 18 volt and a 60 volt on one charger system.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you look at our appliance, it's an outlet. It's basically like an outlet on your wall, right? So anything you can plug in an outlet in your wall, you can plug into our charging system. And that's the beauty of our platform. It'll allow you to charge multiple things. Like you may have, you're just like this gentleman said, drills and tools, right? From, a brand that's a different voltage platform. It doesn't matter. We'll plug in any 120 outlet that has the 120 outlet, just plugs right into our tool.
And how many of the, for you guys that haven't maybe looked at it yet online, while we've been on today, if you want to Google it real quick so you get an idea, it's towatools.com, just TOWA tools.com. You'll see these green charging stations there. And a question I've got, if you plug 2 or 3 of those together, Mr. Gawa,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you plug, then that's going into a 20 amp breaker circuit, correct?
That's right. Circuit. Yep.
So when it's going into that circuit, then even though I may have 12 batteries on that plugged into, 2 or 3 of those units, I'm still good on that 120 amp circuit.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So the beauty of that is you plug everything through, you plug that one plug into that 20 amp circuit, and then and you plug everything into our PDMs, and our PDMs will manage all of that. So that's simple as plug and play, and then you can just add more units as you need more outlets. And then the next step of that, which is where I think a lot of people have to start thinking about, is eventually you're going to want to manage all that, right? Like you're going to want data on that. You're going to want to understand, hey, how much power am I actually using? How many of these outlets are actually on? How much energy am I actually pulling? Are there cheaper times to really start charging so I can get the benefits of the lower charge rates later in the evening? That's our new MCU, our master control unit, which can actually sit on top of that. And it's software now that basically helps you manage all of that. Right.
Nice. So where you're not pulling on in the middle of the afternoon when it's 90 degrees outside and everybody's trying to run air conditioners and everything else, and you're paying an X number of.
You're playing the peak rate.
Yes.
Yeah. And that we think that's going to be more and more important down the road, because as more and more people leverage the infrastructure, more and more people are charging, or more people are converting, the only way that people are going to be able to manage that is by charging higher rates. Right. And that's where it's going to be really, really important that you have a system that can grow with you, that can eventually manage that, right, and be able to control that. And with our master control unit, you can then say, hey, I want to start charging at 8 p.m. Because that's when the lowest charge rates happen. But you also have to know, hey, do I have enough time left to charge everything I need to do? And that's coming up with a sophisticated charge plan. And with our master control unit, allow you to do that. And I think that's what people have to start looking at as they're looking at platforms, as you're looking at partners, solutions and vendor solutions that are out there. Make sure it can scale with where your business is going to go in the future. Right.
What about the guys got, let's say, we've got this system implemented in our shop, and we come back and we plug all of our batteries in, whatever that number may be. Okay.
Yep.
What's the recharge time? Does it depend on, obviously, how many batteries you got plugged into one 20 amp circuit?
Yeah, it absolutely does. It's really simple math, right? You got 20 amps coming out of, or, 20 amps coming out of that circuit, and you've got X amount of hours per day, that gives you X amount of watt hours of charging or amperage of charging. And then you say how many batteries you have, right?
Okay.
Typically what we're seeing on a 20 amp circuit, we have a lot of people using what we call a 4-stack or a 3-stack. That means 3 of our units stacked on top of each other, or 4 of our units stacked on top of each other, which potentially gives you like 16 chargers, right?
Okay.
Now, remember, some of these chargers could draw up to 12 amps. So that means that you could have 16 dedicated circuits, or you can have just one using our TOA 4-stack, right? So the cost savings on the infrastructure is significant, right? And what we're trying to say is spend the money on our TOA product versus your infrastructure. That'll give you more money to spend on your tools, right? And I think even if you've already made the investment where you've converted and you've created all these dedicated circuits, our appliance is still going to make it a lot more efficient for you and cost effective, right? And so in any case, you want to have a power management system that helps you manage the power efficiently. And that's really, really important, so you don't overbuild your infrastructure. And I think that's one of the key messages that we're trying to get across with our product solution.
This is, I mean, it's just really almost like it's too good to be true on the technology that you guys have got to make it easy on a business, right? Or municipality. Yeah. It doesn't matter. As far as you're taking the guesswork out of it from the team that's responsible for charging the batteries, of just, hey, plug it in a wall. And then I guess the complexity for somebody that's going to do a lot of batteries would be just either having knowing where those separate circuits are at, so you're not running and or having a few separate circuits ran specifically for your power station, right?
Absolutely. So that, it's amazing. We like when you originally asked the question, is it the top landscaping companies or 1-2 truck guys doing the conversions? We got calls from top 100 landscape companies saying, hey, we dedicated a branch, 2 branches to go 100% electric, right? And we lease this building. For us we can't even bring in the extra power needed to charge everything. So that we'd come down and take a look at what they had, look at the power balance. All right, fine, we'll put in X amount of PDMs on your circuits. And we kind of reconfigured their layout, saying use these PDMs in these areas. And we were able to get 120 batteries in one branch charged just using our TOA system, right? The amount of infrastructure they would have needed to invest to do that wouldn't even have been a feasible solution for them. Right. And we are doing this every day with a lot of branches who lease their properties because they don't want and can put that kind of infrastructure in their building. And that's where our system is allowing you to do that. The other component of it down the road is going to be, now, after you've done that investment, right? I don't want to have to switch it, right? If I went to a different battery platform. Well, that's the beauty of our system, because it's brand agnostic and universal. You don't have to. Right, you just plug the other brand system into ours, and it'll work.
Right. I saw a picture of y'all's field day where you had, everybody and anybody that had battery part equipment was there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it was, all of them. I mean, just without naming them, they were all there, and I think that's what really is convenient and makes your product that much better. Even is that because contractors are bad about not being brand specific. I will say that. I mean, we're pretty good about it with our business, but we still have, a couple different brands, and I think you guys have certainly solved the problem for people from a charging standpoint. Let me ask you, if I could, Mr. Ogawa, on the portability charge aspect of this.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. If I don't have a lot of extra batteries per se, or maybe I do have an extra battery, is there any mechanism to charge in the field at this point?
Yep. Yeah. So we have what we call our BPS, our battery powered system. And again, everything we build at TOA is modular and scalable. So we start out with a 3,000 watt, kind of like a battery generator, as you want to say, and you can add 2,500 watt expansion packs, right? So you can expand and add these 2,500 watts as you need it. So if you want 5,000 watts of charging throughout the day, you just add one BPS and one expansion pack.
Now, if
And
you
now
would
have,
explain that to me as a novice in electricity, what
Yep.
does it mean I can charge what? How many batteries? I guess it's the volts of the batteries, but if I'm replacing my 2 cycle equipment, okay,
Yep.
can I plug 4 in, 5 in? What's the chart before I have to recharge my portable unit?
So right now, the most common setup we see, and we put these into our trailer solutions, where we'll bundle our BPS with our PDMs. And typically what we're seeing is a 5,000 watt system or a 7,000 watt system, and that'll give you from 12 to 16 batteries that you can recharge. Right. So that typically is what we're seeing work really well in 2-man, 3-man type of crew situation.
And that recharge time would be like what out in the field when you're getting your power through a battery to a battery?
A lot of times what we see when they come back at the end of the day, half their batteries are already charged.
Okay.
Yeah. So if they're running out there with 20, 22 batteries, by the time they come back, a lot of almost, it's not half or 3/4 of the batteries are already fully charged. So when they come back, they're not utilizing all this infrastructure to charge at peak rates, right? When they come back at the end of the day, which typically is the highest charge time.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that
and then eventually what they learn is that hey, maybe I don't need to go out with 23 now. Maybe I can cut it down to 15, right? And they start learning that, and they say, now I want more power on the go versus coming back. So let's just expand more packs, right? And that's the beauty of having a modular system. And you want something that's portable and modular, not some massive, huge thing, right? You don't want this, this thing that you got to crate into your trailer and it's stuck there and it can't be used for anything else.
Right.
Our BPS system can roll out. It just rolls out. It's 3,000 watts, like a little rollover suitcase, and you roll it out. You can use it on the job anywhere, right? If you have power going out at your yard, you can roll it. If your house goes out, you can use it as a backup power. There's a lot of versatility to that product.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the other expansion that we have to our BPS is our new power vault system, which now is a locking container unit that you can store all your chargers and batteries in it. And it's all power managed with our PDM technology and our master control unit, so you can see what's going on in this vault. You can lock everything up, and that's the other big piece that people are missing is the capital investment in batteries is super expensive, but so is the theft, right? And these batteries will walk out, and people can't control it, right? And our vault system will help you lock it and contain it, but it also contains it in a way that's fire preventable, so that if there is a fire, if there is an issue, it contains it within our vault, right? So these are all really, really important things to think about as you're scaling and adding more battery equipment to your business, right? How are we going to store them? How are we going to charge them? How are we going to secure it and protect the asset management of it, right? Those are all the things you got to start thinking about as you expand and grow in the battery side of the business. The other things you have to think about is what are the transportation requirements? Are there going to be requirements on the DOT of me putting battery in my trailer? What are the insurance impacts that are going to happen if I now have more battery lithium on my trailer? Right. And we're trying to be ahead of the curve in solving a lot of those future issues that are coming down the pipe.
Yeah, that's what that was one of my next questions was what does that do if you're hauling around that type of lithium battery content, right?
Yeah.
What does that do to it? Are we going to have to placard the trailers? Do you think that's going to be done on a national level, or is that going to be a state to state level? What do you guys think?
And these days it's really hard to tell, right? Like we have states going crazy, like California, right? And just making all these mandates, and then at the federal level, it's going to be a big issue when fires start happening. People are going to start wondering, right? And people are going to start mandating. Insurances are going to start dropping, right? And those are things that we've got to start solving now, right? And prevent them from happening so that we don't run into these problems, right? And that's my challenge is like, there's a lot of offshore products that are being thrown out into the battery world. And my caution to you guys would be don't invest in a brand that is a credible brand that's going to back up their product and is using an authorized dealer network to service it, right? If you buy this stuff off the market or overseas, and they're not investing all of this, safety into it, and it gives the whole industry a bad name, the whole category battery a bad name, right? So it's really important that you deal with a credible dealer network, or at least a manufacturer that is supporting the servicing dealer network, so they can take care of you and are giving you products that are high quality, and then they've invested in that safety component of the business, right?
Yeah, right. What does on the individual? I'm calling it a charging station. Where it's got like the five plugs on each station,
Yeah.
if you will. What is it on the far right side of it where it says not switched? What does that mean?
All we're doing there is that you use that to power the next unit.
Okay.
So you plug we have a power connector. So you plug it in that not switched one, and you plug it into the other one, and that'll make the two units work together without you having to put a separate power cord for each one.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it'd be a simple answer. In looking at it, I was wondering what the not switched is,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
How does somebody get your all's product? Is it through a dealer network? Do they order direct?
Yeah, we actively use a dealer network. We also work through distribution. You can order also directly online at toatools.com. We also provide consultative services. So if you're a landscape company looking to convert and you want someone to give you an assessment, we go out and we'll do that for you on your site. So we can offer that service as well. But again, we have a lot of active dealers as well. We're looking for new dealers all the time. And so if you're interested, if you're a dealership looking to get into it, please let us know. We're also working directly with top 100 landscape companies or any landscape company that's looking for help, right? Give us a call. We're happy to consult. We know it's a journey and it's a kind of a hard puzzle to figure out, but there's a really easy way to get involved. And you can start out small and then you just grow it. Just make sure you're working with a system that can grow with you, right? And not necessarily be this huge investment where you're going to do a complete changeover, right? And then you're stuck in it if you don't like it.
Right. And, that's something I would like our listeners to know too, and Mr. Ogawa, so the company that I have, Profits Unlimited, we actually help companies calculate cost per hour of operation. And like you said, when you run a cost sheet, if you take one of our cost sheets and you run through a battery powered piece of equipment, you guys, I want y'all to understand that don't look at the price tag of the equipment. I know it's very important. I understand that, but you got to look at what is the time frame on that return, and how long is it going to take to make it make sense. And then too many times as contractors, we don't know what we don't know about where that's at. And so therefore we say, oh, that's too expensive. It doesn't make sense. But when you're not spending X number of dollars a month, I don't want to throw a number out because it's different for everybody based on the size of your company. But what I do know in working with contractors since 1990 with this is that once you understand where your true expenses are and where that return of investment becomes, I think you guys are going to see the battery equipment make sense. And now Toa Tools has given you an option that says, hey, now I don't have to worry about having 75 different plugs all over the place, trying to make this happen and blowing breakers in my shop or at my home or in my garage, whatever size of that company, may be. So the upfront cost is going to be a little bit for you guys. Would you mind sharing a little bit what a basic system costs to, for a guy to get involved with your house system?
Like our TOA system is $650. If you were to come in and hire an electrician to add a dedicated circuit, we're typically seeing that for over $2,000, right? So the investment immediate right off the bat is there. And if you think about for every charger that you would need, and let's say a minimum charger is drawing 5-6 amps, right? That means the max you're going to get is 2 or 3 chargers per outlet, right? In a lot of cases, some of these chargers are even higher now. They're like 8 to 12 amps, meaning you only get one, right? So you can kind of do the math there. Like if I had 6 outlets to charge the batteries I have or just one, and it's going to cost me $650 to do it. Right. And that's how much our system is. Our BPS systems run basically $1 a watt. So if you need 5,000 watts, it's roughly 5,000 for a whole trailer solution. And then our power vault systems start anywhere around $7,000 to $10,000. And it's a complete locking system, and it's managed, and you can remote into it and get real time data on it.
And I know you guys have been in what 5 years in with the TOA system, correct?
That's right.
What do you guys anticipate the life expectancy of these things to be before you start, for something to be replaced?
For a battery or for our appliance?
For your all's appliance itself.
Our appliance, well, there is no shelf life on it, really. It's a pretty sophisticated,
So as long as somebody's not, how guys can be with equipment. But I mean, if this is stored in a location where it's not getting thrown around and knocked around and dropped and knocked off the shelf, these things are going to last a long time for you guys.
Yeah. I mean, we put an immediate 2-year commercial full exchange warranty. Anything goes wrong, we just exchange it for 2 years. And typically, this technology that we've been utilizing has been based off of old EV technology that's out there, or so it's built for being a much higher capacity in the future, because we know as the future goes down, the charging amperage is going to be a lot higher in the future. So we've already built it with a platform that allows us to scale at a much higher rate. So it can scale as the transition of the industry grows and expands in the battery world. Do
you see, and I appreciate your time this morning. You've been on almost an hour with me. I do appreciate your time. Do you see the industry, and just going back a few years, and this is nothing to do with batteries, but you understand my comparison, I'd like to get your opinion on. When diesel motors first came out, smaller for, 250s, 350s trucks and whatnot, okay? Diesel fuel obviously used to be less expensive. Now it's went over the cost of other fuel. So here's what I just want your professional business opinion on, if you don't mind. And I promise we won't throw rocks or darts at you. As more and more contractors are switching over to battery-powered equipment, do you think that we're going to see the more we build these things and the more we do it, do you think the cost on the equipment will go down, but the price that we're being charged for electricity will go up because of the demand potentially?
Yeah, I do. I do anticipate that, because I think that we're going to be challenged infrastructure-wise. You already see it in certain states, right, where they're mandating these changes, right, and we don't even have the infrastructure to support it, right? And so the more people are pulling, they're going to have to regulate it somehow. And the only way that I could see them regulating that is by raising rates.
Right.
Right. So the ability to then be able to measure, understand, and control and manage your power is going to be even more important.
That's where the new aspect of your management system is going to be so important, isn't it?
Right. And that's why I think when you're looking at a system, make sure that it can expand as your business expands, right? And invest in the future, right? And our product roadmap is extensive of looking at, we're trying to be 5-10 years ahead of where we think the battery trend is going to go, and anticipate what solutions you'll need then, right? And have a system that you can keep adding to and growing with. And that's really, really important. And I think that when you're looking at a solution, make sure that it's got that perspective in mind.
I thought it was really interesting when I was watching a video on your all's website, and after talking to you for the last hour, I knew it would be solidified after talking to you, and I believed it just watching it. But it was when you explained TOA, if you will, the definition being universal, permanent, and long lasting. And I think that is the selling point to us as contractors, or anybody that needs a power management, power management. Let's just call it that, because that's what it is, right? It's a power management system that you guys have developed and implemented and made available to the industry, when you've got the confidence to know that, hey, it's universal, it's permanent, it's long lasting, what else could a contractor or a municipality or anybody that's looking at a budget trying to figure out, hey, where's my best return on investment? I think you guys have hit a home run with the name and that honestly. And I mean, you guys know it, but I mean, it was actually a selling point to me, honestly, with the confidence that you all put out with that. Just and I'm glad y'all included that into that video, as simple as it was, because it was really cool.
Well, I appreciate that, Wayne. That means a lot. Look, people ask me, like, you're a garden land, you're an outdoor power equipment dealer. What the hell are you doing manufacturing? Like, there's just a need, right?
Right.
There's a definite need in the market, and no one was addressing it. And 4 or 5 years ago, nobody was talking about power management or charging.
Correct.
And that never even came up, right? And yet we were focused on it, and we stayed focused on it. We stayed committed to doing that. We've had our product out there, 5+ years, longer than a lot of these other guys have had a power management system. So we know a lot of the challenges ahead of the curve, and we're trying to anticipate what those other things may be 5 to 10 years from now, right? And I think, our goal is to continue to lead on the innovation side of that, and to continue to partner with our manufacturers to help them sell more product, right? And that's what we want to do. We just want to help the industry, help our landscapers in this transition from going from gas to battery, and doing it in a cost-effective and scalable way, right? And that's what I love about our system. It's $650 investment. Get started, right? Start with one tool. Start with 2 tools. You don't have to overthink it, right? But make it another tool in your toolbox, and that will grow and expand and give you other opportunities you may or may not have had, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how to reach out to you? We're up on our time. Reach out to you. How somebody get a hold of your team if they're interested in more information about the TOA system?
Yeah, just go to our toatools.com. If you're interested in becoming a dealer, there's a dealer network number or link that you just push into becoming a dealer. If you're a landscape company and you'd like to get some consultative information, just send us an info through our website, and we can schedule something, and we can set up an initial kind of assessment meeting. We're happy to do that as well. And if you're a manufacturer looking to add this as part of your solutions, we do OEM our technology to our manufacturer partners, and we have done that. So we're happy to explore that with you as well.
Good deal. Well, hey, Mr. Ogawa, I appreciate your time. I'll let you get back to your morning out there in California. I appreciate you reaching out early, and not a doubt in my mind you've been up for a couple hours anyway. That's just the way it is when you're the owner, right? And we get more done by 9 o'clock than most people do all day.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, I just want to thank you and appreciate your show. I love what you're doing. I appreciate that you're helping, other landscape companies, right? Really helping them. And it's a passion of mine. I want to keep landscapers going. It's in my blood. And so I appreciate what you do.
I appreciate you saying that. Honestly, dude, coming from a gentleman with your experience, we're doing it for the right reasons, like you guys are. It's because we want to see people succeed, be successful, and be profitable. And maybe we can work together on helping some landscapers understand the return on investment. I'd love to potentially talk to you about that. So,
absolutely.
But
have that conversation.
And Chris has been great to work with too. I want to give her a shout out.
She couldn't do without her.
It's like Katie here with me. I don't know what I'd do without her too, but Chris has been great to work with, and give her a great shout out, and look forward to working with you guys in the future. And we appreciate you getting there on Turf's Up Radio with me.
I appreciate it, Wayne. You have a great rest of your day.
You too, my friend. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Mr. Richard Ogawa with TOA Tools. And again, if you want to check them out, check their website out. It's TOA Tools. That's TOWA Tools, TOOLS, just tools, TOATools.com. Check it out. You'll see the simplicity in it. And it really is just that easy. And I'm looking forward to talking to them more about their charging system as well. because, like Mr. Ogawa said, I mean, the reality of it is 15 months to 2 years is the range on a return on investment. But hey, sit down and figure it out for you, and whether you're a one truck operation or a multi crew company, I think we need to look at the future because it's here. It's here. Now's the time for each and every one of us to think about and how many times haven't you guys heard me talk about it, about what's the differentiator between you and your competitor? And this is something that I think is a certain differentiator. And like Mr. Ogawa said, and I've seen it here within our own market in Louisville, you're scored on some of the bids that you send out and on your longevity, your company, and this, that, and the next thing, right? And when you come in and they ask you, hey, what's your sustainability model for not using fuel or electric products or however they want to do the verbiage with it, the reality of it is it's going to help you. It's going to help you. So help yourself, if you will. And again, reach out to Toa Tools, straight to their website. It's the website. You pop it open, you won't have any question at all what they've got and how they do it and why they do it right there. So with that being said, we're going to let King Darren hop on here. We appreciate your time today. Appreciate the questions you guys sent in. And if you have any other questions, feel free to send them to me. I can get them to Carissa or Mr. Ogawa, and they are great people to work with, just like you heard him right there, free with all the information to help you make your company more successful, more profitable. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Friday. You guys have a great day. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, my goodness. We have got a show planned for you guys today. We're going to do a lot of shout outs today. We're going to talk about a lot of fun things today. And we're going to do a little bit of business today as well. But hey, first thing I want to do is give a big shout out. This is before my shout outs to our dedicated crew starting this morning. Mr. Aaron Walls coming to you live. He did from Hallsville, somewhere around Hallsville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy, my buddy Aaron. I'm not making fun of it, Aaron. I really ain't. It's just down there in the country. He'll tell you it's down in the country. But super great guy, super great show, and glad to have him on with us and represents Turfs Up Radio well. Definitely one of the dedicated crew members here at Turfs Up Radio. And then followed up by Daniel, Vitamin D. Another great show on his Fun Fact Friday. We're actually going to talk about one of his fun facts today that I thought was pretty cool. And then here we are to the world famous Turfs Up Radio show, Profit Time. Actually, all of our shows here are world famous because we're listened to all over the world. And it's live. We are the only live radio station dedicated 100% to the green and white industry. And we can even narrow that down. We're the only live radio show dedicated to the industry. That's just it. I mean, 100%. I mean, there's 6,723,000 podcast people out there, but that's what they are. They're an individual doing podcasts, and that's a great thing, not minimizing that at all. But we are an actual live radio station with 24/7 entertainment and music, and we are very proud to be a part of that. And would like to thank King Darren Gruner, who's out this week celebrating his 60th birthday. Hard to believe he's that old, but hey, I hope he's having fun doing whatever he's doing. He didn't say what he was doing. I just know that he's out and about celebrating a little birthday with his bride, Renee. So hopefully if they're in an area where they can listen to us, Hope you guys are listening, and it's always great to represent Turfs Up Radio here on my show, Profit Time. I've been a business consultant since 1990 with Profits Unlimited, and I really enjoy doing my Monday, Wednesday, Friday show here on Turfs Up Radio for you guys. Because it's all about helping to elevate and educate the industry. And a lot of talk about that by a lot of different people, but you know what? Hey, we're here doing it. We're here doing it. When I say we're here doing it, all of our show hosts are here doing it, and we appreciate the opportunity. And without you guys, none of it would be possible. So we do appreciate each and every one of you all that listen to us on a regular basis, and your text into our shows is absolutely awesome. And if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't even have a show. So with that being said, let's see what in the world we got going on here today. It's hard to believe it's another Friday has rolled around. Friday the 11th. At least it's not Friday the 13th. But and I don't know, I'm not a big believer in Friday 13th being a bad day. Hell, if you wake up, it's up to you to make it a good day. That's the reality of that. So but it is Friday. We have made it through another week. Hope your week's going well. Don't know what you got going on today, but regardless of what it is, and if my voice seems a little bit off today, it is. I'm struggling with a cold. I think that's what it is. I don't feel bad. I just sound bad and coughing, but I am coughing a lot less than I was, so that's a good sign. And everything that I'm hacking up is white, so that's a good sign. So so I don't think I've really got anything really messed up going on. It's just my head's kind of clogged up, a little bit, but it's not clogged up too bad. Kind of like Roto Ritter. That's his name. Take some, what's that stuff that dries you up? God, I can't think of what the hell it is. So, but anyways, yeah, y'all get it. Y'all get it. So if I sound weird, I am not weird, but my voice is a little messed up. But Mike said he's got a half a day, then he's going camping. I am so, so jealous, Mike. God, we're not going camping at all this year. That's the name of that game. We're not at Green River Lake State Park. We just got notified the other day that now they're closed through October 1st. So, I mean, for me, that means we're just calling it a year because his wedding be coming up shortly after that. So we just won't be hitting the lake this year. It's going to be a weird sensation not going to the lake all year. I'll say that. We're not going to cry and complain about that too much, but we will a little bit today just because we can, we can do that. But what you got going on today here at WLS? We got a easy day going on, really. I think we went out and did a little bit of rock this morning. And it wasn't even really a rock job. It was more of just one of our existing customers that were having some trouble with some delivery trucks running over some area. And so our solution was to, hey, let's put a little rock in there so they're not continually tearing the turf up. So went out and did that this morning. And other than that, excuse me, had to mute my mic for a second. But other than that, a little bit of maintenance here. Washed our tanks out on our spray vehicles. We got those all washed out real good. And it's amazing, what you can get out of those things when they look pretty good. But, it's always something to do. So Corey's headed to Brooklyn, New York. Wait, Corey, are you taking some of your baked goods? So what are you doing with that? Daniel's heading to Nashville here in a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So bachelor party for him. They're going to the MMA fight or something?
Yeah, UFC fight night.
UFC.
It's tomorrow night, so
That'll be fun. So
it'll be interesting. Yeah.
how many of you are going?
Just 4 total.
4? That's a good sized group.
Yeah.
It's easy to get in and out of everywhere, and it's not a problem trying to have a dinner or go to the bars or
Yeah.
whatever. With that size group, you can negotiate pretty well. So hope y'all have a good time.
Thanks.
with that. So I'll be spending time on my deck tonight, I guess, Tab and I, getting a table delivered. It's really, I've been in that house 21 years, 22 years, I think, something like that. And I've spent more time on the deck this summer than I think collectively we have in 20 plus years because we're never home during the summer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit in the spring and maybe a couple times in the fall, but I don't know. So we did a deck makeover this year, and it's looking pretty good. And it's fun to be out there and getting a table delivered today. Well, there's our buddy Brett Waltz with Bam Weather. Better get that. Brett is hopping on here with us. Brett, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for hopping on with us this morning.
Yeah, well,
Appreciate.
thanks for having me.
Oh man, as always, hey man, you guys are awesome, and I appreciate y'all hopping on with me. When y'all do. So, but what's going on exciting in your world today?
Well, we have some severe weather opportunities today to the northwest of the lower Ohio Valley, more so up again towards Chicago, towards Davenport, Rockford, Illinois. Could be a couple of decent storms out there, maybe a couple of tornadoes even, which is rare, I would say, for the middle part of July.
Wow, it does sound pretty weird, doesn't it? I mean, especially to me, to you. I mean, you guys see weather all the time, but why is it that you don't see much tornadic activity in this time of the year? Is it why does it shut down theoretically?
Yeah, it's the wind. So you get into the summertime, and because you don't have really any cold air source, it makes it difficult to get the strong wind. The differences in temperatures that helps drive the pressure differences, which helps drive the wind. And when you don't have that in summer, it's a lot harder to get what we call the wind shear to produce tornadoes. And so
I got you.
it's a lot less common heading into the summertime. Now, you can still get those big damaging wind events because of how hot that it gets, how much instability there is, but not normally as much spin in the atmosphere as you will because of the lack of temperature differences.
Down in Florida, I saw a video the other day. Somebody had they called it a water spout out on the water. Mm-hmm. Is it actually a tornado? They just call them water spouts, or is there a difference?
There's slight differences, but they're pretty much the same type of formation.
Okay.
Down there in Florida, there can be a little bit more of what we call kind of like the micro scale influences. Where the differences and slight differences in the ocean temperatures can cause a little bit of a spin up there, but in a lot of cases, they form exactly the same way as tornadoes, and even sometimes you'll get a water spout that can move on shore and become a tornado.
All right, so I always thought they were just tornadoes on the water, but they're not. Then there is some differentiation between them. Nice.
Sometimes there are. A lot of times they are the same, though.
Are they as strong as a regular tornado, or can they work with a whole lot less energy?
Yeah, not typically. Not typically. And I think part of the reason for that, again, is similar to what we talked about around here for the summer. There's not normally a lot of temperature differences in Florida, right? So you don't have as much wind. So in general, it's rare to get strong tornadoes down in Florida as it is.
Dang, thanks for that. I didn't even have that on my question to ask you today, man. It just popped up when you said tornadoes, and I got to thinking about seeing that video. Hey, today's shout out day on my show, by the way. And
all right.
But I wanted to, so before you actually get into weather and we go deeper into weather, I want to give Bam a big shout out. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations on, I saw where you guys put on the Ohio Department of Transportation as a customer.
Yeah, we're super excited to work with them and have them on board, especially as we get into the winter months. I think it's going to be a great partnership.
Yeah. So, and I mean, you guys have got a list of a whole lot of people that are very well known, but I know that had to be a good win for you guys for sure. And you guys deserve it with the accuracy in which y'all give the reality of the weather. Let me say that. So I'll say it that way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, like I've said before, at the end of the day, it's just doing whatever we can to help people succeed, right?
Yeah.
That's the goal more than anything.
No, that's right. And hey, I know I reached out to y'all, I don't know, a few days ago. We were just had a question about do we go or not go, and y'all told us to roll on. It looked pretty good, and we rode on, and we looked pretty good.
There
y'all
you go.
y'all make us look like heroes many more times than zeros. Let me say that. The old Lori thing, she always what's her last name? Golly, the one that does she's on Shark Tank. I can't think Lori, but she always says
Oh yeah, Lori. Yeah.
yeah, she always says I like to I can tell when something's a hero or a zero, and I want you guys to know, Bam Weather, you guys are definitely heroes. So
Well, hey, we appreciate that. And that example that you used, the biggest thing there, it's summer. You get the pop up storms. The biggest thing is just kind of eliminating some of the confusion, eliminating some of the guesswork, right? There's only so much detail an hour by hour forecast can really give you. So just talking to somebody, I think, just that makes life easier, right? Nobody wants to talk to robots when they're trying to get help. So
true that. True that. Yeah.
human interaction is huge.
It does make it really does. I mean, it's great, So and then it's simple. I mean, it's like here was my question. I mean, I know you're busy, but I mean, it's like, how are we looking tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.? And I sent that out, in the evening, and you guys were like, and Tyler was actually the guy that responded.
Yeah.
And he's like, I think you're likely to be dry at 7 a.m. Your next rain risk likely doesn't come until after 12 p.m. with, midday pop ups. And that's a good forecast for us. We get to make a good business decision with something like that,
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. I'll be sure to pass that along to Tyler. He'll appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, we love that chat feature. So, if you guys need great weather, check them out, bamwx.com. They got a free trial, and you won't go back. Let me say that. You won't go back to any other source. Or that's my year. I've been with you guys now several years, and it's one of the best investments we've made, bar none. And not just weather, because, just in business in general, man. So you guys do a great job with that. So I didn't mean to get you on here and stroke you so much, but but it is my shout out day, and I got some other shout outs later on once you hop off. But it's been hot. It's going to be hot, but I saw something y'all put out where it's going to get cool on the eastern half of the United States, maybe, or cooler. What's that mean?
Yeah, in summer, cool is relative, right? Instead of being in the upper 80s and 90s, we'll have more days that are probably in the low to mid 80s, but it'll feel a lot cooler compared to what we've been dealing with. I think it's a 5-day period or so. There should be a decent little cold front that moves in as we work into late next week. Should at the very least bring some relief because man, it's been so hot and humid. It hasn't been extreme, right? But just the humidity, I think, getting a little bit of a reprieve from that will be big. But before then, we've got numerous rain and storm chances that we'll have to deal with, including tomorrow.
I got you. What's it looking like? I'm gonna be selfish now for our part of the country down here in Louisville.
Yeah, so tomorrow, I think that we'll need to watch for a couple of pop-up storms as early as the middle part of the afternoon, 3, 4, 5 o'clock. But I think it's very isolated at that point. I do think there's a better potential for a line of some showers and storms that's probably broken, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 o'clock or so, kind of in that time frame there, arriving. And so it could be some evening thunderstorms for your Saturday if you have outdoor plans, something to keep in mind there. Could be a couple of stronger storms. I don't think there's a big severe threat, but some gusty winds and lightning certainly on the table.
All right. Well, I might be reaching out to y'all tomorrow because I'm trying to do a summer picnic tomorrow night. So
yes, reach out. We'll be happy to fine tune that for you.
All right. Hey, I'm kind of changing gears. Sounds like I'm being very self-centered today, Ben. I guess I am, but I'm heading out to South Dakota Thursday for about 7, 8 days or so, just on a west trip. And I saw on your all's thing you put out, it's going to be hotter than normal out there. So should I just take all shorts and not 50, 60, 70-degree weather stuff, or what's your opinion?
Yeah, I do think that it's hotter than normal there to end the month. The start of your trip may be not too bad in terms of heat. So you may still want to bring some warm clothes. I don't know exactly where you're at, how cool it'll get out there for that time of the year at night. But the soil out there in general is a little bit drier. It tends to dip a little cooler in the evening and the overnight. So probably starts out close to normal and then gets hotter with time as you close out your trip.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And how's August looking for regionally? That will be for everybody. Are we going to stay dry? Or are we going to get wet? And I'm thinking from a business perspective, or is it going to get dry and then let us sell lawn renovations?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because I actually just updated our August forecast probably 20 or 30 minutes ago. So it's not even on the app yet. So you all are getting the very first forecast update for August. And we trended it warmer. I think the start of the month could be at least a little bit more seasonable. There's more rain opportunities in early August. I do think that the back half of August can start to heat up, hotter than normal pattern. And I do think that it can be drier as well. So I do think that somewhere after the first 10, 15 days of the month or so, there's a transition that trends things hotter and drier. So you may get your wish there in terms of a little bit of some dry time the back half of August.
When the grass when the grass goes dormant, it seems to make the phone ring. People. And it's not that we want to take advantage of anybody. We don't. I mean, we've been in business 46 years and we didn't do it by cheating people. But it's still nice to have a little Mother Nature's help to make things look worse than what the reality they are, to get the phone to ring and let them decide if they want to do some seeding or aeration or whatever they may want to do to, to rectify that,
Yeah, for sure. And, you just look at the last 7 days, there are spots that have had rain, right?
Right.
Just to the north of Louisville, there's some spots that have had an inch or two of rain, but it's just been scattered. Not everybody has cashed in. So I know, my grass is starting to look a little brown here, and when it's hot and it's hotter than normal, it doesn't take much of a lack of precip or an infrequent precip to start to dry things out. And I think there's more rain opportunities the next 7 days and into the start of August. But I think we get back into this type of pattern late August where it could even be even a touch drier than it is right now.
Nice. And one other question, if you got another minute or two to answer for me. You talked about like parts of southern Indiana, having even a couple inches of rain, and even east of Louisville, like immediately 10, 12, 15 miles east of Louisville has had some decent rainfall. What causes such a small area to get weather like that? Like the pop-up storm. What causes a pop-up storm that's 5 miles in circumference and then it rains itself out and it's done? Why doesn't it continue on?
Yeah.
The humidity's the same. I mean,
that's a great question. That's a fantastic question. And I'll go back to kind of what we talked about earlier with the lack of wind, right? When you don't have wind shear, when you don't have the different speed and direction of wind throughout the atmosphere, what happens is it's hot enough, it's humid enough that you get pockets of air that rise, right? But there's nothing to tilt the storm over to keep a rising warm air mass supplying the storm energy, right?
Okay.
So basically what happens is because there's no wind to tilt the storm, you cut off, when it starts to rain, you cut off the warm air supply of the storm. And once it runs out and stops raining. Now, it's been hot and humid enough that where it does rain, especially if there's no wind to push the storm along, it can rain a lot in a short amount of time.
Right.
But without organized storm systems, cold front, warm front, low pressure systems, the wind aloft, these storms don't move much and they're very, very unorganized. And it's been even a bigger case of that this year than normal because of how warm and humid that it's been, but we haven't had a lot of cold fronts.
I got you.
And so, yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's kind of the luck of the draw. You get rising air in one spot, what we call convection. What goes up must come back down. So just to the east of it or just to the south or wherever, there's sinking air. And so you just get the popcorn like storms.
Well, and how do you get so much, like, I don't know. There seems to be like a lot of flash flooding going on this year, in different areas where, somebody's getting 4 or 5 inches of rain or 10 or whatever, just excessive amounts. How do you get 10 or 12 inches of rain or something like that real quick? I mean, how does that happen? Is it that same thing? The lift?
It is. Yeah, it's the lack of the wind to move the storms along. But also this year in particular, we've got a lot of Gulf moisture that has moved northward into the eastern half of the country. And we're also getting some moisture from the eastern Pacific. So like the Texas flooding that happened, there was remnants of a tropical system in there. Then we were getting Gulf moisture. There was a boundary that was bringing in moisture from the eastern Pacific. And so we just have a big convergence this year of a lot of different moisture sources. And what's crazy, it's one minor change that happened heading into the summer. The ocean temperatures in the Atlantic got a lot warmer, which is allowing for higher pressure to develop out in the Atlantic, which you're getting some southerly winds in from the Gulf, which is pushing moisture right up into the eastern half of the country. And so it's an example of one minor change supplying us with a lot of moisture and leading to slow moving but high producing thunderstorms.
It's something, because I just don't remember it, so much flash flooding going on, and it's crazy. But I'm sure it's happened, it's nothing new, but it just seems like, man, this year has just been, I don't know, is anomaly the right word for it?
Yeah. No, it definitely has been. Just how widespread that it's been. We haven't had this type of a setup in a while. I think back to a year like 2010 is probably the best comparison that I have. You go back to a year, I think it was 2008. We had big flooding similar to this. That was actually in Indiana, so a little bit further north and east. But it's been a while since we've had this type of a pattern. It has happened before, but, I think the big thing is the big flooding in North Carolina and Texas had the tropical storm influences with them. And then, of course, the one in Texas, the unfortunate thing there is it just hit in the absolute wrong spot. That's the most flash flood prone region of the country. And they were in a big drought, which leads to runoff. It was just the worst case scenario.
It was like the perfect storm situation, like that movie, I guess.
It really was, which it's just so unfortunate. It's terrible. It's a tragedy. Yeah. It's so sad. But, unfortunately, that happens sometimes. We saw it last year with Helene in North Carolina, South Carolina.
So when a quick look at our winter forecast, when's that coming out?
Yeah, I looked into a little bit of research earlier this week. We'll have kind of a preliminary idea in August.
All right.
Right now, I see a warmer pattern, slightly warmer. I do think there can be some cold shots in there, some bigger cold shots. So it's not, terrible. But I also think there can be a couple of big storms this year. Some similarities to last year, I would say. Maybe a little bit warmer, though.
All right. Well, good deal. Hey, I appreciate all your time this morning, Brett. And as always, I got Brett Watts on with me with BAM Weather. Check these guys out, bamwx.com, and get a free trial. And like I said, I guarantee you'll love these guys. They're awesome at what they do, and they sure help us run our business more efficiently and more profitably. And that return on the investment's awesome, man. Thank you all. Each and every one of y'all. So
Yeah, thanks for having us and for the shout out. And
pass
you
that
all have
along.
a fantastic weekend.
All right, you too, my friend. Pass that along to your team for me, would you?
I will.
All
I
right.
will.
All right,
Yep.
Brett. Thanks a lot. See you next time.
Yep. Thank you.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye bye. All right. Those guys are just awesome, Daniel.
Yeah, they know what they're
They're
talking
not
about.
perfect. They're
They're good at what they do,
they're
though,
good at what they do.
and
So
they know, they know who their target is. Their target is people who want and need to know the weather. So they
right.
give people that.
Yeah. So, anyways, check them out. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Want to give Katie a big shout out as well. Katie, this morning already, before 10 a.m., had already locked down 2 new accounts for WLS and working on a third now. Uh, so, Katie, keep it rocking and rolling. Katie's on a roll, Daniel.
Yep.
She's rolling on, Daniel. Uh, she's rocking the roads. So somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. So they probably think me and you don't do much, Daniel, but we really do. We just, Katie, thank you. She said we do a lot, me and Daniel. So, but yeah, we just really do what we do well. So that's that. That's that. So, Katie, I do appreciate that and everything you do. And
I think
again,
that's a misconception in this industry, though, that you need to be like forgetting us, but people that are, let's say, trying to grow their business, that they need to have the perception of doing a lot or being busy or being the guy or whatever. Because so many, especially men, have the idea that, hey, I have to be the guy, I have to be the one, I have to be the breadwinner for my company, I have to be this, I have to be that. Now, as the business owner, yes, you should be the one, the leader and the role model and all these things, but that doesn't mean that you have to be perceived as certain things either. I think we get caught up into what other people think too much, and that can lead us to doing things that aren't actually good for us or good for our business.
yeah.
Like, oh, if I'm not out there in the field, people are going to think I'm not working hard.
I'm lazy because I'm not out on a crew, and I don't. You're right, Daniel. That's a really good point because I have that discussion with a lot of the companies that we do our business coaching with. You know, that is one of the hard, and that was hard for me to get over as well. You know, the fact that you feel almost like, okay, you're not doing something, you're not doing anything because you're not out there digging holes or mowing lawns or spraying lawns or know that you transition out of that. And Corey actually had a great question that he sent through in the profit circle about that.
Yeah. And I think you have to, as an individual, be okay with what other people might perceive you as long as
Yeah,
you're working towards what you think is the betterment of whatever you're working towards.
yeah, as long as you know what's really going on, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I think I never can remember his name, but I got his name in here. I keep him on my desk whenever I need a reminder of that.
Dabo Sweeney.
Yes, Dabo Sweeney. The South Carolina
Clemson.
or Clemson. Yeah, God, CJ'd be mad about that, wouldn't he? Yeah, the Clemson football coach. But he always says, I don't worry about what other people think about me if I'm not seeking their advice. So the deal is if you're not wanting advice from somebody, don't worry what the hell they think about you.
Yeah.
Well, hey, he's lazy. Well, great, he's lazy. You do you, boo, and I'll do me, and we're all okay. So I think that's words to live by. Don't worry about criticism
Yeah.
coming from somebody that doesn't matter. So,
Or that doesn't necessarily doesn't matter, but that you don't seek advice from.
yeah,
If you're not trying to emulate or take, lessons from someone, then who cares, if they think you're doing it the wrong way. You didn't ask them how to do it the right way, and they didn't tell you how to do it the right way. So don't worry about them telling you that you're doing it the wrong way.
yeah, very good, very good point, very good point. Mike Murphy says, "Y'all trim my shrubs yet?" LOL. He must be
Is
having.
he talking about the guy that had the same name as him, or is he talking about?
I think so. I think so. enlighten us a little bit deeper on that, Mike. But I think that's where he's going with that. But yeah, we're looking really forward to getting those hedges trimmed for you, Mike. So speaking of Mike, I want to give Mike a big shout out too for helping us this morning. We had one of our commercial clients here bought some property, and he said, "Yeah." So bought some property down in where was it?
E-Town?
Down a little bit south of E-Town, and Mike gave us a good referral on that, and also Seth, if you're listening to us, buddy, reached out to you too to see if that might be an area that you service. So we're trying to help one of our existing commercial clients out here that had bought a property down there, and they're going to need it serviced for a while while they're going to tear something down and build something back up. So any of you guys that may be listening to us that service that area, reach out to us. Let us know. That's what, again, there we go. There's a perfect example of what Turfs Up Radio, does. I mean, we just help each other. We help elevate and educate the industry and ourselves and our businesses, and we do it one business at a time. So I got to share a funny story with y'all. And this is kind of a shout out. And there's Sherry again. Why does she always come in when we're on our show? She never comes to see us. No, we like you to come. But she always comes when we can't talk to her. You know it?
She wants to be famous. She wants to get on the radio.
She won't never get on. That's why she comes when we're on the radio, so she knows we can't talk to her. We got to get her on. Sherry, you want to come here and talk to us for a minute? Oh, she said no. Our guys would love to hear you. But Sherry sold insurance for like 112 years, so she's pretty good on insurance too. She can answer a lot of insurance. She's actually thinking about going back to work part-time for the guy that she was working with. So
there you go.
I don't know. She said she don't know if she could take the mindset of the office. So Daniel, look, she's got a light. She's got a light over there. She's showing you the light. Oh my goodness.
She's going to show our listeners the light.
She's going to show you the light on it. Like
oh God.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh gosh.
But
I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, Daniel's looking forward to their bachelor party tonight. So
a boy one.
So Sherry, don't you leave here. You wait. You only got 16 minutes left. We want to talk to you. She always sneaks in during our show, though. So, well, that ain't helping me none. Yeah, sorry. We need to. She's brought money, but it's not for us. So that doesn't do us any good, does it, Daniel? Golly, that's me. Daniel's looking for his water. He's getting dehydrated. We got to make sure vitamin D don't dehydrate on us. But another shout out that I wanted to give, I got to tell you guys something funny. This is a true story. Wayne's throwing himself under the bus. Kyle was going out to, we'd done some sod and stuff for a customer, and he was going out yesterday around lunchtime to install a timer for them. They don't have irrigation. And it's actually a residential property next to a commercial property that we take care of, and half of it was on both of our customers, but our commercial property has irrigation, but their irrigation couldn't water. Their heads didn't reach all the way across what we sodded, so it was doing about half the sod. So Kyle was going out to install a timer on a water spigot because they didn't have irrigation to keep it water, Daniel. So he was like, "Hey, you want to ride with me?" So I'm like, "Yeah, I'll go. That'd be pretty cool." So it is going to be a quick little thing. So my job when I got there was to install the timer / unscrew the hose, screw the timer on, and then screw the hose to the timer. And we use these Rainbird timers. They're really good. If you guys ever need to make watering easy for somebody, use it as an upsell, man. Kyle sells the heck out of these things. to customers, and it's really solving a problem they have of having to go water, right, Daniel? I mean,
Yeah.
we're not selling them something they don't need or want. It's just we're making life easy on them. So it's an easy upsell is my point. But anyway, so Wayne goes over there, and I put this timer on the spigot, and we turn it on, and we're trying to get the sprinkler thing set that we're using, and I'm like, man, the timer's leaking bad. Well, guess what I did, Daniel?
You broke it.
Yeah, pretty much. And I didn't break it, but I cross threaded it. And I knew, even putting the damn thing on, I'm like, don't cross thread this, you know, because it's just it's plastic threads, so they got to go on just perfect. And, you guys know it, and I know it, that, the easiest thing to do before you start threading one of those things on is to go backwards to line it up first. And then when you fill it, then go forward. Just a quarter or half turns, all it takes, Daniel. You've hooked the hose up enough. Well, anyway, I jacked this timer up. So we had to leave, come back to the shop, get another timer. Kyle's like, I carry extras of everything but this because I've not ever jacked one up. We had them here at the shop, just didn't have one with us, so.
So the $1 million invention is to create a threadless system for anything.
Correct. That, and the customer actually had a threadless setup when we got there. You still had to thread this quick connect coupler on it, but then they could change their hoses with a quick connect, to your point. So, sorry, you're not going to make $1 million on it. It's already out there, but they did have that quick connect, but we had to take it off first to get our timer on. So, and Wayne jacked it up. So I don't know what it cost us. Don't want to know. 30, $40 probably for the timer cost, but more importantly than that, it cost us probably 45 minutes in time. Thank God they weren't too far from the shop, but they weren't close. But yeah, so that was my adventure yesterday. So did I jack Kyle up? It didn't make us look bad in person, but I'm sure we did look bad on the ring camera because they had a ring camera, and I'm sure they were wondering, why it takes so long to do what we were doing there. But these are good customers, thank God. I mean, we do landscape lighting for them. We're getting ready to install their landscape lighting. We've done holiday lights. We've mowed and sprayed their property for years for them. So thank God it wasn't a new customer, So, but it didn't cost them anything other than wondering why we were there at their spigot for 20 minutes, and it was past a little Teflon tape before anybody asked, it was past a little Teflon tape. But Mike sent the text, Daniel, and said if you get any trouble while you're in Nashville, he's only an hour away. Give him a call.
All right, I got your number, so keep you in the speed dial.
Yeah, he'd keep you. So what's that fight y'all going to? That ought to be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's just called UFC Fight Night, so it's not like one of the main UFC events where it's like a numbered event. They have like UFC 101 or 212 or what, I don't know if they're on now, 270 or 280. I don't know. 300.
Will the good ones be there? And you know what I mean? Like
not the main ones. No, it's kind of like this event that they're doing here in Louisville with the golf, right?
Okay.
Like it's still professional, and it's still high level, but they're not.
Still PGA here, but it's not the top level players. They're over in Europe or somewhere playing. Kyle was saying
that's what this UFC is kind of. So I don't know. A lot of times they'll still have like main people show up to the fights, which is cool. That sit down in the good seats.
Yeah,
and all that kind of stuff. Like I assume it's still going to be a pretty cool event to go to, but not one of like the main events, if you will, main things.
Yeah. I'm sure y'all have fun.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I've never been to anything like it. Never seen a thing like that in a live event. So
I'm sure it'll be really cool in person.
yeah,
Everything's always better when you're there.
a lot of
Yeah.
people are going to be there for sure. He's having a fit, so needs a lozenge. Needs some sort of what are those throat
Oh,
lozenges called? The gosh,
Ricola.
is that
I
what they
got
are?
some right over there. So
Just can't get over it. Looks like I'm the main entertainment for the next foreseeable future. We'll do a countdown. 30, 29. No, but yeah, even the prophet, has trouble sometimes. You gotta get back to the
there we
healthy
go. We'll see how that does.
healthy
Got to
path.
suck on this thing for a minute.
You know what though? Talking about that, whenever you're feeling a little sick, you just make a few tweaks, make a few adjustments
Two.
to your daily activities, I guess.
So should you change drink, eat?
Yeah,
What?
all the above. Just bump it up a little. If you're
Mhm.
get a little bit more sleep, eat some more fruits and veggies, stay away from the junk food, stay away from the alcohol. I know it's the weekend's coming up, but that can certainly help speed up things as far as recovery goes.
No.
Get out in the sun, which I know you're talking about being on the deck, so that's a good thing, being outside.
Get some vitamin D.
Vitamin D, all the vitamins, yeah. So,
All right. Well, that'll be good. Honestly, I will really watch my alcohol because I am trying to get better before next Thursday when I go to wherever the hell it is we're going.
yeah.
South Dakota, I think, is where we're going to.
Yeah.
You know, so so
Yeah. Between here and then and now, just bump it up.
I don't feel bad.
Yeah, but
I'm just
just
coughing,
yeah,
but
can
the
always
drainage is good and white and clear, so you know, so that's a good thing. So should I do more protein, less protein? What do you think? I know you're not a
you should
doctor.
always do more. You're not hitting enough on your daily anyway, but I would definitely be just anytime you're feeling or a little bit less than optimal, then
Yeah,
yeah, just anything you can do to boost it naturally is better.
yeah. Okay. So been doing pretty good on Tab feeds me good. She really does. I'm really gonna say that.
Yeah, but I know you
But
say that, but if you truly tracked, you would be way too low on protein.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am.
And you don't eat a normal lunch
Yeah.
and breakfast, so you're 33% there.
Oh my God. This is Daniel's shout out straightening me out, which I'm fine with it.
It's not about being 100% though, just
Yeah.
doing a little bit.
What let me ask you this then, seriously.
Okay.
Does like boost, I do the boost.
Yeah.
Is that as good as getting it through food?
No.
Okay.
You know why?
No.
Because that's made in a lab. It's made in a factory. Anything that's not straight out of the earth or straight from an animal is never as good as anything you're going to get in a pill or in a shot or in a drink or anything else.
Okay. So even like that whey protein that you do, it's still
Well, the thing is, I'm not drinking that for vitamins and minerals, but you could still, yes, make the argument that it's probably better to get it through animal protein or whatever. You could get it through plants, but whatever. But yes, even any supplement is not going to be as good as whole food.
all right. Fair
But I
enough.
mean, I do my fair share of whey protein because it is hard for me, for most people, to get enough protein in their diet without some sort of supplementation, just because
Did you
that's
say
a
like
lot of
1
meat.
gram of protein per pound of body weight or something is ideal?
That's what I shoot for, and I think is a good goal for everybody to shoot for, yes,
Okay.
personally.
I thought I heard you say that the other day.
Now, you'll hear a lot of people say that that's not necessary or you can go for half, but I think that's way too low.
This has turned into the vitamin D show, by the way. Guy's got a question. He says, "What are your thoughts on the liquid IV water enhancers?"
I like them. I don't know as far as like researched benefits go, but I know that electrolytes are good. I know that Liquid IV is a pretty good like brand out there that a lot of people endorse. Doesn't always mean that it's a good brand, but I've used them a lot. I
Yeah.
like the flavor. That's all I can say is, and I don't know if it makes any difference in my workouts or in my electrolyte balance or whatever. But if you're gonna drink one, I think that's probably a good one to do.
I think in the other day, it was past the other day, maybe last week now, you got me squared away on you said don't drink that. I said, man, I'm gonna have a Gatorade or Powerade or something. And you said, don't do that. You don't need the electrolytes. You know,
Well, if you're just
I think
chilling
that's a
out, sitting
good point.
around,
I say that for guys that are working in an office
yeah,
that, you know,
especially when it comes to the drinks that have the sugar and have the calories and things like that. Like you just don't need it if you're not sweating and pushing yourself and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you if you're just sitting around the house, then don't drink.
don't grab something loaded with electrolytes just because it's supposedly a better drink.
Unless you just really haven't hydrated the whole day, then it can be a quick way to boost your hydration in a quicker way than just water. So there is some benefit there. But if you're just doing a good job on your hydration, you're just sitting around, not doing too much, whatever, you don't really need because you're going to get electrolytes through your food and stuff as well.
We got another question.
Okay.
Do you think Gatorade's better than Liquid IV or vice
No.
versa?
I don't think necessarily one is better per se. But with that being said, if I had to rank them, I would put Liquid IV ahead of Gatorade because intuition says Gatorade is a. Now, this is what I don't know. I don't know if Liquid IV is owned by a bigger company, but most of the times when you go to, especially when it comes to health, when you go to a bigger company, they're more concerned about making money instead of the goal of helping people and to make money. So they add in added flavors, they add in added colors, they may not have as high standards for sodium or just general electrolyte balance mixes in their drinks, things like that. So, assuming that all things were, in my head equal, I would put Liquid IV over Gatorade. But if you're only drinking like a minimum amount of either one of those, then I would say it probably really doesn't matter that much.
I got you.
But like I said, Liquid IV for me, I'm gonna have that 9 times out of 10 over Gatorade.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So if you guys got any other questions for vitamin D, Daniel, send them to us. Other than that, we're going to move along to our a few more shout outs that I got today. I want to give a shout out to our complete team here at WLS for another good week. Wasn't as hot nearly this week,
Oh
but
yeah.
they perform regardless. So don't forget to give your team a shout out, whether it's one or 100 or 1,000 people that you got working. But and I think another shout out I want to give today is our clients. And I know not probably zero of our clients are listening to this, but I appreciate the opportunity they all give us to keep their properties up and make their properties look the best that they can make them look. And we can help make them look based on the budget that they try to work within. And that truly is an opportunity. So, with that being said, we're going to take a short break. I know we're up on 11, but hey, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station.
This is Aaron Farr from theanttool.com. You're listening to Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station.
Yes, indeedy. You guys have got to check that out if you have not, to say the least.
This is Corey Parrish from CP Lawn Care Services. You're listening to Turfs Up Radio.
Shout out.
Straight your station. Yay.
Yay, some shout outs. Corey just in case you're listening with your kids. Let's do it one more time. Tell them to listen up. Here it comes. You're going to hear yourself on the radio.
This is Corey Parrish from CP Lawn Care Services. You're listening to Turfs Up Radio.
Your station. Yay.
This is Mike Murphy from Murphy's Lawn and Landscape, and you're listening to Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station.
Yes, indeedy. Welcome back. Lordy, 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 my truth bomb for today. You guys ready for our truth bomb? I don't know if I am, but here we go. We got a truth bomb for you today. And the truth bomb today is submitted by my buddy Charles Miller up in Cleveland, Ohio area. And I think this is very important. He sent me this, and Daniel, I think this is very valid. It said, anytime someone asks, do you know a hairdresser for cheap, a photographer for cheap, a mechanic for cheap, a caterer for cheap, a lawn guy for cheap, everybody needs to say, no, I don't. And I think he brings a really good point out. And that's why it's the truth bomb for us today. Why should you minimize your service? And why does somebody always want something for cheap? Because I can tell you what I really believe about that, and I am, because it's on my soapbox. Y'all know it is. I bet none of them are going to their boss and saying, hey, I want $2 an hour less. I want to do it cheaper for you. Everybody wants to make more money, but then you want to get shit for cheap. I mean, there's a fine line there, right? I mean, I get it. And we all want a good deal, but it goes back to what's the definition of a good deal. Good deal is not always the cheapest price. You know, that's something my dad taught me a long time ago, that in selling, the definition of a good deal is when the buyer and the seller are happy with the negotiated price or for a product or service. And it's just that simple. And Charles goes on to say, our response needs to be to that, no, I don't. I know several well-qualified professional tradespeople that charge a fair, well-deserved price for their services, but no, I don't know anybody that's cheap, nor should they be. So with that being said, that is our truth bomb of the day. Now, Daniel, I know you can evaluate things really good. What do you think of that from him? Not to agree or disagree.
I think, yeah, the cheap part, right? Like you said, everybody wants things for as little money as they can possibly get them, which is just what it is. But that's where I think as a business, you have to say, who am I servicing? Am I servicing the person who only wants something that's the bare minimum version of this thing? Or am I going to try to serve the person who wants a hero? You know, Darren really talks about it a lot on his show because it's what's called Landscape Hero. But that's, I think, an underutilized mindset in this industry and in a lot of industries is, how can I go above and beyond for potential clients to sell them things and be the hero and know the information to give them the best results of whatever that project is or whatever. Because when I do that, I'm not even in the same league as Dr. Cheap or Mr. Cheap or Lawn Care Cheap or whatever, you know. So in a sense, like, yes, it's frustrating when people are always like, oh man, I can't believe you charge X dollars to cut a lawn or do this project or, you know, trim the hedges because my neighbor can come over and do it for $75 on Saturday or whatever. But if you are competing with those people and you offer the same things, if you don't offer anything better, why are you trying to expect better? If you're not better, why are you expecting to be perceived as better? So education, um, professionalism, going above and beyond in ways that other companies don't know or don't think of doing. Just things like having a solution, being solution oriented for your customers, and answering the phone when they call and getting back to them. And there's just a million things we could talk about as to how you actually separate yourself from the cheap services. So yes, it still might be frustrating because you're still going to get leads that expect, oh, I'm calling a lawn service. They're just going to be, Joe Blow off the street that mows yards for $25. And that, like I said, that's frustrating. But you're different than that. Like your target's different than that. Your mission and vision are different than that. And everything is going to lead to the perception by the customer, by your niche customer, that they don't expect it to be the cheap service.
Yeah. I think that is 100% on target and the reality. And, when you talk about perception, it goes back to old Hecubus, what he used to say all the time about a customer's perception is our reality as a business.
Yeah.
It's not what we think, it's what do they think about us?
Right.
And where do you fit? Where do you fit within that? Do you want to be, Wayne's Lawn Service sitting here in a building in a business district cannot compete with Chuck in a truck operating out of his mom's garage with no insurance, living at home, and build a scenario from there. We don't want to compete with that. I don't want the same customer that Chuck's got.
Yeah.
Well,
you're not, yeah, like you can't compete with them and they can't compete with you because you're not, it's basketball and football at that point. It's two different things that you're doing. You might be at the end of the day working in and on someone's lawn, but it's two completely different things.
And the knowledge that you have within your business, is not important to your customers until it is.
Yeah. I think too, if you want to make, this is just general advice in life, right? Or general knowledge in life. Like if you want to make more money, then you become more valuable, whether it's an employee or whether it's a business, whatever it is. Like the fact is, yes, a lot of people can cut lawns. Unfortunately, a lot of people do cut lawns, and that's why the price is so low. And that's why there's a decreased value on the service. And that's why you can only, charge 10%, have a 10% or 20% max profit margin in doing this. So if you have a problem with that, you need to educate yourself. And I'm not talking about Charles in general. I'm talking about just the perception of that.
The perception.
But you need to, as the person who wants to make more money, evaluate, well, how can I do that? I need to become more valuable. I need to learn how to be a good landscaper or hardscaper or landscape lighting person, because those are automatically more competitive or less, well, how do I want to say it? They're both, I guess, if you want to look at it from that perspective. But they're more valuable.
Their perception of more value in landscaping.
Well, there is more because less people do it.
Yes.
So you can charge more because there's less
supply and demand takes over.
Right. And that that's why doctors make so much more money, because 1 in 1,000 people are doctors, whereas 1 in 5 people mow lawns.
Right.
So you need to figure out how to make yourself a higher or a lower percentage of the population that does a certain thing in order to make more money at it. That's why there's 300 NBA players that make over $1 million a year. Imagine how much money you'd make in lawn mowing if there was only 300 lawn mowing companies.
Right. It certainly puts a different perspective on it. Absolutely. I think you make a great point on that, Daniel. And I think that is really how we're going to finish our show up today, is perspective on the weekend, perspective on your business, perspective on free time, the whole thing. There's a whole lot of different avenues or looks that you can take within your business. Let's see. Mike's sent us something here again. Let's see. He says, case in point, neighbor of a client of his has Japanese beetles on their shrub. Neighbor asked his mow only guy what can be done to solve it. He said, call Mike.
There you go.
I mean, that's just it. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, to your point exactly, to Mike's point, that's just it. You know, you got to be more valuable. And, you know, and we talk about it a lot, Daniel, and the reality of it is you can't change your competition. You can, you know, even though you're not a direct competitor of Chuck and the truck, let's say, they're still out there doing work. I mean, they're still out there providing a good service in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
You know, that's the sad part about it. And, you know, they're out there. When I say sad part about it is they just don't know what they don't know. You know, they're out there doing work. All they want to do is mow lawns, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but they're providing good service. They just don't know what they don't know about running their business. But anyways, let's call it a day. We're over on our time. And I just want to oh, that's right. Hang on. Katie's going to talk to y'all a second.
Well, you can play your commercial.
Hello,
All right.
everyone. So I just want to hop on really quickly and let you know that on Friday, July 25th at 12 p.m., so right after Aaron, Eric, Daniel, Wayne, and Darren, I will be having a Christmas in July show. So be sure to tune in. Stay tuned in to Turfs Up Radio for sure that day. Put it in your calendar. If you're listening to the other shows, you'll get reminders. I've got a commercial that I filmed. We'll play that as we go out here, I guess, after your exit song. But I'm really excited. It'll obviously be Christmas music. We'll talk some strategy about your business for the last half of the year as well. So a lot of fun, a little bit of work.
I saw something last night said there's 177 days to Christmas.
I know there. I saw the number of Fridays left or something to Christmas, and it is like 30, somewhere in the 30s, which is crazy if you think about it. It's going to be on us before you know it. So lots of exciting things. Be sure to tune in.
Well, if you want $1,000 for Christmas, put $30 a week back. You can still
start doing it.
Be close.
Yeah.
Be close.
Start putting it in your little Dave Ramsey
envelope. Yeah.
For your Christmas presents. But I'm really excited about it. So be sure to tune in July 25th, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will have lots of fun together.
So what do you plan on doing?
Well, lots of Christmas music. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit of strategy for your business in terms of social media, email marketing, differentiation of your services through the last half of the year.
Nice. Well, we're all looking forward to that. As always, Katie, we know it'll be outstanding. And maybe does it just have to be Christmas in July? I mean,
it's going to be 100% Christmas music. Have no doubt.
Okay. All right. Because, you know, you're going to get good feedback, you know, because everybody likes a little Christmas music.
Yeah, exactly. So tune in.
Wonder how the Christmas in July concept got started.
Probably because it's just halfway to Christmas. You
think?
Know?
Yeah.
And actually something that's really popular right now is summer ween, like Halloween, but in the summer.
Oh,
like tons of people put out like brightly colored Halloween stuff right about now. So like neon pink pumpkins instead of orange. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So
wow.
Anyway, join me.
Well, here it is. Here it is.
All I want for Christmas is a real good tan.
All right. Christmas in July is coming Friday, July 25th. Join me here on Turfs Up Radio at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a Christmas in July party. This is Katie with Turfs Up Radio. Be sure to tune in Friday, July 25th at 12 p.m. to celebrate a little Christmas in July.
There it is.
All right, join me for a little bit of Christmas in July, getting our beach tan on. We'll sip some frozen hot cocoa, maybe.
Frozen hot cocoa, yeah. Yeah. Hey, whatever it takes
Yeah.
to get you in the Christmas mood.
You go. Have a great weekend, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Katie. We'll see you. And on behalf of Profit Time and Turfs Up Radio, we're going to hop off here. Appreciate you guys letting us run over a little bit today. And have a great weekend. Have some fun. Get some free time in doing what you like to do. The work will be there Monday when you get there, I promise. Trust me, 46 years, it seems to work that way. So whether you stress or not, it's going to, Monday's rolling. So enjoy your weekend. Don't stress out. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you next time. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was just my yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And me going, yes, indeed. We have a great show planned today for you guys. Can you believe it? Here we are. We're rolling around to another start of another week, mid-July. Oh, my gosh. Rocking and rolling. Here we go. Hope everybody's off to a good start. Hope everybody showed up to work for you today. And you're out and about doing your thing, whatever that amounts to, whether it's doing a little landscape lighting or landscaping or fert and weed or a little bit of all of it. I know we're rocking and a little bit of a whole lot of things today. And looking forward to getting a truck back today that's been out of service for about 3 weeks. You guys heard me talk about that a little bit. So, yeah, we're excited. Get that. I think it's a 550 that we got coming back. But regardless, man, it's one of our dumps, that we got. And looking forward to getting it back into production for a little mulching and landscaping work. So, we're going to pick that up today. So finally got the back ordered parts in and got that taken care of. So looking forward to that side of it. Big week here today and this week. Just trying to get everything rocking and rolling around here, watching in between rain showers. So far, so good. It's yesterday I actually put a sprinkler out in my yard. Yeah, I don't have an irrigation system, but stuff was looking pretty rough, man. My yard was going dormant, I mean, Mother Nature just taking care of itself. But yeah, so I finally put a sprinkler out yesterday evening, ran it for a couple hours, and felt like some of those people you see riding down the street sometimes where the irrigation's running and it's raining. Well, we had a shower roll through and it's raining, and my little oscillating sprinklers out there rolling along. So I didn't worry about it. It was all good. It was all good. It didn't rain that long. But yeah, I was really more interested in getting my landscape watered than I was my lawn, quite honestly, because I do like to keep everything blooming good and looking good. And we've had off and on rain enough to where we're still looking okay. But just trying to get my crepe myrtle to bust open and look good like I know it can. And it's still a little bit behind the 8 ball on blooming. I don't know why. God, they're such a pain. But they're so pretty, that's the thing with it. I don't know if everybody, I don't know, you probably got a favorite plant you like, but my crepe myrtle, I just cannot make it do what it's supposed to do. And we've put a few of them in over the course of time. And, but anyway, it'll be around. It'll come along. It always takes a little while. It took a little while to get an ornamental tree to go in the front yard too. We had to have at least one ornamental tree in the front yard. And I've told you guys before, I've got a very small front yard. I'm in a cul-de-sac. My backyard opens up nicely, but my front yard's fairly small. And, trying to get everything in there that we need to get in there sometimes can be a challenge at best. And, but we try to keep it looking good, and that's all we can do. So that's what we're going to do. Throw a little water at it and keep things blooming and looking nice, and hopefully get my crepe myrtle looking good. So, but man, the annuals are looking good. They're looking really good. they've been getting a little TLC, and not just mine, but my customers as well. Hopefully you're giving your customers annuals a little TLC to keep you looking good, right? I mean, that's the reality of that. But anyways, before we get into everything, just curious to what you might have going on today. Shoot me a text. Let me know. 502-550-8307. That's 502-550-8307. Shoot me a text. Let me know what you're into today or what you did over the weekend, and just to hang it. Is it vacation time? I know we're in vacation season for a lot of people. That's the reality of that too. I do want to give a shout out to my buddy Joe Dunbar, who Smoking Joe, who's getting his hand worked on, I think today. So he had an incident with a tree versus hand on a riding mower. I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago, I guess by now, and it wasn't going great for him. So he went back to the doctor, and come to find out the screw that they had put in had come out a little bit or whatnot. So he was having to go back in. I think it was this morning, around 10 or 11, getting some work done on that. So. But anyways, that's what's going on with Joe. So Joe, if you're listening to us, man, we wish you best of luck. Best of luck. Mike said he's had quite a bit of issues with crepe myrtles the last few years. Yeah, it's like, man, it's just they're tough sometimes. Um, trying to get that, trying to get the what you want to grow, and every time we seem to replace it, we go into a winter where it's really cold, and you guys know the crepe myrtles can't take that. So this was the crepe myrtle on a graft, and so it went from the graft to the back to the plant when it came back, and it's and that's fine too, but I'm just looking forward to bloom. Bloomed last year, little bit decently. So, anyways, oh lordy, I hear you, Mike. Mike said he just gave up on crepe myrtles predominantly. Seems like they'd be a little bit easier in your market. I know you're a little further south than we are, and not too far, but I mean far enough um, to where maybe it'd be a little easier, but I guess not. So, Mike said he switched customers' crepe myrtles out to coral bark Japanese maples. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, I would too if it's a customer issue, but I don't know. I'm just hanging in there. I'm gonna see what happens with it. If I sound a little bit stuffed up, I am. It's not your ears. It's not your speakers. It's me. My head's a little stopped up still, and again, I don't feel too bad. I really don't, but it just sounds a whole lot worse than it is. And I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm not coughing. I don't think as nearly as bad as I was. So but some of that's still going on. So, but I did want to let you know about the, if I sound stuffed up, I am, man. It's not anything on your end. It's over here on our end, specifically my head. So, but with that being said, Seth, see what he's got going on this morning. Seth says, "Good morning, good morning." I pray good morning back at you, Seth. I appreciate that. He's setting boulders on landscaping. Yeah, I had a great weekend. Thanks for asking, man. And I hope you guys had a great weekend. We didn't do a whole lot. Friday, got a new table delivered, and I want to give the guys kudos on delivering that. We got it from a place here in Louisville, a pool and patio uh, facility, and they got it delivered. Tabitha was there, and she took delivery on it and said the two young men that brought it in were very courteous and you know got it where she wanted it, and it's all good. So looking forward to that. The funny thing about it, while we were waiting on it, because we ordered this thing back in Memorial Day, and they told us it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks, so it wasn't a problem waiting on it. And 'cause they hit their time frame, just fine on it as far as we're concerned. But anyway, they brought it, got it set up, and very courteous, she was saying. And it's nice to have a good experience with something like that. I don't know. I think we all feel like that. It's just nice when you buy something, you know, pay for delivery. I did pay, I think it's $199 to have it delivered and set up. Set up meaning putting it together. And I know a lot of you guys laugh at that probably when I said that, but I'm just not in the business of putting stuff together, man. I know it's not hard. It was only 4 chairs and a table. I don't even know what was involved in the table, but I just didn't want any reason for it not to be right. That was my point with it. So, so they brought it. It was all assembled when they got there. They put it up for us and got it up on the deck and brought it up there on the deck, and it's all good. So we actually got to use it a little bit Friday night. We're not there too long though because it was hot, man. It was Haiti hot. Haiti's hot, but had to sit down out there for a few minutes with it, just because I didn't want it to feel like we didn't love it. But yeah, so looking forward for a little bit of a cool off to get to use it a little bit more, or a whole lot more actually. It's been spending a lot of time on that deck, a lot of good free time out there though, and we just back these temperatures back just a tad to where we can do it a little more comfortably. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I had a good weekend. Got that done Friday. Saturday went to do a little shopping with Tabitha. Got a few things for out on the deck and around the house, some knick-knack stuff, and that was an adventure. Yeah, we went around a little bit doing a little shopping, and then yesterday made a trip up to Lexington and saw Holly. Me and Katie and Alyssa went up there and saw Holly and had lunch with her. So that was pretty cool. That's 2 weekends in a row. I don't know when the last time I saw Holly 2 weekends in a row. So, but yeah, we had a great weekend, and I hope yours was the same. Daniel had a bachelor party he went to. He can tell us a little bit about that later on if he hops on here with us. But I think they had a really good time. And if I forget, be sure to ask them about their swim trunks that they had. They, but he showed me a picture of them. So, but the 4 of these guys that went on to this bachelor's party, they had the shapes to wear these things. So, it's pretty interesting. So, anyways, we'll see how that goes. Chad, guy that works with us here, his daughter graduated from Navy boot camp. I guess you call it graduation. I don't know. I didn't ask him. Technically, what they call it. Here you go, Daniel. It's in your chair there. But yeah, it was. He had a good weekend up there. He said everything went great, and before they started back here, I think he said Saturday had started to head back to Louisville, and that, like I said, that was Chicago. And he said before they hit Indianapolis, his daughter had already been relocated to her new location. I think South Carolina, North Carolina, and I'm sure he doesn't mind me sharing that. It's not a covert operation, but yeah. So she's on to doing her training for her main line of work that she's going to do there. So time flies when you're having fun. I can't believe that little girl's, she's a young lady now. She's not a little girl. God, I remember when she was a little girl, though. So, yeah, congratulations to Lexi on that, man. Just that accomplishment and moving along with her life. So that's awesome. That's awesome. And other than that, that's pretty much my weekend in a nutshell. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. Oh, Aaron Walls, what's going on? Aaron said, my front yard is perfect for the Grinch theme. Yeah, well, I got the green and the red on the crepe myrtle that I'm trying to make it bloom and look good. So, and the buds are on there. It just hadn't popped out yet for some reason. So, Mother Nature is going to help us with that. We're going to make that happen. So, anyways, but yeah, that it is time to be thinking about a season ahead. We talk about that quite a bit. So, we're always thinking. Katie's thinking a season ahead for us, for sure, with our advertising and marketing here at WLS. And matter of fact, we had another customer call today, wanting to go ahead and get on our aeration and overseed list. So, yay, Katie, great job. That's working. This lady's a customer of ours, actually, and we're currently in that mode of soliciting our existing customer base with priority scheduling times. And she said, yep. She said, last year when I called, y'all told me I was too late to get it done. And because we do to put a time restriction on it, not because we want to, but because we want the customer to see, results from the seeding, and not just seed it and say, okay, well, there, it's done kind of concept, when you're trying to let somebody see some result. That's when we do figure out, okay, this is the time we've got, and we got to get it done by then, and blah blah blah. And we're not getting into that side of it today, and we will down the road here shortly. But the reality of it is, I was talking with Miss Weber, and I said, those phones are an awesome thing, aren't they? Keeping you up to date and reminded. She said, oh yeah. She said, I put a reminder in my phone last year when Katie told me, hey, reach back out to us about mid-July. So here we are. Don't you wish everybody just paid attention like that? I mean, that is just so awesome. So not just from a selling perspective, but just somebody that knows what they want to do with their yard. You give them advice, they heed the advice, they set their reminder. And even with us, we don't count on our customers remembering or setting their own reminders. We set the reminders for them, if you will. I mean, that's the reality of it. We do a whole lot of okay, fine, and we'll have a task that'll pop up within our software that'll tell us, hey, reach out to Miss So and So. I actually had something with a truck the other day that we had in for some service, not the one that we're picking up today, but the service writer actually, mentioned about getting something done on the truck. And I'm like, well, do we need to get it done, or is it okay without it? And he says, no, it's fine. I said, well, can you reach out to us mid-October, first part of October to mid-October? I said, by then, we'll be converting that truck over to our fall services, and we'll have the spray tank out of it, and, just be a little more convenient for us to keep it during production now for a little bit longer. And he's like, yeah, we can do that. So I'll keep y'all posted on that. I really will, to see how well they are on the follow up of that. I just wanted to see if, and knowing this business, I would say they're going to follow up with us, quite honestly. And it wasn't just a means to put the guy off or not spend the money. It was just, hey, if it doesn't need to be done, let's put it off a little bit. So that's what we decided to do. And he's supposed to reach out to us in early to mid-October. So, and then at that point, if we got the tank out of it, then we'll go ahead and get some front end work that it could use. And it's warranty work is what it is. On one of our trucks, I think it's a 2023, 2022. I'm not sure what year it is, but it's some warranty work on that where they've already decided they didn't like what they put in the front ends of the truck, so they're switching it out for us. So that's what we're going to be doing. So we'll see how their follow up works with that. So, but something I wanted to talk about today, getting on a more serious note, profit time and all is, and I got a lot of little things I want to talk about today. Daniel's actually hopped on with me now. So, Daniel, thanks.
Yes, good to be here.
Hey, before we get into our serious thing I want to talk about, you had your bachelor party, not your bachelor party, but
Yeah.
Colin,
part of.
your friend, was part of a bachelor party down in Nash Vegas.
Yeah, literally, it's what it's turned into.
Yeah, a lot of people are calling it that now, Nash Vegas. So.
Yeah. I mean, it genuinely is, I don't want to say comparable as far as like size goes, but like comparable as far as craziness goes.
Was
It's
it?
crazy down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Packed.
Was everything just busy?
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, the whole like Broadway, the
Yeah.
whole thing of
Yeah.
what people go there for. But yeah, I mean,
could you get in a bar? I mean,
yeah, you
could you
could
get
get
a
in.
drink?
Yeah, you could definitely get in. There was no problems with service or getting in. It was just packed.
There's just a lot of
And,
people.
Really even crazy as it sounds, except for one place we went into, which was like super packed. Everywhere was busy, but you could still walk around and get around easily. But the streets were the hardest part to get to navigate.
Well, the biggest wide open areas.
Yeah. Which I will say, like Vegas has those super wide sidewalks, which is nice, and maybe that's something Nashville looks into in the future for that specific area.
Yeah.
Somehow is figuring that out. Which I mean, how do you do it when you're landlocked? But I don't. But definitely, if it gets more popular, they're gonna have, as great as that is, a problem with something.
Yeah. I wonder how they became what they've become.
I don't know, other than just the country
mean-
music and people going down there for that, but it's so much more than that now. There's
I
bars
think
that have
we're
all
saying
sorts of
that they
music.
had what MMA? Y'all went to an
Yeah.
MMA fight
Yeah, UFC event down
or
there.
UFC?
We had the WWE was down there Friday at Bridgestone as well, and there's just a ton of stuff going on. So
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. How was your all's hotel?
it was good, I mean, as far as amenities go, it had restaurants and pool and all the things
Speaking
you
of
would
pool,
want.
what
Yeah.
about the pool adventure?
Yeah, we had our our special trunks. You could call them that.
If you could call them that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
What did y'all have some eyeballs on y'all? I'm sure.
yeah, a few. I walked through. It was only one floor, one quick little elevator thing to the pool, but I wore my other shorts as like a cover basically up until we got to the pool and we were getting in. So
Yeah.
they were short.
They-
They were definitely short.
They were short. Huh?
Hmm.
Good deal. Good deal. So y'all had a good time and
Yep, everything went as planned.
yay. Well, good deal. It was funny yesterday, Tabitha, actually Friday, she was like, did you check on Daniel, make sure he got there? I'm like, he's 30 years old. No, I'm not calling and saying Daddy's
Yeah.
checking on you,
I'm proud of Carla. I don't think she didn't text it or anything.
Oh my God. I know I told Tabitha, I said, I'm not doing it because I know Carla's blowing Colin up. So
He did say though, she has kind of backed off a little bit. So
good for her.
know,
And y'all got to know, these are very great friends
yeah,
of mine.
that's just the
And-
way she is. Though,
But
it's just
yeah,
very
she's just, since
protective.
Colin was old enough to breathe, she's just very protective of those Colin and Lindsay, her daughter.
Yeah,
Just it took me like 10 years to get her to trust me. The take and put him on a boat and tube, Remember that guy? She was like, no, nobody's taking him tubing. And
Yeah.
they had their own boat too,
yeah.
but she finally did let me take him one day. And I thought, oh God, we finally crossed over the edge. We've crossed the edge, but I'm glad you guys had a good time. And when Colin's wedding's coming up, what in
September.
September?
Yep, 20th. So
He's got about a month, a little over. What? Yeah. Oh no, 2 months.
August. Yeah,
2 months. Yeah, he's got August and September. Damn, I was thinking it was August already because I was just responding to a thing. A guy sent me an email about getting on wants me to get on a podcast with him.
Nice.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely going to do that.
Be cool.
And absolutely going to do it. So we'll see how that goes. And that was in July, I think July 30th.
Nice.
But anyways, I want to talk about a couple things today, Daniel, and I know you'll have some good input on this all the way around. But number one, all the hats we wear, regardless of the size of your company, it just seems like, and the smaller your company is, obviously, the more hats you wear. Joe Dunbar actually gave me the thought process on this when he was talking about getting his hand, he hurt his hand and he's going back to get a screw tightened up or something in it. But he's the one that actually, in talking to him, gave me the idea to talk about this for a few minutes today. The the pecking order, if you will, of hey, when do you work on production? When do you work on sales? When do you work on accounting? Because when you're like Joe and you wear 99% of the hats,
Yeah.
Uh, it's tough to take a day off. I mean, it really is. I remember that. I remember that. And as your company grows a little bit, and you can get some of that responsibility out to somebody else, it sure is nice. But and I mean, Daniel, I mean, not only with Turfs Up Radio, but you've got your own podcast that you do as well. I mean, you've got a couple different things going business wise. What's it like? I mean, what would be your recommendation to these guys out there? And
I just think it's delegation obviously is what we think of when we do it, like, oh, tell this person to do this thing. But a lot of times we can set up systems that delegate as well, whether it be like actual CRMs and stuff, like softwares and stuff, or scheduling out Facebook posts or whatever. But also like how, like when you are bidding and you're going to go bid on something, do you have templates that you use? Are you writing everything out every single time? When it comes to, obviously probably not a contract every single time, but like communication, emails, follow-ups, are you doing that all by hand every single time? That's one thing that if you just have templates that you can insert, names and whatever in, like that saves a ton of time, especially in the busy season, or, pre-made templates for, um, like collections or advertising templates or whatever. Like
right,
there's so many ways that the things that you do, or like your invoice templates, if you're setting up an invoice every single time, like that's crazy or whatever. Like there's things that you can do that really cost no money. You don't have to pay an additional fee for whatever. It's a little bit of time to do it, but you're doing it anyway. So
right,
save it as a template when you do it. An email to whatever. Just there's so many like
little things.
little things that you probably do in a day that is double work, and you do it again the next day, and it's triple work. And it's like, if you can do it once, and then figure out how you can duplicate it and then like template
Right.
it.
Just something. And, I mean, that's the thing, because you do have that much responsibility going on, and talk about delegating. Here's a perfect thing. We're just talking about Matt, one of our crew leads, just said, hey, man, I need to head back toward the shop. Just want to give you a heads up. They're rushing a son to the hospital.
Oh, wow.
So, so there we go. So hopefully that's all okay. See what's going on with that. So he's not a young kid, but I mean, still, you don't want your son going to the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason you're getting taken to the hospital like that.
Yeah.
So,
but even things like, what's your daily routine look like? If you're stressing out about what you're going to wear every day, I mean, it sounds silly. You might have a uniform, but like, what's your routine for making sure you have clean clothes, clean laundry, and uniforms on a daily basis? Or, where all my tools? Where's this? Where's that? Even if you're the one doing it, make sure you have a place for that. So when you need it, you don't take 20 minutes to find it. Or, being organized from the shop perspective or whatever, your garage, if that's what you're using, or whatever, is another big way to save time. I mean, I don't know. There's just so many things you can do that don't require any money that can save you hours and hours of time
getting done. So we do wear a lot of hats. So, in the grand scheme of thing, the tricks to the trade on that is time management with your hats. What can you do a little bit better and different? And what can you delegate out?
Yeah.
And, I think that's something, certainly that we all need to think a little bit more about, is what can be delegated out to help things move along, within your business if, something happens to you.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of different things can take place. So, with that being said, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Darren Gruner just sent me a really nice picture of a boat. So, I don't know if that's his or not. So, I'd like to have. Looks nice. Looks nice. Maybe he's just going on a ride. Maybe that's their new boat. Maybe that's an old boat they had that he left up there. Who knows? But send me a picture of a really nice squared away boat there. So I will say, man, that's one thing I don't miss is, my boat.
It's hard to miss it though when you're not at the lake.
Well, yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Maybe that's got something to do with it as well, right? That certainly could make a big difference. But yeah, you never know. It's if I was sitting down there and it's 95 degrees outside and
Yeah.
hot and wanting to figure out how the hell we're going to cool off, yeah, it might be a completely different mindset with missing it or not missing it. So looks like Aaron's out doing a little landscaping and trimming work today. Look at them pulling a big old tarp full of
Wow. Yeah.
debris.
Looks like fun.
Yeah, good job, Aaron. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm gonna let Daniel take over for a second.
All right. I am the fill-in profits. Gosh, so much to talk about, when it comes to profit, but no. While I'm on here though, make sure you check out the Pump Station every Monday through Friday. Today we had a great episode on the importance of muscle, not just for the aesthetic, but also specifically today we talked about like metabolic health and how it can help you increase your resting metabolic rate, which is going to help you burn fat while you're doing nothing. It's going to increase your metabolism. So there's, a lot of benefit in that. Some pretty crazy stats in regards to how much it can increase your calorie burnage. I think it's like, I'm trying to remember back to my show, had somewhere around 7% increase, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it turned out to be like if your resting calorie usage for your body was 2,000, it was like an additional 140 calories per day. So that's actually pretty significant if you're trying to lose some weight. So yeah, go check out that episode we did today on the Pump Station, wherever you found podcasts.
On the Pump Station.
Yeah.
Yes, indeedy. So, anyways, good thing with that. Good news on that. So, but anyways, hey, I want to talk, Daniel, and I know you have some good input on this too today. One of the things we want to talk about is, our account. We had to put an account into collections today, and I'm not a big fan of doing that or having to do that or wanting to do that, but unfortunately, I think it's Seth. That's a nice picture you sent me there too, buddy. We'll talk about that here in a second, but I don't know. It's why does somebody that authorizes the work to get done, they know what the price is going to be to get the work done, and then decide they don't want to pay for the work that they got done. I mean,
it's frustrating.
Somebody,
to say the least.
You guys out there listening, put your hat on and put your collection hat on. I mean, we give them an ample opportunity to pay. Wasn't a problem with the service. It was a commercial facility, is the situation. And, her contention is that, she didn't authorize the work. Well, one of the other people there did authorize the work, that has the authority to authorize the work, and go to hold it over our head. I mean, and I think really what I think, Daniel, I think they look at us as, well, it's just the lawn service,
Yeah.
And I mean, this company is not a huge company by any stretch of the imagination, but they got a nice company. It's a nice local company. And why does one small business try to rob another small business? I don't get it.
Yeah,
I mean, I just really don't get it.
It's hard to say in every specific example, but for this one, I mean, there's so many things. Like, who knows what, financially, and not to say that like, oh, well, just because they're struggling financially, they shouldn't pay the loan service. That's, of course, not what I'm saying, or you would, anybody would say, but who knows, really? I mean, this scenario, it's like,
Yeah.
what has caused someone? Because a commercial, I feel like in a commercial account, especially a smaller one, you're usually dealing with people who know each other,
Right.
kind of have a
Right.
relationship a little bit. It's a little bit more personal.
And let me give y'all a little bit of background to what Daniel's talking about this too, because he's right. It is, you do have a more of a relationship with a local company, because they were a family business, and we've provided service for them for a while. I mean, several years, and didn't have any problem at all. And then the father passed away, and now we're sitting here with somebody else running it within the family. And I don't know if it's a power trip or what it is, but I don't know. Katie, what's your opinion on that? You got a good mind about how people think and stuff. I mean, is it a why does it go from a goofed up relationship to a good relationship to a bad relationship over something like that? I mean,
Just, I mean, it's such individual psychology on what this person is feeling, experiencing, thinking, but maybe a sense of like, hey, this was the old way, maybe this is the new, I'm doing it this way now, and I didn't do this, I'm not doing it like that. I have to have all the power, whatever, like micromanagement, or, who knows. But I think that goes back to, you know, what can you do, and not necessarily in this particular situation, but like, do you have a specific, um, contract in place that says, hey, this is what we're doing. Like if it's a yearly thing or if it's a one-off job, hey, here's exactly what we're doing. And I know in this specific example, like you said, like we had agreed on the price and then they didn't want to pay. But if you have some of those things in place, that can help situations like this, or kind
Right.
of like this. So there's, still things to learn, maybe not in our case for that, but for people listening, dealing with commercial accounts, a lot of times they do respond a little bit better to the contract threat, because they kind of understand, okay, well, we don't want to worry
Yeah.
about that, so we're just going to.
Because I mean, we got a signed contract. They
Yeah.
agreed to the price. They agreed to the service. It's like, why not pay it? And the service was fine. They even called it. I mean, here's a little more scenario for you guys. They called us right before the Derby and said, hey, we got a news crew that's coming out here that's going to be filming for the Derby for us, a commercial. Can y'all get us taken care of? You always give us great service. And we did. So it ain't like anybody in the organization was not privy to us coming out to do a little bit of mulching and landscape work.
Right.
It's not like it's a $10,000 job, and that wouldn't even matter.
Right.
I mean, or $100,000 job, or fill in the blank. It's not a big job, but it's a job worth getting paid on.
Yeah.
They all are.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll keep y'all posted on that end of it. But the reason we're even having this discussion on my radio show is man, you earned it. You go get it.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of what kind of BS excuses they want to throw around of why they're not paying it and why they're not doing this, uh, just go after it. Don't be Wayne Vose on that like I used to be, and not worry about it, because to me, it was a whole lot easier not to try to chase it, if you will.
Yeah.
And
maybe this is also a good reminder too, you don't do it because of this, or especially solely because of this, but get those deposits. That's another good reminder.
Here's another good example of where we did not, because of their longevity with us, and it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Yeah. And I think a lot of times, things can become, especially in a small business, and I don't even mean small in regards to like one truck, but a small business like family owned, or the way we are as a small business, anything that's not, Microsoft and Walmart and things like that.
Right.
Like policies, we're pretty good about policies being policies, but pretend, and I think you've maybe even said this before pretty recently, when gosh, I can't remember how you said it, but basically pretend that your business is just as rigid in what your policies are, or don't pretend, but like pretend like, oh, let's say I'm Microsoft, what would they do in this situation? They say this is what the rules are, and that's what they do. They don't say, oh, because you have this many years with us, or this, that, and the other,
Right.
you can break the rules or not participate in the rules. And I think that if we can do better as a whole, as an industry, at enforcing the rules all the time, we can solve some of the problems, or maybe even a lot of the problems that we face, because it's like, oh, well, he, she, or the company has been a customer for a while, so we're not going to, we're going
Right.
to just forget the contract, or, they just text us in and say they get it done. So then we do it, and then it blows up in our face because it wasn't signed, or whatever situation was, or we're going to do this, thing for them, whatever, or not do this because, we're not going to charge the fee because they've been a customer for a while, or whatever. So just have your policy in place and enforce it. And I think we as the business think we're being harsh by enforcing policies, but most of the times customers are okay with it, right? Like,
Right. No, that's
and
right.
it's also like it is what it is to the customer. Okay, well, that's their policy. I may not love it, but I like the work they do, and so that is what it is. And it's like Sherry the other day having to pay her, and we all do it for, I don't know everybody ever, but we all here do it. When we move, we pay a $30 setup fee for Spectrum or whoever you
Right.
have, right? Even though I've been a customer, Sherry's probably been a customer for 30 years at a few different locations.
Right.
It's like, oh, you've got your setup fee 4 times. Why do you have to get it now? A
Right.
small business might go, you know what? They've been a customer for a while. We'll waive the setup fee and, whatever.
Right.
And there's times to,
That's
I'm
a
not
very
saying like
valid
there's
point.
never times to be the nice guy, but don't just be the guy that has policies but never enforce them.
And never enforce them. And that's where I caught myself doing a lot of that, many back in the day. I still get kind of soft now sometimes, and y'all get me back in line, But my dad was not like that. He was of the impression, hey, we did the work, you need to pay.
Yeah.
But that's because he came from that corporate America side,
Right.
of, hey, pay what you said you were going to pay.
Yeah.
And that's what I want all of us to get better at. And starting with you and your company is, by gosh, if that money is yours and you did the work the way you said you were going to do it and they agreed to the work, then regardless of their excuse,
Yeah.
make sure you get paid for the work.
Yeah.
And if not, go after it. And I'm not talking about, I hear so many guys say, and this was Wayne, so I'm not throwing any of y'all under the bus. I swear to God, I'm not. Well, it's only $200 or it's only $400 or it ain't worth it for $1,000. If I had all it ain't worth it's over $1,000 or $500, I'd be on the beach somewhere.
Sure.
I mean,
and don't be intimidated by someone that says something about legal action.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you have all the things done well that you should have done in place. Don't let that intimidate you or scare you.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give you a bad review. Well, you're probably going to give us a bad review anyway.
Yeah.
Matter of
especially
fact,
on a bigger
good
job
review for the job we did for you.
Yeah, especially on a bigger job. Let's say it's more than just a one time, like if you're doing a mowing and then they cancel, like it's a $75 cut or something, whatever. Which a lot of times those are the ones that you do kind of get screwed on. But like if it's a bigger $5,000 job, like that money is worth way more than one bad review, right? Like it's kind of different if it's a $75 and it's like, okay, well, if I'm weighing the pros and cons of this, that one bad review might be worth more than the $75 one-time cut versus the $5,000 landscaping. Yeah, I'd rather have the 5,000 and the bad review.
Right. Yeah. Pick your hats.
Yeah.
Talking about the hat situation today. Pick what hat, that you're going to wear with that. But yeah, and utilize, and to Daniel's point, don't let them intimidate you by saying, well, I'm going to tell my friends, or I'm going to give you a bad review, or I'm going to, well, fine, you'll be hearing from my lawyer. Fine. That's a great idea. And I've told not a million, but plenty of people this, would before you go to and get an attorney, take the contract that you signed with you so they see what they're getting involved in.
Yeah.
And if they tell you that it's not right, then get them.
Right.
But and that's why I am such a stickler on using service agreements for the services that we offer, regardless of what it is. I mean, people like, well, man, why do you worry about a service contract for 8 lawn applications? Well, don't look at it on the scheme of, well, it's only 8 lawn applications and 1 customer. It's how many customers do you have times 8? That's what you're protecting. And how many customers do you want to have? What your goals as far as company growth may be. You say, well, I'm a small company. It doesn't matter. It's always going to be me and my truck. Matter of fact, I took the passenger seat out of my truck because I don't want anybody working with me because I can't work with anybody. Well, still, protect yourself. And more importantly, protect the people that ain't riding in the gosh dang truck with you. And that's your family. Protect them. And what I mean by that is get paid for them. If you don't care about yourself losing the money, your family would certainly want the money from the job. And I don't mean that the way it sounds. They deserve it. You deserve it. Your company deserves it. The industry deserves it. So don't just, and maybe that is a good challenge, Daniel, that I put up. You don't even know what it is, but I'm going to put it out there. And if you don't agree, tell me about it.
All right.
But I think that's the challenge to everybody listening. I want you to ask yourself, how many or how much money over time have you said, I ain't going to worry about it? I want you to look at that today. I want you to work on that today. That's the homework assignment. And that's not going to help me. That's strictly to help you. And I want you to look at a number that pops up, and maybe you say, well, wait, I've never had an account not pay me. Then I'm going to sound like my dad and say, you just don't have enough work. You have not done enough work if you've never had anybody not beat you out of something. Now, that's the reality of that. Let's see what Mike's got here. Can you imagine them telling their friends, man, I'm mad at Wayne's Lawn Service. I signed and agreed to a price, and they delivered the service. Was great. And when they billed me exactly what they said they were going to bill me for, I'm not going to pay them. Hell, might get you a new customer.
Yeah.
There you go, Mike.
That's
the point. That is the point.
Yeah. And it's
Exactly.
Unfortunately, that's not the way they view the situation, but
that's what it is interpreted, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, that's the reality.
That is the reality of it. So with that being said, let's take a short break. We'll be right back for more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Yeah, Daniel, I just hate to see guys get beat out of money.
Yeah.
And I mean, just because you turn them over to a collection agency, I mean, and if you guys need any help with that, I'd be happy to talk to you about who we use. But we certainly have had really good results with these guys over the course of many years. And thing is, you don't lose 50 or 60, 70% of the money. It's not that type system initially anyway. So, but maybe we can get them on and talk to them about that, or certainly get them in the profit circle as well. Talk about, how they can maybe help you guys, get what you deserve. It's just really that simple, man. But anyways, with that being said, they're going to collections today. Not proudly doing it, but doesn't bother me to do it. And, I wish they would have paid. There's another thing too, and I don't want you guys to think this, that, just because you've got a signed contract and just because you put somebody in collection, and there's lots of reasons that we'll talk about later, but another show we'll talk more in depth with it, but doesn't mean you're going to get paid either.
Right. Here's what I think it does, though, and maybe you'll touch on it, but I think it screens a lot of the people out that are going to try to beat you out of the money.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. We find that, and the surprising part when we started using a collection agency after we called them and emailed them and sent 75 paper copies and all the BS that they want you to do. Oh, I didn't get it, or could you send me another one, or all that. What we found is when we start using a collection agency that they didn't even fire us. They're like, damn, they want their money, I guess, and that's the reality of it. You just want to be paid for what they agreed to at the price they agreed to pay when the service was completed. And yeah, some do fire you afterwards, but what are you losing?
Yeah.
That's what you really got to look at. What are you losing? So with that being said, stay tuned to Turfs Up Radio all day long. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Wednesday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, indeedy.
Oh, my goodness. We got a great show planned for you today. And here we are following up behind Aaron and Eric and Vitamin D, Daniel. Yes, indeedy. We got a great show going today. You guys are going to like it. Going to count on you guys getting involved with me a little bit today. So looking forward to that and getting your all's opinion on a few things that we're going to talk about. It is hump day already. Can y'all believe it? We are excited to be rolling into mid-July. Here we are, July 16th. I want to give a big shout out to my sister if she's listening to us. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. She is 29 and holding today. 29 and holding. So, but anyway, happy birthday, Sherry, if you're listening. So, I know she listened to us quite a bit. She's one of my biggest fans. And quite honestly, she always has been one of my biggest fans, even since I was little. Going back to, I don't know, let's say out of the womb. She's always been there, been special for me. You guys know what I'm talking about. You've probably got either a sibling or somebody that you feel like that about. And Sherry just was always there. My mom and dad were great parents, to say the least. But my dad worked a lot. We've talked about that, and we're not going to reiterate that today. But he worked a lot, so he didn't get a whole lot of time to be on hand for like school events, athletic events. And Sherry always was there. I played baseball, so Sherry would always be at my baseball games for me, and so I always did appreciate her doing that. And that was back in the day when you could still buy beer at grade school events, if you will. Maybe because we were Catholics, I don't know. Catholics beer, bingo, and bratwurst, right? But you get a little beer involved at some of that sometimes, and I can't imagine as wild as things are now, without it, because now you can, of course. But back then, you still used to be able to get a little beer at the Catholic sporting events. And yeah, so now Sherry didn't drink. Now, let me say that. She did not. She drank, but not there. Hers was not alcohol-induced involvement. I'll put it like that. But yeah, she was always there. She'd always come to my games. She'd always give the umpire heck for me, because I pitched a little bit, and I really enjoyed that. And she would always help the umpire with the strike zone, if you will. So anyway, Sherry, happy birthday. Thanks for always being there. for me growing up, and she did. She also disciplined me a little bit. One I'm not going to share here on the radio today with you guys, but my mom and dad were out of town, and she was keeping track of where I was supposed to be, and so we had a little disciplinary action one time when I was a young teenager. So, and I wasn't mad. I ain't mad at her for it. I wasn't. I was mad then at her, but it sounds like this is a roast sherry kind of party, but it's really not. I just a big shout out on her just being there, and there's been a lot of things, all the way through that. She's kind of helped me with, and I can always talk to her about, and she knows things about my personal life that other people don't know, and so anyway, happy birthday, you filthy animal. She finally got squared away. She finally got squared away on where she wants to live, I think, because her husband passed away, be 2 years in December, and she, for anybody been through that, you understand how you're just trying to get stuff squared away and settled away, and so she ended up selling their house that they had, and didn't want the responsibilities of all of that, and was looking for a condo, then looking for an apartment, and that whole thing. And so she moved, and now moved again. So I think she's squared away. I think she's squared away and where she likes. She actually came back here to the sunny side of the world. She was over in Indiana, just southern Indiana. She was just 15 minutes away. But she decided she wanted to get back over here on this side of the river. So we're glad to have her back. Happy birthday. And glad I got to see you a little bit last night, and wish you happy birthday. Well, tomorrow, guys, I want you guys to know that I'm heading out of town. I'm going to be off the grid for a while, literally. And so I will see you guys back. Katie and Daniel going to help out with my show next week, and because we're going out west on a west trip, me and a few friends, and I have no idea. Probably don't. Daniel, did y'all have service out there when were in Montana? It wasn't as bad as you'd think, he said. So Tab and I were talking about that a little bit last night, and I said, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure major areas probably have cell coverage, but when you get out there in middle of God's country, maybe not. Yeah. So Daniel said between the attractions, it gets a little spotty. So I can certainly believe that 100%. So just curious if any of you guys have ever been out that way. When I say west, we're flying into Sioux Falls, South Dakota, I think it is. And then we've rented a vehicle, and then we're just going to drive to different locations. So have no idea where we're going. Robin has been our tour director on that, very best friend, and so we're going to trust her judgment on where we're going. So there's four of us going. So Robin and her husband Timmy and a great friend Charlie's going. So there we go. It's going to be four of us roaming the West. Maybe we'll find a gold nugget or two while we're out there. Wonder if people still paying for gold. Does anybody know that? That'd be interesting. There's got to be gold left. I mean, it couldn't have got it all. I mean, you would just think from erosion and whatnot, you'd have a little more popping up at some point. So yeah, Seth, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, appreciate you wishing us safe travels, and I'll let you guys know about it for sure on what it was like. I've never been out that way for fun. I mean, I've been out, done some seminars out there. I actually Sioux City. I think it was Sioux City. Does that sound about right, Daniel? Sioux City. We're going to Rapid City, but I think I'm trying to think seminar-wise. It was somewhere out in South Dakota, and then also Boise, Idaho. Been out there a few times. for their state lawn and landscape association speaking. And that man, you talk about an awesome place. That Boise, Idaho was really nice. And then also went to another, gosh, I'm trying to think, Nevada. We were in Nevada, the top side of Nevada, or Idaho, Twin Falls, Idaho. Yeah. So, yeah, it was all good, all good. So so I've been out west and I've flown over it and seen the tops of the mountains, and had actually had a lady with one of the locations did a seminar with a company called Pipeco out there. They were an irrigation supply, and they took me around a little bit. So that's really the only touring, if you will, that I did. I was in between seminars. I was doing a couple different locations for them, and in between days, they took me to Snake River Canyon. Now, you're going to have to be a little bit older to remember this one, but that's where Evel Knievel tried jumping the Snake River on a motorcycle. They're called it. It was a jet propelled motorcycle, but they took me to where he took his big jump that was not successful. But he had a parachute and that whole deal from what they were saying. So I remember Evel Knievel, but it was pretty crazy watching him do his thing. But that was cool seeing that. That was still set up in there. So anyways, other than that, we're going to talk a little bit about customers in general. We're going to talk about customer expectations a little bit today and how that can vary greatly. You guys understand that for sure. But before we get into all that, I want to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. I had a late start today. And you're like, Wayne, what in the world's that got to do with seeing everybody at the expo? Because at the expo, you got to be a little flexible sometimes. And running your business, you got to be a little flexible sometimes. And this morning was one of those mornings. We had a late start here. We actually got everybody in and out of here about 10 o'clock and a little bit before, and we got one still getting ready to go out. But other than that, we had a late start. We had some pretty heavy rain around here this morning. And I want to give my friends at BAM Weather again for keeping us on the straight and narrow, and letting us know, hey, it looks good, but don't trust it just yet. And, so anyways, they got us, they gave us a good launch time, and so far so good with that. Kyle's already been out and about and had an appointment. We already had a customer call us this morning. And he's a great customer, and you guys probably have one. I'm just curious. I want to know if you guys got one like this, but we got more than one, but maybe you got at least one. Somebody that just calls you all the time. And, it's like, he's a great person, great guy. He even called us one day, and I shared this with y'all already. He even called us one day while we were under a tornado warning. But I mean, we went out yesterday, and Kyle did actually. Kyle went out and sprayed some milkweed for him. And, before we went out there to do it for him, he's like, hey, I'll swing by while I'm out running some appointments, and I'll get that sprayed for you, because it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't worth sending an applicator out there to do it. It was one of those kind of jobs, so it was just something simple we could pick up and get sprayed. So Kyle told him, he said, they're calling for rain in a few hours. He says, but, it'll be fine, He's like, oh, yeah, okay. He said, when I could do this, I used to, do that and didn't worry about the rain. I know, once we're dry, we're good and blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, so Kyle went ahead and got it sprayed for him. And it wasn't 30 minutes after we had a shower yesterday afternoon, a little shower, he calls up and he says, well, I was just checking to see if it was okay that it rained. And, the product had plenty of dry time. It was good. And okay, all right, great. Everything's fine, Mr. Smith. And so
then this morning he called back again and talked to Katie, and Katie's like, "Oh my God, it's him again." And I don't want y'all to think we don't appreciate our customers, because we do. But I'm just curious, do any of you guys have that, "Oh my gosh, it's them calling again" kind of experience? Let me know. 502-550-8307. 502-550-8307. I mean, we love this guy, man. He's been a customer a long time. But he just is like that. I don't know if he literally fell off his roof a couple falls ago. Not, I know that's one of those words. What do they call those? Like fall, winter time, but when like you fall. But anyway, a couple falls ago, he was cleaning his gutters out, and he went from one side of his roof on his home to the other, and he slid off. I mean, it was only a single story, so it wasn't like he hurt himself too bad, but he did hurt his back some. But ever since then, I think it kind of joggled his mind a little bit, because he just doesn't seem to remember like he used to, or maybe he's using that as an excuse now. I'm not sure, but but anyway, he's a super nice guy. But he went from one side of his roof to the other, and when he went to the other side, it was still in the shade, so the roof had frost on it. He's got a metal roof, and he literally slid off his roof. And so that's how we've ended up doing a lot more work for him. He used to take care of most of his work. We did like his landscape maintenance and his spraying, for him, his fertilization and weed control. For his turf areas, and he would take care of his beds. His beds are immaculate. I'm just here to tell you. And I mean, if you find a weed in any of his beds, I mean, you've worked really hard to find one. And so I don't know why he just didn't spray this milkweed himself. Not that we mind going out there. I mean, it's a billable, but I mean, we don't mind doing it. But we were just couldn't believe he didn't do it, and I think he was just worried about it for some reason. But long story short, he's called us 3 times total since yesterday afternoon, or maybe not even afternoon, since about lunch, and just checking to make sure things are going to be okay. And Corey said if they make it to 3 straight complaint calls, we drop them. And heck, Corey, maybe you're serious. I don't know if you're serious or not, but we might be a good policy to put in place. And he's not complaining. And that's actually something that I want to talk about a little bit today, too, is, how do you handle complaint calls? Now, this wasn't a complaint call, or at least not yet, because finally this morning Katie told him, and we have not reminded him that he's already called us a couple other times, right, Katie? Yeah, she just keeps answering his question for him that no, that it's okay. It's dry. It had plenty of dry time. And, Mr. Smith, we're just wait about 7 to 10 days. And, if you're not seeing the results that you want, because if you want 3 or 4 days, you know how you get to know your customers, right? You tell them longer, right? So in his case, whatever it is, we add to it, because we know that then he'll wait about half that amount of time, and then he'll reach back out to us, is what it amounts to. So anyway, long story short, we'll see. Katie told him that today, hey, wait 7 to 10 days, and if you're not seeing what you want, give us a call back. So we figured that'd get us, 3 or 4 days, potentially to Monday. And then by then he'll see that it's dying and he'll be okay, but we love them, right? Do you love your customers like that too? I mean, we really do. I mean, he's not nasty when he calls, but I know we're not the only ones that have, a customer like that. But let's see. Corey said, serious, if we can't fix it and the calls are repeated, it just isn't a good fit. And you know what? And I do agree with that 100%, Corey. If it's something we did, then it don't count. But if it's, Then this is what Corey said. If it's something we did, then it didn't count. So if it's a legitimate complaint, so they basically get 3 challenges. Let's call them that, Corey. They get 3 challenges, and that's fair, because sometimes a customer can get to the point where they're not worth the time and the effort for the money spent. And I think that's something that we all need to look at a little bit, as at what point does a customer cross over that line for you in your world, in your business, however you want to look at it, to when you just say, hey, it's going to be more profitable to release this customer than it is to try to maintain the customer, based on what they're spending and the potential profit dollars involved with that. So just something to think about, And, I would like your all's opinion on that too, is when's the last time you had to fire a customer? And I know we've talked about it before, but that's something I want you to think about a little bit, is when's the last time, that you actually had to fire a customer, and have you yet? Because I know a lot of you guys are smaller companies, and maybe you haven't yet. I went a long time without that. And when I would hear people talking about that, I'd be like, why are you getting rid of somebody? Why are you getting rid of somebody? I wish I would have learned faster that maybe sometimes the best thing I do is get rid of somebody, and I was a slow learner on that. So sometimes it's much more profitable to get rid of them than it is to keep them. And I don't know, everybody's got their own opinion on that. And, when it comes to complaining customers, sometimes that really boils down to what does the service contract look for that customer as well. And did you agree to the terms of that service agreement? So with that being said, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back to that after our break. So stay right with us. Appreciate you guys being here with me on Profit Time. Corey sent me an interesting text during our break there. He said that he had a lady call him at 3 a.m. during a thunderstorm. And he said, like, I was going to be happy about it, He said, I was kind of confused, and said energy was off. I guess her power was out. I told her I was confused, and she said that wasn't it. I called her during business hours, this is Corey, the next day, and she said it felt like I didn't want to talk to her. Sorry, Corey, I didn't mean to laugh. I didn't want to talk to her. I had only cut her grass one time. I consulted with my wife, and we ultimately dropped her. I mean, first of all, I think you were really, really nice answering the phone at 3 a.m. on a number that, you didn't know, or if you knew it was a customer. I mean, that's the outstanding part of it, the customer service side of it. But, yeah, and I can almost understand it, Corey, for real, thinking, Jesus, was something really wrong? Why would somebody be calling me at 3 a.m? But, yeah, that sounds like a legitimate reason to get rid of you. For you to get rid of her. I mean, if she's going to call you 3 a.m. and then be mad because you're not excited about it, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's almost the epitome of it. We're supposed to be excited all the time when these people call us, and understand their trials and tribulations and frustrations. And obviously that's what we're in business to do, to be a problem solver for our customers, right? To satisfy their needs and wants. But there has got to be a line that they don't cross and we don't cross as business owners doing that. And, getting back to what that really means. Yeah. Getting back to what that really means is this, and this is it in real life. how do we potentially nip something in the bud before it becomes a 3 a.m. phone call to you? And the specifically what I wanted to talk about that now for just a few minutes is a snow request for service. You know, we got an RFQ in by email the other day from a facility that had 6 locations, and we're not going to beat this horse too hard, but I'm just going to plant that seed to get everybody thinking about it, because it's that time of the year when you're going to start seeing things like this rolling through. But the stupid things that you got to watch out for in these requests for a proposal or a quote when you get them. And this one had signs written all over it that this was going to be a pain. Number one is something for you guys that are doing snow or maybe new into snow. First of all, let's just beat this horse right now. Be very, very careful. And what I really want to say is don't do it, because I just don't do it. But that does not mean that you shouldn't do it. But I'm going to tell you why I don't do it. Okay? That's why I'm saying be very, very careful signing someone else's contract. Because when it boils down to it, who and what do they have in mind? That's the question. Now, in this case, we're talking about snow, but it could be mowing. It could be anything. It could be lighting. It could be irrigation. It could be whatever service it is that you provide. When somebody comes to you with their contract that they want you to sign, they've written that contract more than likely in their favor. And that's something that I don't want you guys to ever forget. Now, if it's my business, I'm going to have my own contract that somebody's going to work with Wayne's Lawn Service under, or we're not going to work for them. Now, that's just me. That doesn't mean that you can't be successful signing somebody else's service contracts, okay? I'm just saying, do your due diligence in reviewing that particular contract for verbiage and terms in that verbiage. Terms and conditions, and it all boils down to the verbiage and the terms and conditions of the contract. The who, what, where, when, and why. And that is probably the absolute most important and best advice that we can talk about today, is how you should just protect yourself and your customers. That's the thing about a well-written service contract, is it's good for everybody involved. But when a contract leans one way or the other, which in a lot of cases they do, especially when it comes to snow contracts, and it could be anything, but we're talking snow for a minute. We got to be really careful as the contractor when we sign somebody else's service agreement, when it's got verbiage in it like lot must be clear by 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 5 a.m. or 10 p.m., whatever time frame they throw in there. Because when you look at it from that perspective, what's the biggest unknown about snow? What is the absolute biggest unknown about snow? And that, for me, in my experience, is when's it going to start and how much you're going to get. Because that's how I can determine if I'm going to sign somebody's contract that says, lot must be clear, and we'll deal with the word clear in a minute. A better word, there's a better word to be used. But when you sign somebody else's contract that says like lot will be clear by 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. or whatever time frame they throw in there, and the lot is not taken care of by that time frame, guess what you've done? You've not performed to the scope of the contract. And when you don't perform to the scope of the contract, then it gives them a realistic methodology on how to not pay for the services that have been rendered, whether in full or in partial. That's why I say you got to take the time to do your due diligence to utilize a service contract that is well written and doesn't favor either party involved. Because you're setting yourself up for nothing but failure if we sign a contract that was sent over to us as a template to look at for these 6 locations. Another thing that was bad within this one, and it's evident in a lot of them that we see roll through here, especially from some of these national firms, is when they say lot must be clear or lot must stay clear. There's only really one definition of clear. And Daniel or Katie, look that up for me. The definition of clear. It's got to be the absence of. Just, but the reason it's bad in a snow, like a clear lot. Yeah. Yeah. To remove an obstruction or an unwanted item. Now, that sounds like a simple thing to do, doesn't it? To have the lot cleaned off or cleared. But what happens during an ongoing event? Number one is what I want you to think about. And what also happens after it stops snowing, the lot's been serviced, things are in good shape, we get a little bit of melt, and then we get a refreeze. Are the refreeze opportunities addressed in that service contract? Who's responsible for the refreeze? Is it you? Is it them? Or is it even addressed? So make sure that a service contract that you're signing addresses whose responsibility it is to maintain a safe as possible environment based on the weather conditions that exist during a snow season. Not a snow event, but a snow season. Again, these are little things that don't matter until they matter. And then they become problematic when you do have a slip and fall. That's where the problem comes into play. So it's up to you to decide, do you really want to sign a contract that says lot must be clear by 6 a.m. and remain clear during and after the event? And what verbiage goes along with that explanation from that service? Again, I just want you to protect yourself. because sometimes it looks good to say, oh man, here comes 6 nice jobs that we could easily put into our capacity ability of our snow and ice management side of our business. But the reality of it is the verbiage is not right. Or they want to initiate the service. And that was the case with this particular contract. They want to call and initiate the service, and you've got an hour to respond. Now, let's be realistic. Unless you're just sitting home gaming or watching cartoons, can you really respond to something like that within an hour? Even 2 hours? Probably not. And furthermore, what if they call you at 4 a.m. and say, hey, yeah, we want service on our property, and the contract says it's going to be clear by 6 a.m., and you got an hour to get there, so you get there by 5. So now you got 60 minutes to clear a property that's hour and a half property. Let's just make it something simple, not something complicated. Just something that takes longer than the time frame to clear or plow and treat. I don't even like using the word clear because it becomes too problematic. Again, it goes back to verbiage in the contract. And I really have spent more time on this than I wanted to. But my whole point's this. A lot of these requests for quotes are going out now. They tell you also within it, and we'll talk in depth on this, and we certainly got in depth on it in the profit circle. But another thing that they're really bad at on these requests for quotes is, and they tell you, what do you charge per ton? And you know what the neat thing about it is? What do you charge per ton for material? I've seen very, very few of these that ask, how did you come up with, or what is your rate of application going to be per acre or per 1,000 square feet or based on the size of the property? They never ask for a definition. It's always, what's the price per ton? And then when they get into, this is why we don't have time to talk about all this today. Then they get into, well, all we want is sodium chloride. Now that in itself is something that becomes problematic. And we'll talk about why on another show. But that's why you as a snow and ice management contractor have to do your due diligence first on training, education, and knowledge, so you know when to look at some of these requests for quotes and say, man, this is the dumbest thing in the world I've ever seen in my life. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Wrapping up on our show today, and I guess the snow, and I didn't really want to spend that much time on snow today, but, you know, it's just one of those things you get talking about it and you just roll on, and there's a million things to cover with it, but, you know, just, hey, you guys are getting those proposals now. Some of you guys understand where I'm coming from. Some of you guys haven't got enough experience yet to understand it, but just understand that get a well-written service agreement, have your legal advisor check it out, make sure it's doing what you want it to do, because at the end of the day, you know, like I said, a well-written service agreement is good for both parties involved. It's not leaning one way or the other. And when you decide you're going to sign somebody else's service contract, you're setting yourself up for failure. And, you know, that's why a lot of guys now are getting out of the snow and ice management business, is simply because the insurance for that service, bless you, the insurance for that service has gotten crazy because so many people were just going out and signing stupid contracts, not looking at the verbiage. Then the insurance companies were getting blown up, that they were getting themselves in trouble and costing them literally millions, if not billions of dollars as we look at it. Because when you look at slip and falls across North America as a whole, I mean, it's only second to automobile accidents as far as deaths goes. Check it out. Check it out. When I say check it out, check out your contract. Make sure you got a well-written service contract that first and foremost is good for you, but secondly is good for your client. And that's when we get into a win-win situation. But a lot of these nationals that are out there getting you to work, and they got lot must be clear by a certain time. Just ask them. Just simply come out and ask them. Hey, I want to work for you guys. This looks great. Like we can both, I can be a good provider. You can be a good account for us. But I've just got one question. They'll say, yeah, what's that? I was reading through the scope of the work and it says the lot must be clear by 6 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, that's because, that's when our employees, will start arriving or whatever time it is. You say, okay, what time's it going to start snowing? And they're going to say, well, I don't know. And you're going to say, I don't either. That's why I can't sign this contract. Get this contract fixed, you moron. So, hey, not literally that bad, but it is that bad. It is that bad. So take the time, do your due diligence. And I'm beating this horse hard because I don't want you guys to get yourself in a bad position. So with that being said, you guys have a great day, great opportunity, and stay tuned right here for the Landscape Hero. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We are live. We're back in the saddle. Having a great time here. Thinking about everything that I did the last week and a half. And oh my goodness, it was crazy. We're going to talk a little bit about that today. But before we get into all that, I got some great stories to share with you guys on that trip and business stories to share, the things that took place on that trip. But before we get into all that, here we are, rolled around again to another Monday, July 28th. Hard to believe, isn't it? Goodness gracious. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Let me know what you did over the weekend. Kind of curious to know what you guys were doing. I'll share what I did and a little bit. And we had an opportunity to just do some things that we had never done before. And it's unbelievable, man. Some things when you just set aside time to do it, what you can get done and whatnot. So yeah, we're going to talk about that. Hopefully you guys again had a great weekend and have some good stories to talk about. And I certainly got a lot of good stories to talk about. We're going to got a lot of good things to talk about today on Profit Time for sure. Looking forward to that for sure. We got stories on aeration and seeding. We're going to talk a little bit about that today. We're going to talk about things that happen on clients' properties and just the whole list of things, man. We're going to run through. But before we get into all that, I want to give a big shout out to Aaron Walls for a great job this morning, as always, on his show. And Daniel, outstanding job again. And I want little condolences going out to Aaron's son, who had a really good friend. This is some sad news. Really good friend that was killed over the weekend, 19 years old on a four-wheeler. And that's sad for sure. So I'm sure they got some sad things going on with that right now, with not only their son but their community with something like that. When that's always bad when something like that happens. And when he was talking about that this morning, it just kind of floored me a little bit. And to hear, that, oh my God, somebody that young, just, their life's over. So it puts other things in perspective for each and every one of us for sure. But hey, Seth, I appreciate you listening. And yeah, I did have a great trip. Curious to know what you guys are into today. We're doing some mowing and some lawn apps around WLS today. That's what our goal is, and be curious to know what you guys are into today. We got a pretty significant heat issue going on in a lot of the country right now. It's supposed to break here in our region sometime around Wednesday afternoon and evening, and turn off a lot less humid and cooler for a few days after that. So look forward to that end, and get Bam on here maybe later on this week and see what things are looking for. See if we can get Brett back on here for us, or Matt. One of those two guys are always great to get on here with us. But yeah, hope you had a great weekend. Hope your Monday's off to a great start. I know ours is here on Turfs Up Radio and WLS. We're out and about doing our thing. I want to give a shout out to Holly, my daughter. Hopefully she's listening. She's driving today. She's commuting today down to see a friend. So Holly, be safe travels, and listening to us. Try not to laugh too much at some funny stuff we get going if we do, and keep your eye on the road. So yeah, Holly's taking a road trip and vacation this week to see a friend from high school, and was also in her wedding. So, but that's all going to be good. So yeah, she's rocking and rolling along. Says she's close to Asheville already. So man, moving right along, moving on down the road. So have a safe trip and let me know when you get there. But yeah, like I said, I want to give Aaron a big shout out. He had Stephen Cohen on his show this morning with him. And for you guys that haven't heard, Aaron's got a hot dog cart that he's going to put into business. And he had a Kentucky inspector coming today. And he's got an Indiana inspector he was going to try to get a hold of to get his license for Indiana as well. So, Aaron, we're looking forward to you getting that card up and rolling, buddy. Talk about diversification of services. There you go. There's always something else out there, and that's part of what we're going to talk about today is service for fall. For that we can do. That's can be a really nice income producer for each and every one of us. And Darren, Jesus must be thinking about me. Aaron is, I know he's really excited about getting his cart going, and he just picked it up. I know last week, one day, I think it was around Thursday, he sent me a text and picture of that thing. So, yeah, he's looking forward to it, and he was talking very positive with Stephen Cohen today. Had him on his show, and they were talking about the golf cart and the golf cart, the golf cart. I'd like to be on a golf cart, but his hot dog cart. So I'm sure Aaron's going to do well with it, without a doubt. So, Aaron, good luck, my friend. Told you that a zillion times. But hey, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to get right back into our show, Profit Time, this morning. Hopefully, you guys got some good things, some interaction on what we're going to be talking about. But we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. We're rolling up on the end of July, and our webinar for the Profit Circle is going to be Wednesday, July 30th. It's this coming Wednesday at 7 p.m. We're going to talk about service agreements for different services and actually go through different service agreements. Not just talk about them, but actually go through a few and why we have certain things in our contracts and why we have certain things that are not included in those contracts. So for you guys that are involved in the Profit Circle with us, we'll be glad to see you Wednesday at 7 p.m. And for you guys that would like to try it out, be sure to check it out and try it out. Join us for a webinar and see what the Profit Circle is all about. I think you'll find that you'll like the content that we share, and If you don't, you just hop right back out. It's that easy, right, Daniel? I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty basic. It's
simple.
no strings attached. 7-day free trial.
Yeah.
So
So
you get it all.
check it out with us. Check it out with us. So, but anyways, I wanted to talk a little bit about Katie's show Friday. If you guys didn't have a chance to hear it, she did a Christmas in July special show, and it was awesome. And a business talk with it too. It wasn't just Christmas music, you know. So if you guys didn't have a chance to catch that live, it is uploaded, and you can go back and check that out. But Katie is a big Christmas fan, to say the least, and she thought she'd do a Christmas in July show. I was actually listening to it as we were traveling up through. I think we were in Cody, maybe Cody, Wyoming, somewhere in that ballpark. Listening, Katie. So, yeah, all over the country, you can listen to us here on Turfs Up Radio. It doesn't matter where you're at. If you got a signal on your phone and you can listen to put it on the app, and there you go. So, check Katie's show out for sure. Her Christmas in July show, it was awesome from last Friday. So, but I do want to talk a little bit about my trip and just from my trip standpoint, and then equally important, the business perspective surrounding my trip. And most of you guys know that I took a trip out west, and it's the first time I'd ever done it, and did it with some really great friends. And we went a lot of different places. I mean, we literally did. I mean, I'm not going to tell you about all of them, but what was consistent, because I don't want to bore you. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just don't want to think, oh God, I'm boring them with it. But you know, I mean, we literally went all over South Dakota, Wyoming, a lot of Montana, or a portion of Montana at least, and you know the consistent theme. I mean, some of these were national monuments. Like we went to Sturgis. Sturgis is getting ready to have their big motorcycle rally there this week, and they were already prepping for that day. You know, it was crazy. I mean, they had all kinds of tent vendors already that were setting up and getting their, you know, their shirts and
Yeah.
all involved in that. Uh, and that just watching all that take place in a very small community was, you know, just the marketing behind all that was crazy. We also went to a place called the Full Throttle Saloon. That was pretty neat, and some of you guys that may be familiar with that, but there was actually a show on TV about that place actually. And we got to meet the owner. He was there that day. And the funniest part of that whole scenario there was when we walked in, there was very few people. There was very early and in the morning, but the owner was there, and I got to talking to him for a minute, and he was actually from Paducah, Kentucky, right? You know,
That's
right there in
crazy.
that area. And
All the places.
of all the places, yeah, to be around, man, he was there, and I can't even remember his name now. With all due respect, but Charlie, one of the guy, my friend that was with us, one of them, he's like, "Oh my God, there's so and so," and he, you know, he knew his name, and you know, of course, because Charlie's a big Harley rider,
Yeah.
and he's been up to Sturgis for that event, and we got a picture up there, and they got a picture of like downtown Sturgis, South Dakota, they're hanging in there on Main Street, and it's incredible, Daniel, how many people were there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy. We saw a lot of things, like I
guess it'd
said.
be a good kind of, weird as it sounds, kind of a middle ground for people from both sides of the country to get there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they come from all over. I mean, a lot of them will pull their bikes in. A lot of, when I say pull them, you know, pull them on a trailer if they're coming from a long distance, and a lot of people ride them a long distance, and
Yeah.
some people fly and rent. And I mean, it's unreal all the options that go along up there and talking to, you know, the business owners there in Main Street. But and then, but it was a sight, and you could really gain an appreciation for marketing. I'll say that as well. And that was not just in Sturgis, but everywhere we went. And I don't know how many of you guys may have made a trip out west, whether you did, one area like Yellowstone or the Tetons or whatever it may have been, or, so anywhere else in Montana or South Dakota or wherever it was you went. But I don't know. We over the course of 8 days, I guess 8 days of traveling around. I mean, it was something else. I mean, just to see the marketing in all those places, and what I didn't realize, I mean, a lot of them are snow, or they do some snow sports too to sustain themselves and to run their businesses with, Daniel. But there were a lot that don't, and they got like a 4 month season. They were telling me,
It's pretty wild.
and they start around June 1st, I think June 1st, and go through October 1st. And
Yeah,
so
that's a pretty typical from what I saw out there too, looking at stuff to do and when stuff reopens and all that kind of stuff. That's a pretty common calendar for them out there. So
you talk about having to understand, cost. A lot of people say, "Oh my God, it's so expensive to go," and it is kind of costly to go. But I mean, they're recovering cost of in 4 months. And that to me was crazy. I got to thinking about, I mean, gosh, depending on your market for a lawn and landscape contractor or whatever you're doing, that's a restricted, I'm gonna call it a restricted season or reduced season, whatever it may be. I mean, we look at it like in our market and say, okay, well, it's 9 months or 10 months, and some of you guys are on shorter seasons than that for mowing, but they've got it figured out. They've got it figured out on what it costs, and a lot of it is a quote unquote tourist trap, if you will. But it's not really a tourist trap as much as it is. I think they just understand cost. I don't think they're overcharging to overcharge. When I got thinking about one of these places we stayed was like $430 for a night, and which was on the higher side, but it was a very remote rural area,
right.
Called the Headwaters, and it was between like Yellowstone National Park and the Grand Tetons National Park. So I mean, I got to talking to one of the ladies there in the gift store. There was, they had these cabins and a lot of camping. Oh my God, that was something that amazed me too, is the number of people with campers and RVs and
it's the
just
RV country out there.
oh my gosh. But I asked her, I said, well, where do y'all live? And she said, well, they put us up right here on the property. And she actually came because I mean, it's very rural, and that is not even the word for it.
Just
uh,
remote.
Yeah. I mean, what happens? And I said, like, where do y'all go to the store? And she said, well, our closest like Walmart, she said, was about 3.5 hours.
It's awesome.
The Cody, Wyoming. And she said, it's a trip when you go.
Yeah.
She said normally one of us or two of us will go and get stuff for multiple people,
Yeah.
rather than everybody making that trip. Can you imagine having to go 3.5 hours?
Wonderful.
That sounds wonderful. Would you really like to do that?
I would love that. Yeah. Especially out there. Like I could do it anywhere, I think, but I feel like out there it would be amazing with all the scenery and the wildlife and everything involved.
Yeah. There is a lot going on. I'll say that, to say the least. There is a lot going on, but my God, and that was just one stop. I mean, but we did like Mount Rushmore and Needles Parkway and, what was it, Custer State Park and Crazy Horses Monument. And it was a great trip, a lot of driving. We drove a lot. We drove almost 2,000 miles.
Wow.
As well as seeing, but to see all that, I think if I would ever go back, I wouldn't try to do so much.
Yeah.
And if you've never been, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying plan for it. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah,
It
I can
don't-
imagine.
You
I
know,
mean, I've never done that,
it,
so
it
I don't know, but it seems
it's
like it
it's
would
a
be.
lot. I did learn a lot, both from a business perspective as well as a uh, tourist perspective, if you will. And I don't know what the right word for this it would be, but just from a humanity perspective, I'm going to call it just about the history of the West. Because, I mean, you just, until you've went out there and went through some of the museums and, seen some of the monuments and talked to some of the people that actually live there and,
Yeah.
um, the history that you learn in school is good, no doubt about it. But it's just different when you actually experience it and see it and,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it becomes more like understandable. It's not like it's like when you learn about Egypt. Well, who has ever been to Egypt? Like you can't you've never seen the pyramids. You've never you can say, oh well, I was in the same place that this crazy thing happened, or
yeah,
so it puts it into context more. You can you like personalize it too, like, oh, this was a actual person that this happened to, not just like a name in a book.
right. It's not like, what happened at Custard's last stand, kind of thing. But to see where it was and all that, it makes it more real, if you will. Not like I said, that may or may not be the right way to explain it, but and I'll tell you something else that I did that I learned on this trip too is gained a new appreciation for uh, the Native American Indians, and how they lived and, you know, how they got pushed off their own land and
Mm-hmm.
just that whole thing was crazy. And the whole time I'm sitting there relating things to business, I'm thinking like, or not the whole time, but a lot of the times I was, thinking about that in my mind about, God, I mean, because cash wasn't a big thing to them. It was more of trading stuff,
Yeah.
you know, traded this for that, and
Mm-hmm.
that was their economy was based on a lot of that. It was, I don't know, it was just a really great experience. So for anybody that's not thought about it or, whatever, or said, well, man, what's there to do out there? There's a zillion things to see. There's a lot of knowledge to learn, but you got to be very patient on waiting to see something other than seeing a whole lot of mountains and trees and wildlife. And
Mm-hmm.
so, and pictures don't do it justice. I'll say that as well.
Yeah.
Pictures won't do it justice.
For sure. Yeah, you take the picture and you look at it and you're like, that's not what I'm seeing.
Yeah. It's not, yeah. Charlie was funny. He said, man, it makes your eyes hurt. I mean, it really is crazy. And I think the weirdest, not the weirdest thing, but I don't know this. I don't even know what the right word to describe it is. But we went on this thing as we were going into Yellowstone Park called Beartooth Highway or Parkway. And when we got to the top of that thing, we were over 12,000 feet high. And I mean, not all this has guardrails or anything. That's the weirdest thing that I found in going out there that, I mean, if you go off, you just, you ain't going to worry about an ambulance.
Not worry about your seatbelt.
Yeah. I didn't. I told him, I said, I ain't wearing my seatbelt. I want to fly out. I just want to be done. For some crazy reason, I'd survive at the bottom. You couldn't have much,
Yeah.
I mean, it was funny, Daniel, today when I told you about that, you said, God, that was, drove higher than it was when you jumped out of that airplane doing your parachute thing.
Yeah.
If I'd have thought of that, that'd been crazy. Like, yeah, Daniel jumped out of a plane lower than this.
Yeah. It's weird to think that.
But yeah, it is. But it was crazy. There was still some snow on the mountains. So
I think you'd really like to see it in the winter. I think
I bet it's really pretty in the
you'd
winter.
really like it.
Yeah. And oh man, the forest fires too, and how just the different mountain ranges that had fires and the condition that they were still in. And
Did you see the signs that said like forest fire. I can't think of the right word, but it's like low, moderate, or high risk. I
Yes,
guess.
the risk with
Yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Even in winter when we went there, it said moderate. So I don't know.
Really, it was in
Yeah.
moderate when we were there, too. Uh-huh. And I mean, temperatures were pretty good. It got warm in Rapid City. That's where we flew into, and that's where we flew out of to come home. But it was cool most of the time. But Friday and Saturday, it was upper 80s, low 90s. But it was really crazy. Like our feel like temperature here, was like what 94, but the feel like was 105.
Yeah.
It was like the high it was like 91, but the feel like was 88.
Never seen it go that direction.
I hadn't either. First time in my life I ever saw the feel like lower than the actual temperature. So that was pretty cool too. But it was a good trip. We had fun, and business wise, I learned a lot too. Just watching, the marketing of just looking at all the marketing that goes on for those places. And they spend the money on that marketing, and we're not going to talk about that today here on the Profit Circle or on the Profit Time, but it was something else. It was just crazy, but I'm glad I did it. So my suggestion would be you guys ought to consider it. I mean, went to a rodeo while I was out there, and went to Cody, Wyoming's where went to the rodeo, and that supposedly is the rodeo capital of the United States. So, and I think it said rodeo capital of the world on their sign. I don't know, but
believe it.
And they had a nightly rodeo there. I mean, in that small of a community, man, and people came from all over. But
Kind of like Bardstown, it's like a small community, but it's the capital of the
the bourbon capital of the world. Yeah, there you go.
People come from all around to see it.
Yeah, yep, and man, people rolling in constantly. It was just something to see, something to see. And it puts a lot of things in scale for you too. I mean, just whether it's business scale or personal scale, life scale, it's just a whole lot of scaling that I'm gonna say, goes on while you're out there. But they get it done, and they get it done in a short season. So, with that being said, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. One thing I did notice out there is my allergy situation wasn't nearly as bad.
I believe it. Yeah.
It
seems like wherever else I go, that seems to be true.
Yeah.
Whether it's Florida or wherever, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anywhere else.
Yeah, true that. I hear you. Me too, Holly. Holly said, yeah, makes her want to be there for sure. So
I don't think I've ever been to either one of the Carolinas.
To see if it's better?
That's where Holly's going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to either one of those states.
Yeah. So
I don't even think I've ever been to. I know Charlotte's a big like fly through place for one of them. I don't think I've ever even flown through it.
I've done some seminars down there in Charlotte, and actually North Carolina and South Carolina as a whole as well. So one of the distributors down there. So
it's a pretty good place to go though.
Yeah.
Weather and scenery and
a lot of good things, fun things to do.
Beaches.
Yeah. They got a little bit of it all. That's right. And a few little mountain ranges as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can get it all done down there. But hey, Wednesday, I want to give you guys a little heads up. We're going to have a gentleman on with Bobcat Mowers, Ron Scheffler, and looking forward to that. We're going to talk a little bit about their equipment and their mowers, and that'll be a fun thing. So set a reminder in your phone to be sure to tune in at 10 a.m. on Wednesday to Profit Time. Looking forward to that conversation with Ron.
Big day Wednesday.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day Wednesday. So looking forward to that. But wanted to talk a little bit today, Daniel, about aeration and lawn renovation season. It's fast approaching, right?
Yeah.
And here we are cruising on into August. And I know one company here in Louisville specifically, not us, but they're completely booked on their aeration and seeding.
Yeah.
For the fall, which is it's a cool place to be.
Yeah, they do a pretty good job of how they do it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be a how-to show with them. Get them on here on how they sell it out and get. It is that's a good thing about it. And for you guys that are doing aeration and lawn renovations and whatnot as as a fall service, you understand it and you get it. But for you guys that aren't doing it, I just kind of want to just turn the light on a little bit, this time of the year of, hey, consider it. And it is a very seasonal opportunity, but it's something that can, it's something that, first of all, it's a great add-on service for your customers. Um, if even you say, well, Wayne, we're not doing fertilization or weed control, or, we're not really worried about it. We're just mowing. Well, the other side of that is you still want your customer to have a good looking lawn and healthy turf. And aeration is something that can be a great add on service. Hell, you can do it while you mow. I mean, it's just, mow it and aerate it while you're there. I mean, just something to think about. It's a great add-on service. It's a great profit center for your company, but you don't have to think that, well, I got to go out and invest a lot of money in equipment, because you don't have to do that either. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions with it, and it was for me too, thinking that you got to go out and you got to buy all this equipment when you really don't have to. I mean, you can rent it, have it set up to be rented. Now that's going to require a little forethought on your end, and sometimes Aaron actually talked a little bit about fear factor and how fear talks to him in his mind sometimes about things this morning, Daniel. And this is something that can talk to you from a fear factor side in your mind as well, and because it did me. I was a lot of years before I decided, we were going to do some aeration and overseeding and kill outs and that whole thing to help improve lawns and make lawns look better in the fall, because I had the fear factor of, man, what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't grow? What if all the what ifs that come into play? And I don't know. I just wish there'd be some way to get all those what ifs gone.
Mm-hmm.
I
think the best way to get them gone is just to do it. Just put yourself in the position to start doing something. Like the more you do, the more you learn. And Steve Cohen said it today. Failure isn't the worst thing in the world. You learn from it, and the next time you want to do something, even if it's different, you kind of have an idea of, okay, well, this is a general principle of how I need to do things differently to have success.
Right.
So the more that you are willing to be uncomfortable and get out of that, same old, the more you're get used to it. Get used to being
Correct.
uncomfortable.
Yeah. And, aeration is certainly, and lawn renovations, don't let that hold you back like it did me. Now, if you got plenty of work doing everything else and, you're a solo operator and you don't really have time to add any of it, then okay, I get it. But the reality of it is, it's generally mowing is slowed down, but fall leaf cleanups haven't started in most cases when this service is being provided. And it is a great opportunity to, throw some extra cash flow and profit dollars, into your pocket. And, a lot of times we say, well, where am I going to get the customers? And that's a legitimate thing for a small person to come up with. If you're not spending some money on marketing to have your phone ring or your website working for you or whatever it is, social media, however you're doing your marketing. But the reality of it is, you start with your existing customer base. I mean, though, whether you're mowing 20 lawns or 40 lawns or 100 or whatever it is,
start with your existing customer base first. And that is somebody that you already have a relationship. They already trust you. So now it's just a matter of what? Informing them that, hey, you do that.
I think it goes back to are you, what niche are you going after? Because if you're going after the niche that only has to get their yard cut because they can't do it or XYZ, if it's a need yard cut, then they're probably less likely to have these other services done. So if you have customers that are want based to get their yard cut, then they're maybe more likely to get aeration done, or
Right.
maybe they care about their yard more than the person that just wants their grass lower, so they don't get that call
Yeah.
from the community.
They don't get the community call of lawn must be mowed within 10 days. But no, that's exactly right. So, you've got an existing customer base that you can make a phone call to, send an email to, talk to them while you're mowing their property. There are a lot of different ways to drum up the work, if you will. And I think you owe it to yourself. I mean, you owe it to yourself, you owe it to your company, to do that. But know that it's okay to feel a little bit uncomfortable the first time you try it. And what you'll find out is it can turn into a reoccurring revenue source for your company year after year. I know we have a lot of people that have us aerate and or broadcast seed their lawn each year once we get them into good shape. And also the lawn renovation, talking of that from the standpoint of, like killing out what you've got there because you're just tired of looking at a whole lot of mix and you want to start over with a nice quality lawn. So again, it's just something that I want you guys to consider thinking about it. It's that time of the year. I know we've got several already on the books that we're to do here, but again, I don't feel like you got to go out and make an investment in a brand new aerating machine, to try this. All you've really got to do is set up enough accounts to justify the rental of that equipment and rent it for a few days or a week or based on how many you end up selling. Know that there's options out there other than just buying the new equipment, because that was a holdback for me for a little while, Daniel. Honestly, it was you don't want to put X number of $1,000 into a machine that has got a 6-week window, basically, or and that's different for different markets too. But 6 to 10 week window, I get it, I understand it. But there's rental companies out there that will rent you decent equipment, and there's some out there that rent equipment that probably is not the best, and so you're going to have to do a little due diligence on that. But the reality of it is, when you decide to do it, let me say this, that pricing strategies for that service are all over the board. It's like mowing, Daniel. It really is. I mean, I and what brought this whole idea up was I was looking at some social media yesterday, and guys were talking about aeration and pricing it, and one guy's or several actually were talking about they take mowing costs that we've talked about this before for different things, but mowing costs times something, 2 times 3, and that's what their pricing is for their aeration service. And I just would like to suggest that if you are going to provide this service, it goes back to what you said, Daniel, earlier. There's needed services, there's wanted services, and the good thing about aeration is a lot of lawns need aeration, but people don't know it because they haven't been informed. The clients haven't been informed. So therefore, it's not getting done. So the first and foremost, we need to inform our clients and a potential client of why the service makes sense. And with aeration, it's so simple. It's just, hey, we need air to the roots, right? We need water
and fertilizer to the roots. So by aerating, you're accomplishing those three things, and that's something that people can understand. The consumer can understand why it's important to have their lawn aerated once you tell them that, hey, it just helps water, air, and fertilizer, to get to the root system. And that in itself is going to be beneficial to the turf. But we also got to understand that, the pricing strategy to that is not necessarily mowing cost times 2 or mowing cost times 3. Very simply, I mean, you guys know what I'm going to say. Hey, run a cost sheet on a truck, a trailer, your aerating machine, and or your power seeding machine or slit seeding, as some of you guys call it in different parts of the country. But so calculating the cost to do the job isn't as hard as a lot of times we make it. And because it's a short, here's my comparison to my out west trip, because it's an out of a short season, we got to think about, since we've only got, say, 6 weeks or whatever time frame you have in your market for aeration and seeding work, what's that mean? Well, that means you can only see a set number of customers, so now what's that also mean is it's kind of like them renting hotels out west, and that whole whatever you're doing out west, they know they got a short season, so they recover based on the demand. They recover the cost, and there's going to be a break even point, but based on supply and demand, then you can make a decent amount of profit with your aeration and seeding services. So there's 2 pricing models. One is, well, actually there's 3, I guess. The guess method of something mowing times something. Then the one accurate method of sitting down, calculating cost, and coming up with a break even, and then adding what the market will bear. And then the third is calculating your cost and going below what the market will bear to fill a schedule, but still not going below cost. And I think that's something, that we can all think about too. So the pricing models are out there. There's a lot of different pricing models out there, but the reality of it is, if you're not doing aeration and overseeding and power seeding, now you get into lawn renovations and kill outs. If you're doing the kill out side of that, then yes, you need to have a license to be to do those kill outs. A lot of people are confused on that, and they don't think they need to because, well, I'm just spraying Roundup, or, I'm just killing this with a pump can, or, but the reality of it is you do need to be licensed. You do need to be insured for that. And that's going to be different in looks in different states is what that amounts to. But the whole point of this today is, here we are rolling in the first part of August, and it's time to start thinking about, hey, what can we do to throw a few extra dollars into the bank account, right, Daniel? I mean,
yeah.
What can we do to throw some additional dollars, profit dollars, into our bank account? And aeration and overseeding is a way to do that. And it goes back to educating your client, on why it's important. Even though you may not be the one that's fertilizing the yard this fall, when the fall fertilizer does come around, it's going to have access to the root system of the grass much easier and more effectively if it's been aerated and that ground's been spread apart, and it allows the fertilizer, water, and air to get into that plant. So it's not only just a good agronomy thing to have done, it's an excellent source of revenue for you as well. And like I said, you got to inform the client. That's your job, on why it's necessary and what their benefits are going to be. But then also the client's got some responsibilities in it. And, when I say that, from it, not a whole lot of responsibility, but one of the things that we see more and more of is these underground dog fences, internet lines, and cable TV lines that are buried about 2 inches deep. So it's not your gas lines and things like that with an aerator that are going to be problematic. It's a lot of the self-installed things, people that do their own landscape lighting that may be running a wire. So those are things that you, as the service provider, need to ask, your customers before you just go out there poking a bunch of holes in their yard. Hey, you know, do you have an underground dog fence? Do you have irrigation head? I know with irrigation or anything that needs to be marked, we will give the client markers, the plastic stake markers, to mark those areas for us. And if it's not marked, we're not paying for it. It's just that simple. And you'd be surprised how selective memory changes a little bit when you tell them that hey, if it's marked and we hit it, we'll replace it. But if it's marked or not marked and we hit it, that's not on us. I mean, we don't have a crystal ball seeing wherever everything's at. So some of the responsibility goes back to the client. I mean, you can call 811, but the aerators aren't going to that depth where we would need to call 811 for, gas lines or water lines or underground utilities of most types, but what we see are problematic for us predominantly are dog fences, landscape lighting wires, internet, and cable, where they just, especially new construction, my God, where they just lay it predominantly right on top of the ground. So those are some of the bad things to look at. If you want to say, well, what's wrong with aeration, that could be some of the negative. Okay. But certainly the positive is the time to complete the job is very fast, and it can be very profitable if you allow it to be profitable for your company. So that's strictly, up to you. And let the clients know, part of the education that you're going to give them is, when we aerate this, there's going to be cores or plugs. People call them different things, laying on top of the ground. We're not going to pick them up. We're not going to rake them. You don't need to rake them. 7 to 10 days, it's all going to be okay. And if you're going to offer a broadcast seeding service after that, which, we generally recommend, educate your customer to the fact that the hole that the plug came out of is not the target. Because you'll have people, and I know y'all might find this hard to believe, not really, but but they say, well, I don't see any grass in the holes that you plugged. Well, Miss Smith, we don't want the grass seed to hit that hole, because the reality of it is we're pulling a 2.5 to 3 inch plug out of the ground, and the last thing we want to do is put a seed at the bottom of that 3 inch hole and expect it to germinate out of that. It's not going to happen. So we're looking for those cores to break down. That becomes the top dressing, and the seed will germinate in the organic layer of the turf there, and all should be well after that. So consider aeration. Take the time to consider the aeration as an add-on service this year. And honestly, I mean, if you need any help with it, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. But the reality of it is it can be a great income producer for your company. So with that being said, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here shortly. Another hour in the books on Turf's Up.
Yep.
So you had a really good show today, man. I always listen to you on the protein side of things, like, what 1 gram of protein for 1 pound of body weight. And
yeah, very good.
So that's pretty crazy. I mean, do you think a lot of people track? What do you think now with all the watches and all going on?
Not nutrition wise, they don't track.
Don't they?
No.
So they're just tracking steps, or?
Yeah, well, because they don't have to track it. It's just tracked when you move your arm. It's not like you're going, 1, 2, 3, 4 or anything.
That's probably true too. Makes it a little bit easier on the tracking side when the watch has done it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would be Pretty good invention though if you could figure out how to track food without actually inputting it yourself. I don't know how you would do it, but
I saw something one time on Shark Tank. They took a picture of the food,
I
but
guess that's still a step though that people aren't going to take.
yeah,
Because all you got to do to track steps, right, is okay, well, X amount of minutes that I walked, and like there's ways to do everything, but because there's steps that you have to do, that's
Yeah.
a barrier that people aren't going to get over. So
right.
some technology there's got to be, out there in the future, probably, that who knows, your plate tracks it for you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. So what's that app that my pal, my fitness pal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I use that.
yeah,
Good. It's easy, but
yeah. And especially after you have several entries and it brings it
a lot
back
of your
up.
food's in there already. You can
Yeah,
do a lot of
Makes it
stuff
easy.
like that. But definitely, if you're looking to make a big change, or a noticeable change, protein is a great place to start. Most most people are going to like the food that a lot of protein has.
Comes along with the protein. Speaking of protein, I tried some bison while I was out there. That was pretty good.
Nice.
It seemed very lean, is it? I mean,
I would assume so. Yeah.
yeah,
There's not, really the only reason meat's not lean typically is because of the way that we feed it, right? Like the way that the grass-fed beef that's not corn finished or whatever, grain finished or whatever it is.
okay.
That kind of stuff is a lot of times lean, even though it's beef, because of the way it's fed versus 100% corn.
I got you. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to wrap this up and appreciate you guys listening to us here on Profit Time. And remember, set your phone for Wednesday at 10 a.m. We're going to have Ron Scheffler with Bobcat Mowing on with me, and I'm looking really forward to that. We're going to talk about, their mowing equipment, and I'm sure we'll get down a few other tangents as we go down that road with Ron. So you guys have a great day. Keep it here on Turfs Up Radio all day long. My buddy King Darren Gruner's up next on the lineup. So you guys stay safe. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Wednesday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Bowles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, my goodness. We are here. It is hump day. Can y'all believe it? We're halfway through another week, or for the traditional week, if you will. Somehow this became hump day, right? But, when you're working for yourself or you're working in business or, fill in a blank on what position you have with somebody, sometimes there's not a middle of the week. That's the reality of it too. So, but hey, we're not going to talk about that today. But hey, technically, I guess we're on hump day, so we're going to go with that. And I hope everybody's having a good week so far. Hope your day's off to a great start. And I am certainly excited to be here with you guys today, as always, and looking forward to a special guest we're going to have on here about 9-10 minutes with me, Ron Scheffler with the Bobcat Equipment Company. So looking forward to having Ron on and talking to him a little bit today. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of stories that'll go along with that, as well as your all's interaction today. And yeah, Ron is, we've been trying to put this together and get it organized for a while. And we finally got him on here. He's got a hectic schedule like a lot of us, and that's the reality of that. And he's got a lot of responsibility with Bobcat and what he does. And, but I'm glad he could take the time out of his day to hop on here with us and tell us a little bit about their product line. So we'll talk more about that when we get him on here. But Corey, appreciate you listening, my friend. It's always great to have you in. It's great to have everybody in because, my show's not anything without you guys. That's what it amounts to. So you guys make my show what it is, and without you all, wouldn't be on here. So I appreciate the support that you all give Turfs Up Radio and all of our sponsors. We appreciate that support as well. So with that being said, I'll tell you what, it's always something exciting when you're running your own business, right?
I'm looking forward to. Let's see. Nice, nice, yeah. So it's always exciting when you're working with, in your own business, regardless of the size, whether it's small or large. I had a funny story that I want to share with you guys a little bit about yesterday that was really cool. I went out to see a lady, and um, it was a residential account, and went out to see her and talk to her for a little bit. And she had 34 years retired military. Her husband was retired military, and they had been out of town, unfortunately, on a death of her brother, actually, who was only 57 years old. And we got to talking about that just a little bit, and she shared that with me, and she's actually started a company to help people that are homeless and or just in a bad way. And they've got a grand opening coming here in Louisville, August 3rd, I think she told me it was, on her business. So, um, it's funny how a significant event in your life kind of turns things around for you, and you decide, hey, I'm going to do something different than the way I was doing it the day before. And that certainly has provided the impetus for her to start this company. And she made it clear, though, and this was pretty cool. This is why I share this story with you. She said, I am not a nonprofit organization. I am a for-profit company. And she told me that a few times. And I didn't get into her with, because I normally don't get into the Profits Unlimited, the seminars that I do at local dealers and things like that with, customers and talking to them like that. But I'm thinking, it's great to hear you talk like that with a confidence, if you will, that, that's her goal, is to make a profit. And I thought I'd share that with you guys today because, sometimes, we get involved in something or we're doing things a little bit different than the way we did them the day before. And, we get a little bit worried. Daniel actually talked about fear factor on his show just prior to me coming on, and how fear, he said it, God, I can't remember exactly how he said it, but it's in your imagination sometimes, I think is the way he put it. And, the reality of that is there is a lot of things when it comes to running our businesses or just in our lives on a daily basis that sometimes we let fear hold you back. And my brother, John, he used to joke about it and say, is it fear or common sense that's holding you back? And, sometimes it's a little bit of both, but sometimes we just got to move forward in what we're trying to do. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And, or that'll be part of our show today. But I am certainly looking forward to talking to Ron on here today and finding out more about their equipment. So I'm going to take a short break, a little bit sooner than normal, before Ron gets on here with me. And we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. All righty then. Welcome back. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. So, man, that was perfect timing. Let's see what we got here. Going to hit here. We got there. We get you going here, Ron. Ron, this is Wayne. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, good morning, Wayne. Yeah, you bet I can hear you. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're sounding good this morning. I appreciate you taking the time to hop on here with me this morning, my friend.
Oh, you bet. Love it. Love talking to you. So I'm happy to be here.
Good deal. So, hey, I've got Ron Scheffler with me, and I'm going to give you a brief background to all of our listeners, if that's okay, Ron. But I'm going to let you tell them about yourself because you could certainly do a much better job than I can, right?
Well, I sure hope so.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny, like, when I do quite a few seminars and on bidding and contracts with equipment dealers across the country for their end users, and it's like the dealers they'll say, well, you got to bow, and I'm like, Yeah, here's one. It's 4 sentences. Just introduce me as Wayne Bowles from Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm a lawn guy, just like you are, and I'll do the rest. So nothing more boring than somebody reading about a 2-page bio. And patting herself on the back for about 10 minutes. So, and I know you don't do that either. So, hey, just for our listeners, I've got Ron Scheffler with me. He is the senior product manager for grounds maintenance equipment at Bobcat Company, and he's got 30 plus years experience in the equipment industry. And without further ado, Ron, I'll let you take it from there and give us a little bit about your background, and we'll probably have some questions as we go along from some of our listeners, and about what we're talking about today, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that sounds great, Wayne. Thanks, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, Ron Scheffler, senior PM here for Bobcat Company. This is my 22nd year here at Bobcat. Before I came into the turf industry, I was in design engineering for construction equipment for about 12 years at various other places, different designing, heavy duty equipment, and then I come into the turf world here. I had the opportunity for Bobcat and was part of engineering, and then eventually evolved into product management where I am today. So I'll tell you, it's really kind of cool to go from, so all my experience has been off-road equipment, but to go from the construction world to the turf world, I found that the turf world, man, the folks are harder on the equipment than the construction guys. So it's been a great ride so far.
I'm laughing at it, but being a commercial lawn and landscape contractor myself for 46 years now, I 100% buy into the fact of, of what you're saying about lawn guys are pretty tough on equipment. And then the first question is, well, why didn't that warranty work?
Yeah. Those curbs do a number on everything, right?
Yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh. I remember there was a brand of equipment that was out on the market briefly, and this goes back a lot of years ago, and I'm not going to bring it up because it doesn't matter. But they had a tremendous issue with their front casters. And it's because they just, they didn't realize the abuse these guys were going to give it. Like you said, the curbs and fire hydrants and things we're not supposed to, tear something up with, that we do to have a tendency sometimes to hit and run over more than we should, right? So
yeah, and foremen and owners, they can do their best to train their operators, but sometimes, you get the college kids from a summer job and they just want to be cowboys. And so sometimes it doesn't matter what you train them and how you teach them.
That's right. And something, Ron, I found too, and just with within our own company specifically, and also with talking to guys all over North America as a whole, realistically in my seminars, that the owner operator in most cases is the sweet spot on equipment. I mean, it just is. And it's not that people don't care. I think it's just it's like anything. When you own something, you'll take a little better care of it. And we've got
that's exactly right. Yeah.
We've got some really good people here at Wayne's Lawn Service, our landscaping business that we got, and that really good with equipment. But still, when you don't own it, it's a little bit different. And that took me, Ron, that took me a hard time and a long time and a hard time to get over as my company was growing. Production rates are going to be different and operations going to be different.
Yeah. We did a turf tour several years ago, and I met an old school gentleman who was owner operator, and he had 2 pieces of our commercial sit down equipment. One unit had 10,000 hours on it.
Oh,
and
goodness.
A second unit had 15,000 hours on it. No lie. And the only thing, that obviously he's done the regular maintenance on it, change blades and belts, stuff like that. But the only thing that he really had to change out over the years were engines. And because he did this service and he took care of the machine like it was his children, So,
right. Yeah. It's funny, guys they'll ask me in different markets, what's the best brand of equipment? What do you all run? I said, man, it's really operator and preventive maintenance. is what it amounts to, because they all sell equipment, and they all sell parts. And I know Bobcat makes a great product, but you just hear guys ask that all the time, and sometimes I'm like, okay, are they trying to set me up? And tell me why I'm stupid for using something, or are they really wanting to know what the best is? And I know you guys have got a really good dealer network, right? And I mean, and that's what I tell guys all the time. It's the dealer network that's important. Would you feel that way?
Oh yes, I certainly like. So you did say it right. We do have good products, and our dealer network is so important though, because I've heard over the years doing voice of customer work and research that customers will typically buy what, say, Wayne Small Engine Dealership sells, because it's a relationship between the dealer and the customer that's almost more important than the product itself. And from a brand standpoint too, I think, when people say what's the best brand out there, what the best brand is? It's your brand. Because if you are the owner, then take care of it, because it's your brand that's on your trucks. It's your brand that's on your trailers, on your T-shirts, on your hats. And that's what you need to be careful. That's the best brand. Take care of your equipment, keep it up and running, and let people see what you're operating. I think that goes a long way.
Well, I'll say this. I've got a text. You probably heard my phone dinging in the background. You've got a big fan listening to us. It says, Bobcat, in my opinion, is an industry best kept secret. They have an amazing cut. So
that's great to
coming
hear.
from a gentleman named Mike Murphy. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Mike. Bobcat, it's kind of interesting. So our history, Bob Dashcat was a green and black mower back in the day. It started out in 1958 was the first Bob Dashcat mower ever labeled like that.
Okay.
And then so when at Equip Expo, of course, formerly GIE, all the time I'd get comments like, "Oh, I didn't know Bobcat made mowers," meaning Doosan Bobcat Construction Company. I'd be like, "Well, no, we're not those guys," And now when Bobcat bought us in 2020 there, and we've been launching these mowers, we took all that history with us. Now we get people saying, "Well, I didn't know Bobcat made mowers." Well, wait, hold on a minute. We've been around since 1958. So the narrative has changed. And for those who do bar trivia, the first Bobcat mower came out in 1958. The first Bobcat skid steer was also 1958. So like my career, my circle is now complete, as Darth Vader said once, right? So.
There you go. So tell our listeners a little bit about, the Bobcat brand. And it's funny, yesterday on my way home, a guy passed me with two of the stand-ons. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I'm getting ready to talk to Ron tomorrow, and there goes a guy with a couple stand-ons. So,
that's awesome to see that.
That's a true story, by the way. I'm not making that up. That really did happen. I told Daniel, he's riding with me, my son. I said, oh my God, look, there goes a guy with a couple Bobcats, man. I'm talking to Ron tomorrow about those. So,
from a brand standpoint, Bobcat brand, it's a well-known brand out there, right? There's several brands out there that people see, they recognize, and I would say that Bobcat is a household brand, very recognizable. People know the iconic colors when you see it on a trailer. That Bobcat orange rear gate that's out there, the white and the charcoal colors. But the Bobcat has quality, durable equipment, and in order for Bobcat to put their label onto a piece of equipment, they really got to believe in it, right? So when they came around and purchased the division here in Wisconsin that makes the mowers, that makes the turf renovation equipment like sod cutters and aerators, and then the articulated tractors, they wanted a product that they could put their brand on and not sweat at night, right? Sleep well, and to let people know that, hey, this is a durable product. And, like I said earlier, it's been around since 58. We've had some bumps and bruises in the industry, just like everyone else out there, but we've got to that point where we're listening to the customers. We understand what needs to go on it, and it's a solid, durable product, whether you're buying a residential, prosumer, or commercial grade product.
Yeah. What's some of the and I know this would be a simple question for you, but what's some of the simple features involved with Bobcat? What's something you guys do different? I know I was watching a few of your videos the other day. Actually, you were in some of them that I was watching too online, just to get a little additional product knowledge. But I saw something, and I don't want to get myself too far ahead, but I saw something about a toolless engine oil change.
Oh, you bet, Wayne. So some of the things that we have that separate us, right? Just a toolless oil change here on our engines. That's on all our products, from walks to our stand-ons to sit-downs, whether it's commercial or residential. Right? It's about landscapers, being able to save some cash, or some dealers being able to do something quick and save their service group some time. So it's really for that particular example, we just have a hose that's clipped up to our engine, and you really just pop the cap and turn the nipple, and your engine oil change is off and running. And it's toolless, easy to do. And while you're waiting for the oil to drain, you're off and cleaning out your air filter or whatever. Then you're back up and running lickety split.
When I saw that, I got to thinking. And I'm going to throw myself under the bus here first, Ron. I was the world's worst when I started my company on preventive maintenance. I really was. And it was almost like oil change. What's an oil change? Why do an oil change? My mower's running fine. And then, as you start putting hours on your equipment, then obviously it's critical for the success of that. But then it was the complication of a lot of it, where when you were trying to change the oil, then it's running all over the deck of the equipment. And I'm glad to see that you guys have made it simplistic for an end user, if you will, to do that oil change now. I mean, that is a really cool thing. When I saw that tube, I don't know, that's attached, you just take, what was it, just like a 9/16 or something, I guess. It looked like a small wrench to take the cap loose, right? And then it just drains right out.
Well, you don't know, it's toolless. You don't even need the wrench.
None at all.
None at all. You just, you pop a rubber cap on it, and then you just turn it with your hand.
So it really is. Okay. So when I saw that, I thought, man, it looked like you would do it with your hand, but I thought, then I got my paranoia set in, if you will.
Yeah, no. The reason why you said that there is a fitting that goes into it in that sub assembly, but you don't need a wrench.
It is all fingers. It's all fingers in. I got you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that swing away bumper.
Yeah, I love that. That came out due to again some of this VOC type of discussions and research that I did, going to see various landscapers, watching what they're doing. We all say, well, I know how to mow my lawn. Well, you don't know what other people are doing. They'll tell you a story, and they'll think certain things are true from what they remember. But then when you watch them, you're like, oh, they forgot steps 2 through 5, and then you see what they're doing, you see how they operate. But that swing away bumper come about by observing some people and kind of struggling to try to get at some things, talking to service managers at dealerships, just saying, how long does it take you to work on an engine or to change out a fuel solenoid or something like that, whatever it was. And the guys were telling me, well, it takes me about, half hour or so. And they'll drop the bumper. They'll have to, get their tools out and get it up on the lift, et cetera, et cetera. Well, we came out with this rotating bumper from that. Like, how can we make it easier for people to either do it yourself or to keep the service managers happy and efficient in their dealership? And, we came out with this concept. It's a big hit when people come out and check to see really what happens. You come out, it helps you clean out the engine compartment so much faster. But then if you do have to have some kind of major engine work, it comes right out right quick. You rotate the bumper out of the way, it goes all the way against the fuel tank, so it doesn't just open like 10 degrees. I don't know the exact angle of opening, but it gets out of your way. And you can pull that engine out just from an engine plate, and everything comes with it.
And that is the frustration sometimes, isn't it? It's just the access on equipment. So you've solved that problem for somebody.
Yeah, correct. And I actually had a guy that came up to me, shout out to Washington Landscape in Michigan, Dustin Wells. He came up to me at Equip Expo one year and he just said, I bought your ZT 7000 mower and your mower saves me money. And he went on to tell me everything that it saved him money. And he brought up that rotating bumper. He had to change an engine fuel sender, and he said, I would used to take me about a half hour because I have them on stock because sometimes they don't last very long, and it take me about 30 minutes. He said, I had one in the truck, walked over the engine, opened up your swing away bumper, changed out the fuel sender in 3 minutes. And I'm like, that's real world examples. That's real money in your pocket, no downtime.
Yeah. And that's it. I mean, anything we can save, because from a bidding perspective on a contractor side, I know that's the biggest problem a lot of us have is, cost per hour of operation. And then if you guys are speeding that maintenance side along for somebody, that certainly is certainly a way to help them. Something else cool that I saw watching your all's videos, Ron, was the bolt-on baffling that y'all do.
Yeah. Yep. So our bolt-on
That's
baffle,
really cool because I cannot tell you how many times I've got underneath the lawnmower back in the day and tried to hammer something back in place,
Well, it's not just about a serviceability thing, Wayne. It's also about quality of cut.
Right.
And, we found like underneath the deck, however your deck is designed, we'd move this or that or a different gusset or a baffle underneath the deck. And if you move something about a quarter of an inch underneath that deck with those blades spinning and that airflow going underneath there, you move something about a quarter of an inch, it affects the airflow, which affects your quality of cut. You're either pushing grass down or you're lifting it up.
Yeah, it's the lift, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And so with our design, we decided let's put bolt-on in because with our air effects air gap baffles that we have, if you were to misplace that baffle one way or the other, you start affecting potential buildup or dispersion out there. Quality of cut is many, many things, but
right.
We started realizing this is a customer benefit. You hit a tree root, you hit a waterhead, you hit you pop off the curb or whatever in a funky way, something hit the trailer, you bend up those baffles, they're easily replaceable. You think about, units that have weld-on baffles, and I've seen guys banging the snot out of it and your baffle's no longer curved, and, you start getting some tangent lines and that affects your airflow, and you hope you get it in the right spot, and,
right.
It's also your blade tip is supposed to be pretty close to that baffle, for the best airflow. So our bolt-on baffles, I think that's a service item. It's a good feature, and it also costs less to the end user. If I got to replace a bolt-on baffle versus welding on something, it's less time in the shop and more money in my pocket.
Yeah, that's right. The bottom line is you got me back on the road faster. And
correct.
That's what there was a gentleman here that and he taught me a lot when I first got into this business. He was a service advisor for one of the companies here that they manufactured their equipment right here in Louisville at the time. And oh my God, Bill Kirby was his name, Ron. I'll share this with you because I'm sure he's passed away now. It's a very positive story, but it makes sense to what we're talking about today. But Mr. Kirby was a retired Marine, and one day I went in there with a string trimmer that I had attempted to fix myself and couldn't. And he asked me, he said, Wayne, what have you torn up now? And sound like a service department guy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah. And I said, well, Mr. Kirby, I want you to know this is the last place I want to be. I said, because the two things are happening. I'm not cutting grass and I'm spending money,
Yeah.
And
you had to do that walk of shame.
Walk of shame. It is. It really is. And it's cool to hear the little things that you guys have tried to do to make the serviceability of these things, a lot easier for a guy like me at the time, and still realistically that I'm not a big wrench guy, but I mean, if it's simplistic, I'll deal with it. And
Sure.
you guys have done a lot, for that. And, when we talk about we did have a guy comment on your swing away, though. He said what's really cool about the swing door, it literally makes the mowers like a skid steer to get to. So he evidently.
Perfect. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's a great comment.
Yeah.
And I should know too, in case you're on an incline, it can go either way. So we made it versatile that way too.
Yeah. That's really cool. Tell me a little bit, and our listeners a little bit about that AirFX deck, because I know I saw you had like the Tough Deck and the Tough Deck Pro, and then this AirFX deck when I was looking at your videos.
Yeah, the AirFX deck, that's our deep deck, full construction design, full commercial design. It's got our air gap baffles underneath. It's a unique baffle system where there's actually gaps in between those bolt-on baffles that we talked about that really enhances the airflow underneath. And in it really gives you a cleaner deck at the end of the day because all those clippings are getting out. There's no buildup underneath the deck in wet conditions. I'll tell you, the AirFX deck was something else. It took us 2 full seasons to come up with it. We ended up going to the Northeast, Jersey, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, all those wet areas, those sandy soil condition areas. We went all the way down to southern Florida, and then we went as far west as Denver to do cutting. And so in all these states in between practically, and it was a 2-year process. I mean, we had multiple baffle designs. We knew we wanted the deep deck design because a deeper deck typically provides better lift on the grass and usually gives you a better quality of cut overall. And we would go out. I mean, I'm telling you, Wayne, we would be in a raging rainstorm, changing baffles underneath the deck. There were so many days I'd end up getting back to the hotel just sopping wet because landscapers are still cutting in the rain, right? Even though they might not want to. There are times that they're behind and they've got to.
You just got to. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was an experience that I won't forget because 2 years, and the only reason why it took 2 years is we had an oopsie in a design where one of the deck sizes had a misplacement in the CAD system. Otherwise, we would have launched it a lot earlier because we were pretty successful in what we were finding. But we went all over the place, and I cut grass in different parts of the states along with the landscapers, changing out the baffles. And it ended up, Bahia grass down south in Texas, 18 inches long. Obviously, I'm not going full speed, but one pass was taking it down nice. So I'm really proud of that. We did our homework on it. It's got a bullnose front end, lets that grass pop up sooner to help meet the blade. We have front adjustable lips on the front end for different grass types, depending on the location of the country. And, the best quality of cut, meaning it's not just making, tall grass short, but it's also various size clippings. I'm talking 3 deck widths, 61-inch deck, 3 deck widths of clippings, dispersals shooting out across the lawn. It's really a great deck design with a commercial warranty on it. So it was a 2-year project that I just was really kind of put everything I had into it.
Yeah.
And like I said, it does give you a cleaner deck at the end of the day. So I had one landscaper, for example, one season we gave him the deck with these baffles and we put the air gap baffles in the next season for him. He goes, I came back to me, he goes, I don't know what you guys differently this year, but that son of a gun is cutting grass like nothing. Because I used to take a deck and it used to take me a half hour to clean out. I'd get home, put up on the lip, scrape it out, and have a few shovelfuls of clippings that go dump in the back 40. And he said,
"Brace the WD-40 under there."
Yeah. And then, we showed him the air gap baffles and he said, "Whatever you guys did, it's right. I spend 0 time cleaning up now. And maybe I get like a half a shovel full if it's been raining and it just sticks, So that was a great win for us.
You've got a lot of years of experience, so you can appreciate this, I'm sure. And I have not thought about this till you were talking about this AirFX deck, but you guys have help the industry move along. Remember back in the day when contractors were bagging so much grass, collecting so much grass? I mean,
Oh yeah, you bet.
and it's the deck renovations that have solved a lot of that problem for us contractors, hasn't it? I mean, just
it sure has. I mean, if you think about it, if we do some simple math, right?
Yeah.
You say you got grass height at 8 inches and you're cutting at 3. We don't want to do that, but I mean, you have 5 inches of clippings. If everything came out at 5 inches, you're going to have a mess on your hands, right? So
Right.
it's important that your blades of grass get cut up a couple of times as it's going from chamber to chamber, right? So that helps to create less thatch to put those nutrients back into the soil.
Getting them back in, and now it becomes usable. And now it's kind of like we're helping ourselves keep on mowing longer. I mean, because of that, because I know we used to have to bag a lot of grass, and I mean, it was just the time and expense that it took. And now these decks on these mowers are just so much more efficient on giving us the opportunity to not have to spend that time and money doing that. So I want to.
Yeah, and a lot of that too is education to the end user. If they want bagging or not, and there's pros and cons to both methods.
Oh yeah, and there's still. I mean, we still have grass catchers around here. There's applications where it is efficient to catch it. But more than it is to have to blow things out. But I do want to give you all kudos on that AirFX deck, man. I mean, just in what I've heard about it and what I've watched on it, and that whole thing is it's crazy. And what the really the neat thing about it that I thought was, again, going back to something we've already discussed, but was the bolt-on baffling, because there is times where if the brand that we had that, I would have much rather done that. That when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God, that's a great idea.
Yeah, no, yeah, I appreciate the feedback. And it's easy for me to say that we have a great quality cut. Well, one, we do, but I mean, because I have the history, I helped develop it, and et cetera, et cetera. But when I go out to dealerships and I have dealers say, there's nothing that cuts like that Bobcat, or some landscapers come up to me at Equip Expo, and will explain some things to me and say, I love that AirFX deck, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's just great to get that feedback.
So how are they are they shipped with that AirFX deck, or does somebody tell the dealer, hey, I want this deck or that deck? How just for our listeners, what's normal?
Yeah, no, it comes as a whole good with the power unit, just like a regular zero turn mower. If you want our ZT 7000 mower, you automatically get the AirFX deck with it.
Okay.
That's the only deck we have for commercial grade products. Yeah.
I see. So a person doesn't have to think about what they're getting on their Bobcat mower,
No, okay. They do not. If they want the ZT 7000, for example, you get the ZT 7000. All you have to think about is whether or not you want what deck size, and if you want a carb engine or the EFI engine. So,
and that, how do your all's warranty stack up against competition, Ron?
We're pretty competitive. So our warranty is 3 years or 2,000 hours on the commercial grade products, and 3 years and various hours on the res prosumer. But the unique thing about ours, and you could buy an extended warranty as well, but the unique thing about ours is that it includes the transmission. So for 3 years, you get 33 years on your transmission. But now the transmission folks out there, the vendors out there that we all use, they only support a 2-year warranty. Bobcat picks up year number 3 on our dime. So that gives you a peace of mind. That helps save, those landscapers money on that. Now, other competitors will say, hey, I got a third year too, but a lot of times the customers have to pick up that extra hydraulic warranty. So you get a little bit extra with our warranty.
You've got a big fan in Bowling Green, Kentucky. He said,
awesome.
He said, our Bowling Green dealer is phenomenal. He says, I rent their equipment frequently. So,
that's great to hear.
Yeah. So, and here's another one says, wow, what a warranty, So that is cool. When you're getting that transmission warranty through you guys, that's a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal for a guy that's out mowing on the regular and trying to do a little preventive maintenance. And I say that with all due respect to all the end users of equipment. That's a good amount of time. 2,000 hours. That's a really good amount of hours for any operator, isn't it? I mean, that's the realistic side of, for you guys that may not be tracking your hours. I mean, that's going to be 3 seasons or more in a lot of markets, and then
yeah. I think like the average guy or gal puts on like 700 to 800 hours a season. Now, right now, somebody in Florida is laughing, right?
Right, and somebody in Maine's laughing,
Yeah. But no, that's about average. So that 3 years, 2,000 hours, that kind of goes hand in hand.
And it gives them time to get their ROI on that piece of equipment before they, hey, it's time to switch it out and let's do something different. Speaking of something different, what about stand-on versus your sit-down mowers? Is there one that you like over the others for you guys, or is it strictly, hey, what are you mowing?
Well, it's a little bit of both ways. I love the stand-on, right? Our stand-on mowers,
man. I love them.
I tell you, we were one of the last ones to come out with a stand-on in the market, and that's good and bad, right? Bad because we weren't in the market, being competitive, but good because we got to see what people weren't maybe doing so hot about, but also maybe what some folks were doing well. And I'd say we canvassed the country on that. I spent a lot of time on airplanes going to talk to people and stand on markets. And when we came out with it, our stand on at the time had a unique operator position. You leaned into the machine. And I'm like, well, we'll see how it is. I felt really comfortable on it. Our initial voice of customer comments were coming back from people saying, I really like this. And I'll tell you, we launched, and then a year and a half later, competitors started copying us. And I'm like, okay, we did something right. Right? If some market leaders are starting to copy us, we caught some attention. And so, but the difference with the stand-on, I mean, I think there's a lot of folks that just kind of, in general, kind of prejudge it from a standpoint of, I just want to sit, right? Like I don't want to stand, but it really depends on the landscape that you're cutting. Is it highly landscaped? Are you doing cemeteries? Do you have a lot of, maybe some guide wires or low tree branches that you just got to duck under where you're sitting down, you can't move,
That's what I liked about the stand-ons, when they came out, that for you guys that are still riding everything, thinking it's, more efficient, it doesn't have to be more efficient. And it's not necessarily more efficient to go one way or the other, to Ron's point. It's, hey, what are you mowing? But I know it was nice to be able to, I'm trying to think of the right word, get down when you're going under a tree, for an example, and you're still able to go under those branches pretty safely. Whereas a lot of times, I tell you, it just happened to a guy here that I know was going. He was on a sit down piece of equipment and going under a tree. And the rock bar was up like it was supposed to be, but he went to push the branch up over the rock bar, and the branch caught his hand. And actually, a whole bunch of stitches later and 2 surgeries later and a pin later, he's like, man, it'd been a whole lot easier if I could have just went underneath this,
Yeah.
So, that just happened.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. The stand-on mowers, it lets you be Spider-Man. Right?
Yeah, they do, man.
You can be nimble and squat and get down where really the lowest point of the seat is either your rop or lowest point of the mower is either the rops or the high point of your seat. And you can only twist so much, And as I get older, I'm twisting a lot less, So
that's right. I'm too young to be talking like that. Come on now, Ron.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, just in case, right?
Yeah. The stand-ons, though, I'll tell you, for those who are like considering it, landscaping it's a tough job, and it's long days, and you get tired. But when you're on a stand-on machine, So I'll give you a real life example here. I have a stand up desk at work, and I stand from 6 a.m. until I leave about 4:30. I'm standing all day unless I go into a boardroom for a meeting or something like that. And I go home and I have a ton of energy, Wayne, a ton of energy.
Yeah.
But when I would sit, COVID happened. We go home for 6, 8 weeks, whatever it was, and I didn't have my desk. So I'm sitting at the dining room table doing my work, and I'm tired at the end of the day. I gained my weight back. So standing up gives you a healthier body. It also takes, those jolts at the stand on that you hit that pothole in the lawn somewhere, right? Your leg muscles are taking those shocks versus
That's
your
right.
kidneys or your bladder.
Oh, and it's 100% better. I agree. So, I'm a big fan. When we've got several texts from guys saying they're stand-on fans. Fred Likens, a guy out of Indianapolis, just sent me a text, and he's got a nice service up there. He said they don't think they'll ever go back to riders. Just the versatility of the stand-on is there, and it really is
right.
for all the reasons that you've talked about, for sure. We did have a question come in about from a gentleman. He says, what kind of emergency brake do the standers have?
Well, the parking brake we have for Bobcat is one that you engage before you get off of the machine. So there's two ways where you can have an operator presence in your handles or operator presence in the platform. And it's about a 50-50 split. And the reason we have it in our handles, and the reason for that is that so many dealers, and I walk through the shops, their service shops, and so many stand-on mowers that have it in the platforms. I saw the safety wiring ripped off, or hot wired to ignore that safety piece.
The bypass.
Yeah, bypass it. So we have a parking brake that's on the console, that's right by your right hand side, and you can put that on with ease. It's not hidden. It's right on top, right in front.
Easy to get to, and yeah, I know that was a great answer for that fellow. So appreciate that. And one other thing.
Yeah, one thing.
Go ahead.
Oh,
no, you're good.
I was just going to say, it's one thing about stand-ons. Like, people are starting to realize the importance of the stand-on, what it means in the market. It used to be single-digit percentages way back several years ago. It's forecasted to be roughly 20% of the commercial market now, of commercial mowers sold for stand-on mowers. So the trend is growing. It's linear, it's not exponential, and it's kind of interesting, it's still somewhat new to some folks too. I was doing a dealer training in Australia a few years ago, and we took our stand-on mower because Australia isn't a big stand-on mower market yet. But we took it there, and we were doing this dealer training at this resort. And so there were some vacation families and everything like that. The families are all hanging out and having their lunch and everything. And we come out of the meeting, and one of the salesmen took the mower and drove it down to where the grass was, and he had to bypass all these folks. And all they saw was the person standing up. So, okay, it's not a segue. What is it? And I'll tell you, every one of the dads or husbands that were at the lunch all ran over to the side. And when they heard the blades turn on, I see these guys go, "Oh, it's a mower, that you stand on." So a crazy concept,
That's right. That's right. And then all of a sudden, that's cool. Let's try it. Maybe. I'm really glad to see that I hadn't heard numbers like that you just gave us about the 20% of the market is stand on now. And I guess a lot of that's market driven too, right? I mean, just different markets across the country, but where you see more or less. But that's a really good number to see, because I know we do not have a rider here any longer within our own business. And just because of the efficiencies of the stand on and trailer space. And I mean, it just makes sense. I mean, it just makes sense. And how are you guys, Ron? God, I can't believe we're already where we're at time wise, my friend. But and I appreciate you giving me a whole hour of your life this morning. I didn't
But no, I know you got a zillion things going on. But what about the where are you guys with any type of robotic or autonomous mowing? What's your future look like with that?
Yeah, if you go out to our YouTube site and things like that, you'll see some our ZT7, our ZT 6200, I believe is the model number for that. You'll see a couple of the autonomous mowers in action. It's our commercial sit-down units, so it's our first launch of that. It's been under review for several seasons now. We've shown it at Equip Expo a couple of years, and at our dealer meetings for a little bit longer than that with some prototypes. But now we're going out into, we have certain landscapers and like an airport caretaker type thing for smaller aircraft that's got like 12 acres, places like that where we can kind of keep those in check and make sure software is working, and all that type of stuff is under care, under wraps, and keeping eyeballs on, make sure it's all working properly, because safety is like a big thing there, right? We don't want to run over grandma's cat or anything like that. So, but that's coming, and we have a limited launch that's out there now with customers, and more to come on that. But we're right around the corner from going full steam.
With all your experience, Ron, 30 years experience, around equipment and contractors, how receptive do you think we're going to be as an industry to autonomous mowing? What's your view, and then what's Bobcat's view? Obviously, y'all wouldn't be investing all the time, effort, and money into this if you didn't think it was going to be a reality. But how do you guys foresee the transition to the contractor market and us accepting it?
Sure. Well, I think you know where it comes into play are for those folks who are watching their bottom dollar, right? Your show's profit time. That's what that's all about. We've had this labor shortage thing that continues to plague us as younger generations coming up, and they want to work on computers, or they're looking at trades, but they don't want to necessarily get into the lawn equipment or have a dealership or things like that. This is where it's coming into play, and it's showing that it's really saving money, because having an employee with all the benefits that people are looking for nowadays, there is a cost associated with that an autonomous mower can help fix that. From a landscaping person, a one-man band might necessarily not want that, but a few someone who's got a smaller crew on up, who's taking care of sports fields, hospitals, or something like that with large yards, big back 40s. Talked about airports, things like that. Those are the types of guys that should really look at that. And then just a funny thing, we had our big dealer meeting in Florida in February, and we actually have a customer who has a homeowner that had the biggest property in town, and he's seriously reviewing it because he just wants to sit on his porch, sip lemonade, and watch the neighbors watch his mower. Yeah. So you always have one of those,
keeping up with the Jones kind of thing, right? Yeah. See what's happening there. Speaking of Florida for a minute, Texas, all the states with the sand issues. How's cutter housings, y'all's cutter housings hold up?
The sand is one of the worst things, right? Not only just in ripping apart metal, but also, bearings and things like that. We've got a good deck. Our main shell of the deck is 10 gauge, and then it's got a second layer of 10 gauge on it at the top. But we also have, it also eats blades up, right? And so we have a blade option called a laser edge blade. And, down in Florida, Texas, the Texarkana area, the sandy coasty areas, they'll eat up blades in a day, and you just chuck them, right? You can't sharpen them.
So but they're literally almost disposing regularly with those then, huh?
Yes. Yeah. When they're putting hours on, they're just throwing them out. But these laser edge blades, we've tested them down south, and I had a Texas dealer put them on our machine for us, and they lasted a week to a week and a half without changing, because they kind of cut themselves sharp, is what the vendor kind of taglines them at. But they do a good job. Our deck's pretty thick to last for a bit, but eventually that sand just eats up everything. So
it is
you just have to be careful. Yeah.
It's like salt in the snow business, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
You know, it's the chlorides in the snow business. But and last but not least, and we got a few minutes left here again, Ron. I appreciate your whole hour. But what advice would you give somebody, you know, in the business that's or somebody getting into the business as a startup one truck operation? What would your best advice be for them?
Well, I tell you, you want to pick the right equipment, and there's so many pieces out there, right? Certainly, right. I'm going to advocate for our Bobcat mowers with the serviceability that we provide. You know, our ZT 7000 can go up to 19 miles per hour in transport. You know, there's some efficiency factors out there. But I would look at, and if you're a younger person getting into the business and looking at equipment, certainly your ROI is most important, right? When I was a younger man, money had to be a huge factor in what I was picking out. I don't want to spend too much money. But when you look at something, you know, you have to be educated about it. Because when you look at a mower, and if you look at somebody and they say, well, why would I want to spend, pick a number, like $10,000 on a mower? What for? Well, what's your ROI? How many times do you get on a mower over a season? If you're a landscaper, you know, every day. Right. If you're a homeowner, you know, once or twice a week, especially this year, it's been crazy, great weather. Twice a week I'm mowing. So versus something like a boat where you spend much more money than that. You know, I have a friend of mine who bought a pontoon boat, and I asked him, you know, because he was debating which mower to get. And I said, well, hey, how much you spend for that? How much you spend on that boat? How many times did you take it out?
Good analogy.
Oh yeah, he got quiet right quick. He lives in a lake house. He took it out twice in the summer last year.
Yeah,
and he had more seat time on his mower than his boat. So that ROI is important, right? So you have to think about that. But now that I'm a little bit older guy, you know, time is more important to me than the money spent. So how do I want to be? I still love cutting my lawn. There's a great feeling in having a job well done, right? But
right.
Being best and efficient with my time is more important than the money. So you kind of have to weigh that out and balance it on the product that's going to allow you to take some money home, but also get home at a reasonable time to love on your family and use the gifts that God gave you. So, efficiency and time, do it yourself.
Yeah. Great answer, man. I appreciate that. And then what do you see from Bobcat? Will y'all going to surprise us with anything at the expo this year?
Oh, there'll be a few things, and there'll be some stuff in the turf world and in the construction world, grounds maintenance area. So there'll be a few things to take a peek at. So I highly encourage everyone to come on out and say hi.
You be out there to see and meet and greet like normal?
Oh yeah, I'll be out there, and hopefully I connect with you, Wayne.
Absolutely, we'll look you up for sure, Ron. So hey, I appreciate you coming on my show today, Ron, and want to put any contact information out there on the radio waves for our customers.
Yeah, contact. You can reach out, Wayne. If any folks can want to reach out to me, they can have any more information. You can check out on our mowers. You can check out bobcat.com for our zero turns. And my email address, personally, if you want to shoot me an email, quite honestly, I'll give it to you. It's ronald.scheffler@doosan.com, SCHEFFLER. So I would look forward to any and all comments.
Good deal. Well, hey, Ron, thanks a lot for your time, and look forward to we get you on here again sometime in the future.
Yeah, I would love that, Wayne. Right, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right. Thanks, Ron. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Godspeed.
Right. We'll see you at the expo, buddy.
Sounds great.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That was the world famous Ron Scheffler, Senior Product Manager for Grounds Maintenance Equipment with the Bobcat Company. And I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation as much as I did. He was a great guy to talk to. That's the first time I've ever talk to him, actually. So look forward to meeting him out at the expo. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. And speaking of the expo. All right. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Hump Day. Lordy.
Ron filled us with a lot of knowledge about their product and just industry in general. And I hope you guys, again, I want to say it again, that I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And I want to give Jeremiah big shout out. New listener today listening with us. So he's riding around with Corey today, helping Corey do his thing up there on the East Coast. So Jeremiah, don't let him work you too hard, but you probably got access to some pretty good treats because I know Corey talks about making some good desserts. So maybe get a little sugar. Daniel, sugar okay in the heat? You know, if you eat a cookie or for a snack while you're out, Daniel says that's probably an all right thing. So, yeah. But no, seriously, Jeremiah, glad to have you listening today with us, and I'm sure you're working hard with Corey. So, you guys have a great day. Appreciate you guys being with us, and you guys that are in the Profit Circle with us tonight. We have our webinar at 7 p.m. You've got your link for it. If you guys would like to try the Profit Circle out, we're going to talk about service agreements tonight, and it's going to be a in-depth service agreement discussion. And I look forward to seeing you guys tonight. If you'd like to try it out, simply go to our website at Profits R Us. That's Profits AREUS.com. And you land on our page right there, and you'll see the Profit Circle. Join here. Check it out. There's no cost to try it out for 7 days, and you'll be able to get in there with our webinar tonight. So look forward to seeing you guys. You guys have a great day. Appreciate you listening to Turfs Up Radio. Stay here all day long. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you next time.